गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल ऑफ यू जय जगन्नाथ मु आपन को स्वागत करूची स्टडी आईक्यू ओपीएससी चैनल रे गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल ऑफ यू आई होप you people are doing well. So today is the second marathon with respect to prelims 2024. Good morning Sasmita, good morning Ronalyn. Okay, audio and video ठीक से काम करूची, प्लीज कंफर्म एवरीथिंग इज फाइन. गुड मॉर्निंग अफरीन, गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल ऑफ यू. Okay, if audio and video both are working fine, please share this session with your friends as well so that we can start the session. And today in this particular session I will deal with economy and Odisha related general studies. So we'll discuss through MCQs. MCQs format रे discuss करिबा. And along with me Sivsankar Hajra sir would be there. So after me he would take the session, and then ma'am Sudipta ma'am will take the session. Okay, so let's start. So it would be around 4:35 पर्यंत चलिबो, so be there. Okay, good morning all of you. So let's start the session. Answer करिवे आपण माने, so please answer in the comment section. Okay, first question, consider the following statements regarding the GDP, gross domestic product. Consider the following statement regarding GDP. GDP at constant prices reflects the impact of the inflation. GDP as the constant prices reflects the impact of the inflation. Good morning Rajendra, good morning Rohit, good morning all of you. Rohit Meher and Rohit Patra, good morning. So GDP constant prices reflects the impact of inflation. GDP at market prices includes indirect taxes but excludes subsidies. GDP is always higher than the NDP, net domestic product. Okay, is always higher than the NDP, net domestic product. कौन अब आंसर कौन दो? So first question is GDP at constant prices does not consider inflation. GDP at constant prices does not consider inflation. Rather, GDP at the market price or the current price. Okay, GDP at current price it consider the inflation. तो GDP constant price होची आपनकर जोटा real GDP को आ जाए. That means inflation is adjusted. Inflation is adjusted. Okay, but inflation हमें check करो कोथरे current price रे. So real GDP does not consider the inflation. जोटा कि GDP at constant prices we calculate it with the help of base year. मन रखते हुए we calculate it with the help of base year. Okay, now sit by first statement is incorrect. GDP at market prices includes indirect taxes but excludes subsidies. अच्छा, GDP at factor cost अपन जानी थी वे. GDP at factor cost, that means cost incurred to all factors of production or 4 factors of production. Okay, land, labor, capital and entrepreneur. So land, rent, labor, wage, capital, interest, entrepreneur, profit. So after paying this, what we call the factor cost. So from factor cost we have to calculate the market price. Factor cost to market price केमती पाइबा? Now market price means we have to add net indirect tax. We have to add net indirect tax. जार भी doubt थी वो कमेंट रे पचारिबे, सर ए स्टेटमेंट को रिपीट करंतु बुझी हेला नाही. ओके, so net indirect taxes. So what is this net indirect taxes? That means indirect tax minus subsidies. Indirect tax minus subsidies. And let me tell you, this indirect tax is the product tax. That means to produce a product, if any such tax is imposed by the government, that is known as the indirect tax or product tax. And minus is subsidies, if any subsidies is being provided by the government to produce that product. Okay, so that is net indirect tax. Net indirect tax. So GDP factor cost plus net indirect tax is equal to GDP at market price. GDP at market price. So it includes indirect taxes but excludes subsidy. तो इटा होची actually कोड़ो ना net indirect tax. हमें indirect tax रू subsidies को minus करेगी तापर हमें add करूचु GDP factor cost रे and then we'll get GDP at market price. Clear? Third statement को देखो जो मैंने बुझी पारु नांती. GDP is always higher than the NDP. What is GDP and NDP? What is the difference between the two? GDP होची ग्रॉस एटी गोटी टर्म अलगा रहुची GDP और NDP भितरे ये होची ग्रॉस ये होची नेट gross and net. So what is the difference between the gross and net? The only one concept, that is depreciation. Depreciation in the sense गोटे product रो value धीरे धीरे कमे by use of that product. Okay, जहाँ को हमें कहूचे wear and tear. Suppose you purchased a car at rupees 10 lakh rupees, but you sell it in the next year, obviously the price will come down. Okay, that means wear and tear. So depreciation को जदि आपण minus करूचंदी, we are getting what? Net. So GDP is always higher than the net because in GDP we calculate the gross and NDP we calculate the net. Clear? So answer would be what? 2 and 3. B is the correct answer. Okay, moving to the next. जोटी doubt होगा पचारिवे. Which of the following best describes stagflation? Stagflation. Which of the following best describes stagflation? सेशन को टिके शेयर करंतु अपन को फ्रेंड्स वन को सहित आउर टिके अधिक पार्टिसिपेशन रहले टिके आउरी सेशन मजा आसीबो इंटरेस्टिंग हे परिबो. सो प्लीज शेयर विथ योर फ्रेंड्स. सो स्टैगफ्लेशन, व्हाट इज दिस स्टैगफ्लेशन? स्टैगफ्लेशन रो कांसेप्ट कोन ना यू कैन से इन्फ्लेशन प्लस स्टैग्नेशन या यू कैन से स्टैग्नेंसी यानी कि कोठी ना कोठी गोटे आपण कहि परिबे इकोनॉमी स्टैग्नेंट ही जाईची मूव करि पारु नाही. ओके, इकोनॉमी स्टैग्नेंट ही जाईची मूव करि पारुनी, बट सेठी इन्फ्लेशन भी आपण को देखिबा को मिलिबो. राइट, इन्फ्लेशन भी देखिबा को मिलिबो. सो स्टैगफ्लेशन रे कोन हुए? जीडीपी ग्रोथ आपण कहि परिबे ऑलमोस्ट कांस्टेंट ही जाय, ऑलमोस्ट स्टेबल ही जाय, कांस्टेंट ही जाय, बढ़े नाही. प्लस ता सहित इन्फ्लेशन बड़ी बड़ी चले. जदि इन्फ्लेशन आपण देखिबे बड़ी बड़ी चलिबो, जीडीपी एक्चुअली ग्रो करूनी. सो इट्स ए फेज ऑफ आपण कहि परिबे मास लेवल रे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट भी देखिबा को मिले. आपण कहबे सर इन्फ्लेशन त बढ़ुची, जीडीपी कांस्टेंट हेकला, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट काई बढ़ुची ना? ड्यू टू इंक्रीज इन प्राइस लेवल, गोटे टाइम पर you will find demand or the consumption will start declining. Demand or the consumption will start declining. When demand and consumption will start declining, the production houses or the manufacturing units, they will reduce the production of goods. They will reduce the production of goods and services. When they will reduce the production of goods and services, obviously, our market रे जो गोटे term चलची layoff. So layoff will be there. That means unemployment start ही जो. So high inflation सहित high unemployment and with a very stable अपन कहि परबे जीडीपी टा गोटे जगह रे कांस्टेंट हेगला बढ़ुनी. ओके, तेनु सेही जगह रे हमें स्टैगफ्लेशन बोली कहि परिबा. स्टैग्नेंट प्लस इन्फ्लेशन और स्टैग्नेशन प्लस इन्फ्लेशन, दैट इज द स्टैगफ्लेशन. ओके, सो ए इज द करेक्ट आंसर. E is the correct answer. Clear? Next सेवा. Match the economic terms and their definition. Match the economic terms and their definition. First होची देखंतु list 1, GNP gross national product, GNP gross national product, depreciation, net national product and real GDP. So match करंदु. depreciation just हमें discuss करथिले कि ग्रॉस रु हमें नेट को माइनस करूचे. ग्रॉस रु हमें जदि नेट को माइनस करूचे तबे हम पाखरे आसीबो depreciation एवं जहाँ को हमें कहूचे wear and tear. So depreciation is loss of value due to wear and tear. Loss of value due to wear and tear. Okay, that is depreciation. That is depreciation. GNP देखंतु तमने B हमें 2 पाई गलो. ग्रॉस नेशनल प्रोडक्ट. ग्रॉस नेशनल प्रोडक्ट माने कोन ना? जीडीपी प्लस नेट फैक्टर इनकम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड. व्हाट इज दिस नेट फैक्टर इनकम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड? जदि इंडिया आपण देखिबे, इंडिया रो जो फैक्टर्स गुडी को अछंदी, दे आर अर्निंग सम इनकम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड. ओके, तो माने suppose let's say Indian companies, those Infosys or TCS or any such Indian company, they are earning income from abroad, US or other countries हो. सेमती यूएस कंपनीज हूँ से माने इंडिया रो भी अर्न करूछन. सो सम इनकम वी आर अर्निंग आउ किछि इनकम आम देश बाहर को भी जाउछ. सो दैट नेट अमाउंट इज नेट फैक्टर इनकम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड. सेटा को हम जीडीपी रे ऐड करबा, दैट वुड बी जीएनपी, दैट इज नेशनल प्रोडक्ट. इटा कोन थिला डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट. ओके, एंड दिस इज नेशनल प्रोडक्ट. सो जीएनपी इक्वल्स टू जीडीपी प्लस नेट फैक्टर इनकम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड. सो ए वुड बी 1. Now coming to the C, net national product. Net national product मैं आपन को already कही छी, gross minus depreciation. So आराम से आपन एटा को find out करि परिबे, GNP minus depreciation. So C would be 3. C would be 3, GNP minus depreciation. Now coming to real GDP. Real GDP just हमें discuss करुथिले. Real GDP, that is the GDP at the constant prices of the base year जोटा हमें कहूचे. So constant prices in the sense GDP adjusted for inflation, that is the real inflation. Real GDP. Okay. So D equals to, or D is 4. So answer would be A. A1, B2, C3, D4. Clear? Next देखिए, which of the following is not a function of Reserve Bank of India? Not a function of Reserve Bank of India. Let's see. The first one is issuing currency notes. Currency notes को issue करेबा. If you see अपन करो coin जोटा अछि, coin and notes, ये दुइटे जिनसे अछि in terms of currency. If you see physical currency, so coins are issued by the government of India but circulated by the RBI. And if you see the notes रे जो 1 rupee notes अछि, 1 rupee note, that is issued by the government of India, although circulated by the RBI. But other than this 1 rupee note, बाकी गुडी को issue किए करे. Issue means जारी करिबा. Issue किए करे RBI obviously करे. So obviously ये गोटे function. Okay. Managing foreign exchange reserve. What is this foreign exchange reserve? Foreign exchange reserve means foreign currencies. Foreign currencies, gold, okay, SDR, special drawing rights, and reserve tranche position or reserve position with IMF. With IMF. When we say what is this FC, foreign currencies हुची dollar, US dollar, then आपनकर pound sterling, Japanese yen, out हुची euro. ये चारोटी foreign currencies अछि. That means through this export and import, the foreign currencies which are used for this export and import, or through investment जो अपन को country foreign currencies आसुची, that is managed by the RBI. तेणु सेटा को हमें forex या foreign exchange reserve बोले कहूचु. That consists of these 4 foreign currencies, gold, SDR होची special drawing rights, that is with the IMF मन रखते SDR IMF सहित reserve position with also IMF. Okay. Now ये भी ठीक अछि. Setting income tax slabs, controlling inflation through monetary policy. D is a function of RBI. D is a function of RBI. We have already seen expansionary monetary policy हो किंबा contractionary monetary policy हो. To control the inflation, monetary policy is being executed by the RBI. Right? Yes, Rohit. Yes. Coins गुड़िक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ही कॉइनेज एक्ट थ्रू रे गवर्नमेंट ही इश्यू करे, बट तार सर्कुलेशन रो इनचार्ज अछि आपनकर आरबीआई. एवं कॉइन्स रो मिंटिंग जो स्टेशन गुड़िक अछि, जेमती गोटे आई थिंक पुणे रे गोटे अछि, आई थिंक कोलकाता रे भी गोटे अछि, ये सब जिनस. ओके, सो इट इज नॉट ए फंक्शन. So setting income tax slabs, who decides the income tax slabs? कि up to 7 lakh, 0 tax, 7 to 10 lakhs, 5% tax, 10 to 15 to 20% tax. Who decides it? It's the government of India. It's the government of India who decides the tax slab. Okay? तो इठी आंसर कौन है जो? आंसर है जो C. It's not a function पचर्जी. Let's move to the next statement. With reference to the Monetary Policy Committee, consider the following statements. Monetary Policy Committee, which was introduced in 2016 onwards, it consists of both or representatives from RBI as well as the Government of India. Okay, RBI's representatives are three. One is RBI Governor, who is the ex officio chairperson of the Monetary Policy Committee. Another one is the Executive Director. The other one is Deputy Governor, who is in charge of monetary policy. So tinoti representative rahibe kotu RBI ru, and other three representatives from the Government of India, and they are nominated. Basically, they are nominated. They are not officers, government officials. Yeah, government officers no, they are generally nominated by the government. They are having the background of financial experts. They are having the background of banking, academics, जो माने research professors होचंदी. So they are generally nominated. So total 6-member committee. So let's come to this. First statement, statutory body. First statement se कहला statutory body. What is the meaning of the statutory body? The meaning is this has been or constituted by a law. This has been constituted by a law. So when it was introduced in 2016, it was constituted by the amending 1935 RBI Act. By amending 1935 RBI Act. So as per the RBI Act, it's a statutory body. Okay, it's a statutory body by law asich. Clear? Second, the finance minister chairs the committee. The finance minister chairs the committee. Obviously, no. I have already told you, RBI governor is the ex officio chairperson. RBI governor is the ex officio chairperson. Tanu se huchandi RBI governor. So statement 2 is incorrect. It decides on the repo rate. Obviously, it decides on the repo rate. Recently, we have seen 50 basis point has been reduced in case of repo rate. So what is the meaning of repo rate? The rate at which RBI gives loan to the commercial banks. RBI gives loans to the commercial banks, that is repo rate. And it is also known as the policy rate. Policy rate bhi kahuche. So what is the use of this repo rate or policy rate? Through this we can control the inflation. Through this we can control the inflation. That means jodi hame repo rate ko badhaiva, that means repo rate ko badhaiva, that means supply of money or money supply will come down. That means this is known as the contractionary monetary policy. तामाने हमें cost of borrowing is being expensive. Cost of borrowing को हमें कौन करूचे? Expensive करूचे. Okay. सेमती अदर देखो तो जदि हमें repo rate को कम करूचे तामाने कौन? We need supply of money to increase in the economy, and that means it is known as the expansionary monetary policy. तो हमें कौन करूचे? Expansionary monetary policy. Okay. तेणु आंसर एटी कौन हबो? आंसर होउचे आपनकर फर्स्ट वन एंड थर्ड वन. सो एटी हबो सी होउचे आपनकर आंसर. करेक्ट पचुरची. सो आंसर इज सी. क्लियर? मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट. Which of the following explains crowding out effect? Crowding out effect in economics. Okay. Government spending leading to private investment increase. Government spending leading to private investment increase. Foreign investment replacing domestic investment, excessive government borrowing leading to reduce private sector borrowing, and export surplus leading to inflation. Charity statement achi, but let me give you a brief idea. देखो एटी दुईटी जिनस अछि गोटे प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट इटा को टिके फोकस करिवा एंड गवर्नमेंट स्पेंडिंग. ओके, एटी दुईटी जिनस अछि इटा को टिके फोकस करिवा. Private investment is induced by the profit motive. Private investment means the investment are made by the private parties, companies, corporates, okay, this investors. So, they are profit motive. If they see or they see a bright future to earn profit, then they will invest. Okay. So, but there are many instances that economy crisis re thai. For example, COVID time re, everything was stopped. Growth was in negative zone. Economic growth negative zone ko padela. Massive level of unemployment. Inflation जदि आपण देखिबे it was skyrocketing. So now it's the duty of the government to intervene to rectify the economy. कारण प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टर केबे भी एंटर करि पारे नाही. प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टर विल नेवर एंटर इनटू द मडी वाटर. सेमाने केबे भी चाहिबेनी कि सिस्टम को ठीक करे. सेटा तांकर रिस्पांसिबिलिटी नुहे. देयर रिस्पांसिबिलिटी इज टू अर्न प्रॉफिट व्हाइल डूइंग द बिजनेस. सो इट्स द ड्यूटी ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट. तेणु गवर्नमेंट सेठी एंट्री करिवो. सो जेतले गवर्नमेंट सेठी एंट्री करूची आपण देखिबे गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम को रेक्टिफाई करबा को चाहूची. ओके, गवर्नमेंट सेठी सिस्टम को रेक्टिफाई करिया चाहू. ता माने गवर्नमेंट जदि रेक्टिफाई कला एंड फ्यूचर लिटिल बिट ऑफ ब्राइट या फ्यूचर किसी देखा गले नहीं प्रॉफिट ओरिएंटेड हबो. धीरे धीरे गवर्नमेंट इन्वेस्टमेंट स्टार्ट होईची. फॉर एग्जांपल आपण देखिबे आत्मनिर्भर भारत. आत्मनिर्भर भारत आपनकर कोविड टाइम रे जो हेतला. सो दैट वाज द पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट, गवर्नमेंट इन्वेस्टमेंट, एंड गवर्नमेंट स्टार्टेड कंट्रोलिंग द और बैलेंसिंग द इकोनॉमी. ठीक करिबा स्टार्ट कले. And then private investment will start investing in the economy. Okay, that means with the government spending, if private investment starts investment in the economy, that is known as the crowding in effect. That is known as the crowding in effect. With the government intervention, there will be a positive movement in the economy. So private investment will start investing in the economy. यार simply opposite is the crowding out effect. That means C को देखो, excessive government borrowing leading to reduced private sector borrowing or leading private sector investment you can say. जदि सरकार investment करिबा नहीं, सरकार भी देबालिया ही जिबे and the borrowing will be much higher, then obviously private investment will stop borrowing. Generally private investment could invest karan by taking loan from the banks, taking loan from other financial institutions. So they will also stop borrowing or ultimately the investment in the economy. So that is known as the crowding out effect. Okay, so here C is the answer. So crowding in and crowding out, there are two concepts. Clear? Match the following policy tools with type of monetary policy. Okay, repo rate, CRR, moral suasion, open market operation. तो देखो repo rate कौन ये देखो दुईटी concept अच्छी, गोटे quantitative tool और गोटे अच्छी qualitative tool. So let's discuss what is this quantitative tool. Quantitative tool means although both the tools are used for the controlling inflation or regulating inflation, controlling inflation and regulating inflation. When we say quantitative tool, that means money supply will be controlled in terms of quantity. When in terms of qualitative, that is the nature of the loan. It's the nature of the loan. It's not the quantity, but nature of the loan, direction of the loan. Kau sector loan diya jauchi. Okay, rationality to give loan to a particular sector. So this is qualitative. So there is a difference between the quantitative and qualitative. So jitala मैं quantitative tools को कहूचे, सेतबेला मैं देखियो repo rate, open market operation, okay, reverse repo rate, then bank rate, CRR, SLR. These are quantitative tools. These are quantitative tools. मन रखते बेटा को, these are quantitative tools. बाकी जो qualitative tools रहेला, they are moral suasion. Okay, moral suasion, margin requirements. ये moral suasion माने कौन? ना गोटे moral obligation will be imposed by the RBI and the commercial banks to reduce the loan amount or the loan to a different sector. Suppose, for example, real estate sector is performing very badly. So RBI will give instruction to those commercial banks ki reduce the loan to the real estate sector because it's not performing well. So it's a very difficult to recover loan from the real estate. Suppose housing loan, housing sector is in crisis or housing is something very going in bad phase. So do not go. Agriculture something. So qualitative होची आपण रेगुलेट करिवा तको. ओके, इन टर्म्स ऑफ मोरल ऑब्लिगेशन एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. तो एठी आपण देखिबे कोन आंसर हबो आपण देखंतु रेपो रेट होची आपनकर क्वांटिटेटिव टूल, सीआरआर होची क्वांटिटेटिव टूल, मोरल सुएसन इज क्वालिटेटिव, ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन इज क्वांटिटेटिव. सो आंसर होची ए. ओके, आंसर होची ए. मोरल सुएसन, हाँ, मोरल सुएसन होची गोटे काइंड ऑफ ए मोरल ऑब्लिगेशन इंपोज करा जीवो कमर्शियल बैंक्स ऊपर कि डू नॉट गिव लोन टू दिस पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर. मोरल ऑब्लिगेशन, मोरल ऑब्लिगेशन एंड अदर ऑब्लिगेशन जमती सपोज कौन सी लॉ थ्रू रे ताको रिस्ट्रिक्ट करा गलानी, बट इट्स ए काइंड ऑफ मोरल यानी कि इंस्ट्रक्शन सिंपली दिया गला. ओके, सेटा होची मोरल ऑब्लिगेशन. क्लियर. नेक्स्ट सेवा, who prepares the national income estimates? Who prepares the national income estimates in India? Answer करूँ तो easy question. Who prepares the national income estimates in India? It's the National Statistical Office. It's the National Statistical Office. Clear? National Statistical Office. With reference to the Planning Commission, and Niti Aayog, consider the following. Okay, Planning Commission was discontinued in the year 2015. Discontinued in the year 2015, and a new institute came into existence, that is Niti Aayog. Okay, so let's see. Planning Commission had powers to allocate funds to the states. Niti Aayog has a constitutional status. Niti Aayog acts as a think tank for policy formulation. Planning Commission was constituted on the basis of an executive resolution. Planning Commission was constituted on the basis of an executive resolution. यानी कि executive resolution या executive decision basis रही Planning Commission को form करा जाइतला. It was neither a constitutional body nor a statutory body. Okay. Similarly, Niti Aayog is not a constitutional body nor a statutory body, is again through this executive decision or executive resolution. Might be a chance after this BJP government, if a new government will come, they may dissolve the Niti Aayog because it does not have any statutory backing. So, ये जो कुछ constitutional status हमें कहा को कोई था ना, if Niti Aayog has been mentioned under any of the articles of the Indian Constitution, then it will have the constitutional status. For example, Finance Commission has been mentioned in the Constitution under Article 280. Election Commission has been mentioned in the Constitution under Article 324. तो ये सब Constitution में मेंशन है. CAG Constitution लिखा है Article I think 74 I guess 73 या 74. तो ये Attorney General भी constitutional. तो ये constitutional नहीं है, तो इटा को reject. Niti Aayog acts as a think tank for policy formulation. That is absolutely correct. Think tank of policy formulation, because it's the role or the duty of Niti Aayog to policy advice. That is correct. Achha. Planning Commission had powers to allocate funds to state. Planning Commission was severely criticized during those days or the old days time re. Planning Commission was criticized on the ground. जो मानकर public administration थी वो समझ जाने थी वे. Planning Commission was considered as the super cabinet because Union Cabinet is the highest decision making body in the parliamentary form of government. But above that Union Cabinet, there is a very core committee. Those who are part of this Planning Commission, they were taking the whole decision, including the financial or fund allocation to the states. So when I decide को states रे कितने fund तक allocate करा जीवो, so it was decided by the Planning Commission. Okay, तो नुकसान इतने first statement भी also correct, third statement भी correct. तो answer हो जाए अपन करा B 1 and 3. But Niti Aayog does not have any power or authority to allocate the fund. बर्तमान Niti Aayog fund allocate करू नहीं. This power has been given to the finance finance commission recommendation basis रे finance ministry कौन करूची fund allocate करूची. Okay. Next सेवा. What does the term base year in GDP calculation refer to? What does the term base year in GDP calculation refer to? Okay. What is base year? Base year होची. Base year actually it's a statistical term. It's a statistical term. Statistics re use kara jay. It's a statistical term. Okay. Base year is used to compare something or compare or having a comparison between the 2 years data. Okay, compare something or comparison between the 2 years data. Third hoji, base year is something is considered आपण दी जानिबा को चाहिए कि whether a particular indicator has been increased or decreased or what exactly the performance of that indicator. That means GDP या national income ही पारे, inflation point of view रो ही पारे, या any such index रो point of view रो ही पारे, production index or any such index. So ये indicator गुड़ी को इतना compare करूँ चुंदी with the current year and a constant year or जब तक हमें base year बोले कहूँ in recent past. Okay, for example 20 आपण को कही परिबे 25 is the current year and recent past यदि आपण देखिबे could be 2020-21 any such year you can take as the base year. It completely depends on the authority and generally it is perceived that a normal year, generally I am not saying obligated or exactly, generally normal year is considered as the base year. Kahinki normal year is considered as the base year because the year must be free from abnormalities, any kind of abnormalities. Jodi abnormalities hai thibo na tebe suppose in the COVID year ko jodi apne normal year nahi jauchundi 2021 ko, obviously during that time economy was performing very badly. So any such increase in these years you will be considered as economy is doing tremendously well. ତେଣୁ ଗୋଟେ ନର୍ମାଲ ଇୟରକୁ ନେଇ ଯେମିତି ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବେ ଡ୍ରାଉଟ୍ ଆଫେକ୍ଟେଡ୍ ଇୟର, flood or cyclone affected year, natural calamities affected year. So these years generally do not considered because they give you a bias kind of result. Okay. ତେଣୁ ସେଇଥିପାଇଁ ସେଟାକୁ ବେସ୍ ଇୟର ବୋଲି କୁହାଯାଉଛି. ଯଦି ଜିଡିପି ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ଭ୍ୟୁରୁ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବେ ତେବେ ଦ ଇୟର ୟୁଜ୍ ଟୁ କମ୍ପେୟାର ଦ ରିଏଲ ଜିଡିପି ଆକ୍ରସ୍ ଇୟର୍ସ ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଦ ବେସ୍ ଇୟର. ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ମିନ୍ସ କରେଣ୍ଟ ଇୟର ୱିଥ୍ ଦ या नॉमिनल जीडीपी जोटा आम करंट ईयर कौचे, बेस ईयर जोटा कैलकुलेट करूचे सेटा आम कौचे रियल जीडीपी. मन रखते बेटा को करंट ईयर जोटा आम कैलकुलेट करूचे दैट इज द नॉमिनल जीडीपी एंड बेस ईयर जोटा कैलकुलेट करूचे दैट इज द रियल जीडीपी. क्लियर. मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट, एटा होची बी होची आपनकर आंसर. कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिगार्डिंग इन्फ्लेशन इन इंडिया. Consider the following statements regarding the inflation in India. Headline inflation is measured by the consumer price index. Core inflation includes prices of food and fuel. Wholesale price index is released by the Office of Economic Advisor. Tinti statement hochi, let's examine one by one. Headline inflation is measured by the consumer price index, it's saying. Become headline inflation and apankar hochi core inflation. There are two terminologies. Concept data बुझिया को चेष्टा करिवे. One is headline, another one is core. Okay, what is this core inflation? Core inflation होची excludes fuel and food. And when we say headline inflation, it includes fuel and food. Okay, these are two terminologies. Right. अच्छा, कोर इन्फ्लेशन रे आमे चेक करिवा को कोन जो चाहूं ना बाकी जो सेक्टर्स गुडी को रहला. फॉर एग्जांपल आपनकर कहि परिबे अदर देन द फूड एंड बेवरेजेस, फूड एंड फ्यूल, बाकी जहाँ भी प्रोडक्ट रहेला सेटा में कोर इन्फ्लेशन ने कैलकुलेट करूछ. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई these two items have been excluded? Because fuel and food, they have the higher fluctuating in nature. They are the higher fluctuating in nature or they are quite vulnerable. For example, आपण देखंतु they are frequently affected by different factors. Suppose there is a war between Israel and Iran, war between Russia and Ukraine, war between, let's say, Hamas and Israel. So there is a possibility due to this geopolitical tension there is a constant fluctuation of the oil prices, crude oil prices. Okay, food, let's say due to drought, due to flood, suddenly किछि untimely rainfall hela आपनकर फसल गोटे प्रकार फसल नष्ट हो गला and then price started increasing. So these are very vulnerable, fragile and volatile. So that is the reason to know the exact inflation of other sectors, or हमें simply चाहिए देखी पारे भाई we can compare in fact कि food and fuel केते मात्रा रे inflation को affect करूची. तो core सेते पाई excludes food and fuel and headline includes. Headline means everything in the basket. So core inflation includes a kochi, you can simply say incorrect statement. Headline inflation is measured by the consumer price index. This statement is absolutely correct. तो किसी ये नहीं कि headline inflation हमें consumer price index या CPI through रे करूचे. And let me tell you CPI जोटा के consumer price index हमें करूचे, which is used to measure the inflation, from the consumer point of view. That means we as a consumer purchase goods and services at a particular price. From that point, CPI is measured or used to measure the inflation. Clear? Third, wholesale price index is released by the Office of Economic Advisor. So this statement is also correct. So answer is B, 1 and 3. Okay, answer is B, 1 and 3. Next देखिए, okay. परिपूर्ण बैच we have जो मैंने चाहूँचंती फाउंडेशन बैच रे join करिवा पाई OPSC OCS foundation batch prelims and mains ro, they can join the Paripurna batch. Okay, use code J in live to get the maximum discount, and the offer is ending 30th June, monsoon dhamaka sale. So ये price body के अपन को around ये अच्छी 34,999 रे further discount, so it would be around 15,000 after the 30th of June. Okay, unnecessary you have to pay this much amount, so better to join now. Next question Kujiva. If the inflation rate is higher than the interest rate, the real interest rate will be negative, zero, positive, unaffected. Okay, let's see. Inflation rate is higher than the interest rate, the real interest. If you see, one is real interest and another one is nominal interest. Okay, one is real interest, another one is nominal interest. Nominal interest or real interest with a difference होची अपन करो inflation. जिनते में real GDP and nominal GDP discuss करते similar manner रे, real interest and nominal interest. Real equals to nominal minus inflation. Real equals to nominal minus inflation. That means if we say nominal, then it equals to real plus inflation. ये होची nominal. तो इसे जो होची inflation rate, inflation is higher than the interest rate, the real interest rate will be. तो higher than the interest means nominal interest rate जोटा में कहूचे. Nominal interest rate, the real interest would be negative. Okay, the real interest would be negative. Equation रो आपण बुझिथिबे, the real interest would be negative. Clear? Next देखिबा. Match the following inflation types. Match the following inflation types with their description. List 1, list 2. List 1 होची cost push inflation, demand pull inflation, creeping inflation, hyperinflation. List 2 due to increase in production cost caused by excessive demand, mild inflation less than 3% annually, extremely rapid inflation. Now moving to the cost push inflation. If you see inflation, there are two sides of inflation or why inflation occurs. One is demand side, another one is supply side. One is demand side, another one is supply side. When we say demand side, that means increase in the demand for goods and services. Increase in the demand for goods and services. For example, if देखिए अपना 8th pay commission will be implemented, When eighth pay commission will be implemented, suddenly price of goods and services will increase because people will start demanding more goods and services, or their consumption will increase. Okay. Having said that, constant in supply or supply is constant, price will start increasing. So that is the demand side. If you see the supply side aspect huji, this is with respect to increase in the cost of production or price of raw materials. Let's say price of, let's say gote industry kon kuruchi electricity use kuruchi, price of electricity also increase. That means cost of production of the product will increase. For example, ଆପଣ ଦେଖିପାରିବେ raw materials price will increase. Okay. Then further cost of production will increase. Crude oil price increased in the international market, automatically cost of production will increase. So this is supply point of view, or you can say producer point of view. Supply point of view, or you can say producer point of view. So producer point of view re jodi price बढ़ुची या cost of production बढ़ुची, that is known as the cost push inflation. मन रखते हुए, and demand pull inflation is from the consumer point of view. Okay, consumer side रे price of goods and services बढ़ुची because of anything. For example, due to increase in income, due to increase in the taste and preference towards the goods. So demand pull inflation and cost push inflation. Now moving to the third concept होची creeping inflation. Creeping inflation simple आपण कहि परिवे क्रीपिंग जोटा आम कहे ना क्रीपिंग या क्रॉलिंग आम कहू ना, तो धीरे धीरे बढ़िबा क्रीपिंग या क्रॉलिंग, तो सेटा होची क्रीपिंग इन्फ्लेशन. हाइपर इन्फ्लेशन मीन्स इन्फ्लेशन इज रनिंग, इन्फ्लेशन मतलब इन्फ्लेशन रेट इज रनिंग यानी दौड़ुची से. ओके, फास्टर रेट. सो इन हाइपर इन्फ्लेशन मीन्स एक्सट्रीमली रैपिड इन्फ्लेशन. क्रीपिंग इन्फ्लेशन माइल्ड इन्फ्लेशन लेस देन 3% annually. Okay, simply crawling or creeping, you can say. Demand pull inflation caused by excessive demand, and cost for inflation due to increase in production cost. So answer is apankaro A hava answer. Clear achi, every point is clear. Konosi pointed doubt hele please ask in the comment section. Moving to the next, which of the following is not a component of revenue received in the union budget? Revenue received in the union budget. Okay, acha. Budget, if you see, it has two components. One is receipt, or that is revenue. Another one is expenditure. One is revenue or receipt, another one is expenditure. So under this receipt, further revenue receipt and capital receipt. Okay, so this part is receipt or revenue receipt, and another one is the capital receipt, or in a way you can say this part is the income of the government and this part is the expenditure of the government. Okay, this part is the income of the government. So when we say revenue receipt, that means tax revenue and non-tax revenue. Tax revenue and non-tax revenue. Clear? Okay. So ये कौन कहूँ जी? Not a component of revenue received in the union budget. Question is not a component of revenue received. If you see not a component of revenue received, first one is what? Corporate tax. First one is corporate tax coming under the tax system. Second is the dividends from PSUs, यानी कि any such profit dividends. Okay, profit from the PSUs. Third huchi borrowings from the RBI. D huchi GST collection, that is again coming under the tax. If you see all these four, one thing is very clear. Borrowing, any form of borrowing of the government, any form of borrowing of the government, made RBI or from any other sources, सेटा आपन कोठु आसीबो capital receipt रे आसीबो borrowing. Capital receipt, borrowing. So borrowing from RBI comes under the capital receipt. Okay, so answer would be C. बुझियला जिनसटा any such borrowing that comes under the capitalism. Borrowing in a way आपण कहि परिबे market रो भी जदि borrow करूची government, RBI रो borrow करूची, any such borrowing would come under the capital receipt. Okay. Next, consider the following statement about the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act was introduced in 2003. Although a review committee was formed in 2016, but they did not, they recommended, but government is yet to implement that recommendation. But Fiscal Responsibility Budgetary Management Act came in 2003. And this is the act which was introduced by the union government through the parliamentarian law or parliament law. Okay. But in that law or this act, union government has instructed to the state government कि state government will implement their own FRBM Act, because this was for the union government. Through say type union government instructed to the state governments, you come with your own set of FRBM Act. तमे तम निजर FRBM Act धरिक आस. Clear? अच्छा. कौन देइछि देखिबा हमें हेठी. It aims to ensure intergenerational equity in fiscal management. Second, it mandates RBI to maintain the fiscal deficit target. It introduced the concept of revenue deficit in fiscal policy. Okay. So, what is fiscal responsibility and budget management? Who would be that authority will take care of these problems or these concepts or issues? It's obviously the Government of India. Government of India will take care of this fiscal responsibility and managing the budget. Okay, through what? Through revenue or receipt and expenditure, or sources of revenue or sources of expenditure, or the amount of expenditure. Now, what was the rationality behind this? What was the rationality behind this law? Kahinki law ko introduce karagala? Because since our system is parliamentary system, political system I am talking about, and it depends on the electoral politics, voting. Okay, so every government wants to get vote and remain in power year after year, or every 5 years the government changes. So yeah, election jo hue, so every political party wants to be there in the government. So what they generally do, they spend money. जेमती बर्तन आमे देखुछु freebies, welfare schemes to attract voters. Okay, so in a way you can see, to get into the power or to remain in power, there is a high chance this political parties will start spending without thinking the future requirement or without any restrictions on that. So राजकोषरू कौन होबो, धीरे धीरे पैसा खर्च ही चलिबो. That means they will start spending money with the existing amount, plus they will start spending by borrowing as well. So then it has been decided there must be a restriction on that. Okay, we can't like use those resources or existing resources in such a manner कि जो coming future अच्छी, coming generation अच्छी, obviously they do not have anything to spend. जेमती हमें कहूचे sustainability. So then this FRBM Act came. So in that FRBM Act, it was decided they have to restrict a fiscal deficit, they have to restrict a revenue deficit, they have to achieve the target of, let's say, budget deficit. So such targets have been instructed to the union government. Okay. So this statement it mandates RBI, it's not mandates RBI, is the Government of India. Government of India upare eta ko restriction impose kara jauchi. It aims to ensure intergenerational equity in fiscal management. Intergenerational equity means sustainability. Next future upare jemti bartaman ro expenses burden no ho. It should not be like a burden the future generation. Okay. So equity in fiscal management, every generation would have a chance to use that resources properly or judiciously. It introduced the concept of revenue deficit in the fiscal policy. So there are various types of deficits. The fiscal deficit achi, revenue deficit achi. Okay, so revenue deficit could be introduced kara jaithila fiscal policy through it. ठीक अच्छे बुझीगला कौन सी टर्म रे किसी डाउट अच्छे रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट फिस्कल पॉलिसी होची the policy which is exercised or executed by the government. Fiscal policy होची the policy which is executed or exercised by the government, that is known as the fiscal policy. Clear? That is fiscal policy रे अपन देखिए there are two components, one is the tax, another one is the expenditure. Tax means the revenue generation or source of revenue by the government, and expenditure means spending money in the economy in terms of infrastructure, welfare, etc. etc. Clear? ठीक अच्छे आगू जा तो ये आंसर आपनकर कौन हो 1 and 3 B. Now coming to a primary deficit is best defined as fiscal deficit minus interest payment, total expenditure minus tax revenue, fiscal deficit minus capital expenditure, budget deficit minus grants from abroad. Primary deficit होची fiscal deficit minus interest payment अब मन रखते हुए fiscal deficit minus interest payment. Okay. What is fiscal deficit? Okay. What is fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit means total expenditure minus total revenue, excluding revenue from borrowing. Okay, total expenditure minus total expenditure minus total revenue, excluding the revenue from borrowing, that is the fiscal deficit. Now ठीक है बुझिया पे चेष्टा करें, please pay attention. When we say total expenditure, revenue expenditure and capital expenditure. When we say revenue expenditure, for the survival of the government, for the daily functionalities, for example, salaries, subsidies, pension, etc., welfare schemes, sobu huchi revenue expenditure. Then capital expenditure means what? Expenditure in the infrastructure in the investment in the acquisition of land, etc., etc. That is the capital expenditure. So we are considering by adding these two, total expenditure minus total revenue. Revenue, जेमती कहले अपन को revenue receipt या revenue receipt plus capital receipt, total receipt जोटा. But से जो capital receipt रे, there is one aspect, and that aspect is borrowing. Okay, borrowing is always a liability. Borrowing cannot be अपन करो जदियो the sources of money that government is getting, but that is not the income, that is a liability. That is the reason we are simply calculating, while calculating fiscal deficit, we are excluding that borrowing part because government has to repay it back in near future. तो नहीं टका में fiscal deficit बोली कहूँ. Now fiscal deficit minus interest rate. अच्छा, when we calculate fiscal deficit, हमें interest rate को minus कला पर we are getting primary deficit. तो primary deficit exactly कौन कहूँ देखो तो दुईटी जिनस अच्छी. एक तो गवर्नमेंट वर्तमान सुधा केते बोरो करिछि till now and तार interest केते दउछि, and government current year रे केते बोरो करिछि और तार interest केते दउछि. Okay, I am giving you two information, two concepts here. First one is how much a government has borrowed till now and how much government has borrowed in the current year and paying interest against that. So here is the two concepts. So to know the primary deficit, we want to calculate ki current year, in the current financial year, how much borrowed by the government or how much money have been borrowed by the government and paying interest for that borrowing. That is known as the primary deficit. It shows the current year borrowing and the interest payment by the government by excluding the past year's borrowing and interest rate. Okay. Borrowing and lending. Borrow means you are taking money from someone, and lending means you are giving money to someone. Okay, it's only of the subject. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣ ଚେଞ୍ଜ କରୁଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣ ଯେତେବେଳେ ପଇସା ନେଉଛନ୍ତି, you are borrowing. ଆପଣ ପଇସା ଦଉଛନ୍ତି, you are lending. ଧାର ଦବା ଆଉ ଧାର ନବା, that is the difference. Okay, clear? So here answer would be what? Answer would be A. Next, match the following external sector concepts with their description. Balance of payment. Balance of payment records what? It's a statement or it's a records which maintains a country's economic activities with the rest of the world in terms of what? Export, import of goods, services and other such economic activities. Okay. So when we say balance of payment, it record all economic transactions within a given period of time, or let's say 1 year. When we say current account, balance of payment is divided into two types. One is current account, another one is capital account. One is current account, another one is the capital account. Okay, current account means what? Trade in goods, services and remittances. Okay, capital account means foreign investment, borrowing and grants from all these, from the foreign countries. Foreign investment means FDI and FII. Borrowing means any such external borrowing made by the government or any such private corporate in your country. Third is the grants from any such institutions. For example, World Bank, IMF जो माने grant दउचंदी. Grant आउ loan या अपन कोई परिवे किसी countries जेमती हमको grant means against that grant you do not have to pay any such interest. Okay, humanitarian aid, that is a grant. But when we say borrowing, that means you have to pay the interest against that, you have to repay it back. So there is a difference between these two. So ये होची आपनकर capital account and current account. तो ये current account रे कौन होची देखो, includes trade in goods and services. Capital account deals with the foreign investment flow and foreign exchange reserve managed by the RBI. Clear? So answer एटी कौन होबो? Answer होची आपनकर A. Clear? Next, what does devaluation of a currency imply? What does devaluation of a currency imply? Devaluation and depreciation. With the concept hochi, what is devaluation, out hochi depreciation. Depreciation means the value of currency is weakening against the foreign currency. That is depreciation. And this concept is valid with respect to flexible exchange rate system. This concept is valid with respect to flexible exchange rate system. What is flexible exchange rate system? Exchange rate means domestic currency is exchanged against the foreign currencies. For example, rupee is exchanged in terms of dollar. That is exchange rate. When we say flexible exchange rate, that means this exchange is made or decided by the exchange rate is determined by the market forces, that is the demand and supply of these two currencies. So in that case, we call it weakening of domestic currency. That means depreciation of the domestic currency. ଏବେ ଦେଖିବେ ଯେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଡଲାର 75, 80, 81, 82, 83 rupee ही चलतेला. This is known as what? Depreciation. Okay. But what is devaluation? The same weakening of domestic currency against the foreign currency, but not in the flexible exchange rate, rather under the fixed exchange rate. What is this fixed exchange rate? The exchange rate between the rupee and dollar is determined not by the market forces, rather by the government. Government decide kar. For example, China decides what would be the Chinese currency against the foreign currency, or what would be that exchange rate between the Chinese currency and the dollar. foreign currency. Clear? US the economy, that is the flexible exchange rate. So in case of flexible exchange rate, this is depreciation. In the fixed exchange rate, that is known as the devaluation, but mechanism baki huchi same. Clear? So it answer kon hobo? C. Governmental action reducing the value of currency in fixed exchange rate. Okay. Reduction of value of domestic currency by market forces, ये जो अपन करो depreciation. Increase in value of domestic currency in fixed exchange rate, devaluation opposite, revaluation. That means domestic currency is not weakening, rather strengthening. Appreciation जो टाइम में कुछ flexible रे, revaluation कुछ fixed रे. Okay. So see it here answer. Next देखियो. Next question. Consider the following statements regarding FDI. FDI, foreign direct investment. First statement देखो, FDI involves direct control and ownership in enterprises. FDI is recorded under the capital account of balance of payment. FDI is more volatile than FPI. Okay. FDI and FPI भितर the difference आपण देखिए. FDI कौन? Investment in the physical asset. Foreign investment is the physical asset. That is FDI. Foreign investment is the financial asset. Okay, that is FPI. So there is a difference between the FDI and FPI. Okay, I'm ready. FDI देखिए. FDI involves direct control and ownership in enterprises. FDI ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ physical assets ରେ invest କରୁଛେ, that means suppose you are acquiring a new company or establish a new company, obviously ସେଠି direct control and ownership of the enterprises or companies will be applicable. You can control that. FDI is recorded under the capital account of balance of payment. If you see balance of payment, just we discussed a few minutes ago, balance of payment रे कौन थला? Current account and capital account. And FDI and FPI, both types of foreign investment, they're calculated under the capital account. So this statement is absolutely correct. FDI is more volatile than the FPI. The statement is wrong. Rather, reverse is the correct. FPI is more volatile because this is investment in the stock market. Any such fluctuation in the economy, they would start withdrawing investment from the economy and they would invest in other countries, or they will look for other countries' profitability or more stable economy. Okay? तेणु से immediately कौन करेंगे? withdraw करने वे. Clear? तेणु से FPI is more volatile than the FDI. So answer would be A, 1 and 2. Next, current account deficit. Current account deficit. The term current account deficit refers to, when we say current account deficit, हमें balance of payment नहीं देखते ले. Current account रे कौन थला? Export and imports of goods, services and remittances. So when we say current account deficit, that means import is greater than the export. Import is greater than the export. Okay, so that is current account deficit, you can say. So एटी कौन होगा देखिए? Excess of imports and goods and services over the exports. Excess of capital inflow over the capital outflow. एटी capital account surplus आपण कोई पर investment अधिक आसुची आम country. Excess of government expenditure over revenue, ये applicable नुहे ये concept रे. Excess of FDI over the external borrowing, again capital surplus करना आम country को अधिक capital आसुची. But as per this, answer is आपण को C. Okay. Next देखिए. With reference to minimum support price, consider the following. It is announced by the Ministry of Agriculture. MSP is applicable only to food grains. MSP is recommended by the CACP. Answer कौन होगा कौन? It is announced by the Ministry of Agriculture. No, not Ministry of Agriculture. This is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs. It is announced by the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, headed by the Prime Minister. headed by the Prime Minister. MSP is applicable only to food grains? Absolutely no. In fact, the tribal products देखियो जो tribal minor forest resources अच्छे जो माने tribal माने ताको use करूचते बिकिबा पाई, या they are selling those products in the market, and that product also we generally I mean the कौन करूचे MSP announce करोजे. It's not only the food grains. Okay. जेमती कोपरा रे भी हम MSP दोचे. कोपरा टा कौन? What is copra? The hard shell of the coconut. Okay, सेटा the consumption होन ना. ए food grains नो ना सेटा. MSP is recommended by the CACP. CACP, Commission for Agricultural Cost Pricing. It recommends to this CCEA, Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, and CCEA announces, and that is the final. Okay, so answer would be 3 only. Next, minimum support price kono jani thibe apuno? Minimum support price at which farmer sells his product to the product in the market, you can say. I mean, price cannot be below the MSP. It cannot be, or market price cannot be below the MSP. It can be above the MSP, but not the below the MSP. Okay. Next, देखियो. What is the purpose of ENAM, National Agricultural Market Initiative? ENAM, Electronic National Agricultural Market. Electronic National Agricultural Market, one nation, one market. One nation, one market. That means a farmer in Kerala can sell his product to the trader in UP. Okay. And a farmer in UP can sell his product to the trader in Kerala. So this is what the National Agricultural Market is all about. Unified national market for agricultural product or agricultural commodities. Unified national market for agricultural commodities. So this simply shows the use of technology in the agricultural market. Match the following infrastructure initiative with that sector. Infrastructure initiative. Bharatmala, Sagarmala, Udan, PM Gati Shakti. Udan scheme, regional air connectivity. PM Gati Shakti, integrated infra planning. Sagarmala port, coastal infra, and A is roads and highways. So answer is A. Okay. A1, B2, C3, D4. Next. The index of industrial production is published by. What is the essence of this, or what exactly index of industrial production does, or what does it reflect? It reflects the performance of the, or performance from the producer point of view, or the production or the manufacturing unit, you can say. Manufacturing units or industries. Industries, okay. Index of industrial production. Then who publishes index of industrial production? It is the National Statistical Office. National Statistical Office who publishes the index of industrial production. Okay. So again, Paripurna batch mu apun koithili. Prelims and mains ro foundation batch 5 use karibe code JN live to maximum discount कारण live classes आपन को रोची जो माने target करूचंदी December रे आपन को notice आसीबो एवं next July रे exam हबो वर्तमान July रो July 1 year रे complete preparation चाहुचंदी सेमाने परिपूर्ण batch रे join करि परिबे मन रखतिबे code use करिबा पई JN live to get the maximum discount. Okay. सेमती हमर आरंभ 4.0 होची ये होची परिपूर्ण होची इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी बैच एवं सॉरी आरंभ होची आपनकर सॉरी परिपूर्ण होची इंग्लिश एंड ओडिया बैच आरंभ होची इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी बैच. ओके. नाउ कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट अबाउट द सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स. SDG, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स. फर्स्ट देखिए there are 17 SDGs adopted by UN member states India's progress on SDGs is monitored by the Niti Aayog. The deadline for achieving SDG is 2040. Obviously, this is 2030. And Niti Aayog has been given this responsibility to monitor the progress of the SDGs in India. And SDG is 17 goals. It has been set within this 2015 to 2030 who achieve kariwa paye. So answer would be 1 and 2A only. What is green GDP? What is green GDP? Green GDP, GDP that includes, or GDP or green GDP says adjustment of GDP degradation or economic degradation, you can say, by the environmental pollution. Okay, by the environmental pollution or environmental degradation. So GDP adjusted for the environmental degradation. That means when we calculate GDP, we consider price of goods and services produced in the economy. We must deduct the amount of degradation or reduction of environment due to this economic activities. That is known as the green GDP. Clear? So answer is C. Match the types of unemployment and their description. Match the types of unemployment and their restriction. Structural, seasonal, disguised, frictional. Disguised unemployment कोड देखिବାକୁ मिले हमको. Disguised unemployment agriculture. Agriculture sector रे disguised unemployment यानी कि surplus amount of labor force has been appointed than the required amount in the agricultural sector. That is known as the disguised unemployment. In case of disguised unemployment, marginal productivity is zero or marginal productivity of labor is zero. What is the meaning of that? The mane hochi, suppose gote land re 10 laborers are required to produce 1 quintal of rice. Upon city, to increase the productivity, you increased the labor force, that is 12. So these are add kale, and you found still 1 quintal of rice has been produced from the land. That means add kale, what is their contribution? What is their productivity? Zero. Right? That means surplus amount of labor force they are working in that field. If you withdraw them, there would not be any change in terms of the productivity or the production, quantity of production. So that is the reason marginal productivity, yani additional labor force productivity is zero. That is marginal productivity is zero. So C equals to 3 or C is 3. Seasonal means seasonal due to seasonal nature of jobs. Agriculture again, that is 2. Structural means skills mismatch. Okay, you could not acquainted with the new set of skills or ideas. Through you left that job. So unemployment was there. So structural is skill mismatch. Again, frictional short-term transition between job. When someone switches job from one company to another, so in between that, if that person is unemployed, that is known as the frictional unemployment. So answer is what? A. A1, B2, C3, D4. Okay. Which of the following schemes is not directly related to skill development? Not directly related to skill development. Pradhan Mantri Kausal Vikas Yojana, directly related to skill development. Antodaya Yojana, under that also we have kept skill development. Mudra Yojana and Skill India Mission. Mudra Yojana means what? Loan. MSME mananku loan dava. So that does not include skill. Okay. So answer is C. Next. With reference to Union Budget 24-25, assume recent context of consider the following. Capital expenditure was allocated more than 10 lakh crore. The fiscal deficit target was projected below 6%. Tax slab were significantly revised in the old regime. Answer कौन कौन होगा? देखो तो ये बजट विषय पचड़ची 24-25 रो kind of a little bit of I mean ये current oriented type of question. तो यूनियन बजेट 24-25 रे कोन हितला से कुछ कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर वाज एलोकेटेड more than 10 lakh crore. The fiscal deficit target was projected below 6%, and the tax slabs were significantly revised in the old regime. So it was not significantly revised. So answer is 1 and 2. Okay, तो ये current type रो टिके question budget रे कोन proposal आस्तला से type रो. Next देखिबा. Okay, Odisha related आसला. Consider the following statement regarding the Kalinga War. It took place during the reign of Asoka in 3rd century BCE. The war is believed to have occurred near the present day Daya River in Odisha. The aftermath of the war led Asoka to renounce violence and embrace Buddhism. Answer kon bokondu. 3rd century BCE Kalinga War 261 thila to sitmai 3rd century 261 BCE re hitila. The war is believed to have occurred near the present Daya River in Odisha. Daya River, जोटा आपनकर धौली पाखरे अछि Daya River. Aftermath of the war led Asoka to renounce violence and embrace Buddhism. So he converted himself from Chandasok to Dharmasok. Okay. See, he started adopting this non-violence as the method of his governance. So answer is आपनकर D 1, 2 and 3. D 1, 2 and 3. Consider the following statement about the Chilika Lake. It is the largest coastal lagoon in India. It has been designated as the Ramsar site, and it is a source of Suvarnarekha River. Chilika Lake. Coastal lagoon in India, largest coastal lagoon, absolutely correct. It is in the districts of Puri, Khorda and Ganjam. Designated as the Ramsar site for its, conservation of wetlands under the Ramsar Convention. It was earlier under the Montreux record for the siltation, and later on it was withdrawn as well because successful conservation was there. It is a source of the Suvarnarekha River. Suvarnarekha River is extreme north, जो आपनकर Odisha and West Bengal को border share करूची. So this statement is incorrect. Okay. So answer would be what? 1 and 2. Okay. इठी महानदी river हमको देखियो को मिलेगो. Next देखियो. Consider the following statement. Odisha Legislative Assembly is unicameral body. The governor of Odisha is appointed by the chief minister. The Odisha State Election Commission conducts panchayat election. कौन होगा आंसर कौन? Unicameral. Governor of Odisha obviously appointed by the president. Yeah, governor of any such state is appointed by the president. Odisha State Election Commission or the State Election Commission has been given the responsibility to conduct panchayat elections. That is absolutely correct. So answer would be 1 and 3 P. Okay. Easy question. Moving to the next. Odissi is one of the 8 classical dance form of India. Odissi is one of the 8 classical dance form of India. Gotipo is traditionally performed by young girls. Chhau dance of Mayurbhanj has martial element. Okay. So Odissi is one of the 8 classical dance. That is absolutely correct. Gotipo is traditionally performed by young girls. Not young girls, rather young boys with the age group of 10 to 12 years. They are dressed as the women or girls and then they perform. So, say summary statement was incorrect. Chhau dance of Mayurbhanj has martial element or martial act form boli jako kuaje. Okay. So, answer is 1 and 3 C only. 2 statement is incorrect or second statement is incorrect. Consider the following statement regarding Odisha's economy. Odisha is among the top producer of bauxite in India. The Kalia scheme aims to provide financial aid to large landowners. Odisha contributes significantly to India's mineral export. Okay, mineral export. That is absolutely correct. First statement is also correct. Kalia scheme aims to provide financial aid to landowners. कालिया स्कीम तो नाही सेटा सीएम किसान ही जाइची एक तो सेटा गोटे जिंस although when the Kalia scheme was actually introduced it was targeting marginal and small farmers and then they came to that every farmer will get that benefit. Okay, every farmer will get that benefit. So in a way statement ही टिके controversial, so I am simply question को skip करूँ. Okay, consider the following statement about the tribal communities in Odisha. Tribal communities in Odisha. First, the Bonda tribe belongs to PVTZ. The Kondh are known for their shifting cultivation practices. Odisha has the highest tribal population percentage in India. Please answer. Odisha has the highest tribal population percentage in India. Okay, first statement, Bonda tribe belongs to PVTZ, particular vulnerable tribal group. And in Odisha, if you see, 13 PVTZs are there and 62 tribes are there. The Kondh are known for their shifting cultivation practices, that is subsistence agricultural practices, shifting, that is slash and burn cultivation or podu chasa. Odisha has the highest, not the highest, rather it's the third highest. Odisha has the third highest tribal population in India. So answer would be 1 and 2, A. Next, consider the following statement. Odisha State Disaster Management Authority. Odisha State Disaster Management Authority was established after the 1999 super cyclone. The state follows a zero casualty approach in managing cyclone. Odisha does not experience droughts due to high annual rainfall. Answer kona ho? Drought is something is very related to what? Related to, it's not about the quantity of rainfall. It's all about the timing of rainfall, right? About the concept jani thibe, monsoon break or the break in the monsoon. If the break in the monsoon, the duration is higher, then there could be a possibility of drought. Drought or something very related to what I call the timing of the rainfall, and the timing is crucial with respect to or as far as agricultural perspective or agricultural cultivation point of view. So drought to obviously amo state re achi emti nahi nahi. Baki Odisha State Disaster Management Authority was formed after the 1999 cyclone and zero casualty approach managing the cyclone. That is absolutely correct. Okay. Next देखिए. Okay, next होचे Arambha Batch 4.0. Use code J in live to get the maximum discount. Monsoon dhamaka sale सरुचि 30 तारीख रे. Consider the following statement about the Odisha Livelihood Mission. It is a state version of the National Rural Livelihood Mission. It aims to promote SSGs among women in the rural areas. It is implemented by the Department of Revenue and Disaster Management. Answer, please. Odisha Livelihood Mission. It is implemented by Department of Panchayati Raj. It is implemented by Department of Panchayati Raj. Okay, not Revenue and Disaster Management. So, Panchayati Raj and drinking water facilities. So, third statement is incorrect. Answer is A, 1 and 2. Odisha Livelihood Mission. Consider the following statement about the Utkala Sammilani. Utkala Sammilani. It played a pivotal role in the formation of Odisha on the linguistic lines. Gopabandhu Das was the founding president. The conference aimed to unite Odia speaking region under one administration. Okay. So answer korandu kon habo? Gopabandhu Das was its founding president. It was Madhusudan Das. It was Madhusudan Das was the founding president of Utkala Sammilani. Why? When these leaders found the negligence of Indian National Congress towards Odisha issues, or these leaders were neglected with respect to give Odia as a language, Odia as a special language. So they decided we will have our own issue through our own organization or institution. That's why they formed Utkala Sammilani. Okay, Utkala Sammilani setପାଇଁ ସେମାନେ form କରିଥିଲେ. So answer would be what? 1 and 3. 1 and 3. Next, consider the following statement about the Paika Rebellion 1817. Paika Rebellion 1817. It took place during the rule of Marathas in Odisha. Bakshi Jagabandhu was a key leader of the rebellion. The British officially recognized it as the First War of Independence. Answer kanabu. First War of Independence. Paika Rebellion during the British era, not the Maratha era. So incorrect. You can eliminate this. 2 only and 2 and 3 only. Bakshi Jagabandhu was a key leader of the rebellion under the Paika and recognized as the First War of Independence. Obviously not. So answer is A, 2 only. In fact, present time government also tried to examine whether it would be considered as the First War of Independence. So again, it was not given the status. Rather, 1857 revolt was given the status. Okay. Next, देखिए, who founded the Utkala Sammilani in 1903? Madhusudan Das, as I have already told you, to raise the concern of Odia people, to unite the Odia speaking tract, and to give Odia is a special language status, they formed Utkala Sammilani in 1909 because they felt the negligence from leaders from the Indian National Congress. Okay. Match the following. List 1, list 2. Eastern Ganga, Kalinga, Gajapati, Bhumyakaras, Konark Sun Temple, Asoka invasion, Kataka's capital, Buddhist patronage. The first one, Eastern Ganga, they established Konark Sun Temple. Kalinga, Asoka's invasion. Gajapati, Kataka's the capital. Bhumyakaras, Buddhist patronage. Okay. So answer would be A. Next answer karantu. Easy question. Obviously, answer 1936, easy question. Second, which of the following are correctly matched? Which of the following are correctly matched? Kharabal, Hathigumpa inscription, Utkala Union Conference 1903, जोटा कि उत्कल सम्मेलनी थिला, Prajamandal movement post independence, obviously no, it was before independence, almost around late 1920s and 30s this Prajamandal movement was started, or known as the People's Movement. So answer is apan karo A, 1 and 2. Okay. Next, which river flows the longest in the Odisha mainland? Which river flows the longest in Odisha mainland? The Odisha mainland re flow ko apan dekhibe, it was Brahmani. Odisha longest jodi apan flow ko dekhibe, it was Brahmani. Brahmani is flowing in Odisha around 541 km. Okay. Next, match of the following dekhiba. Chilika, Barkis Water Lagoon, Hirakud Dam, Mahanadi, Indravati Hydropower Project, Ansuba Freshwater Lake, and is also under the Ramsar site. Ansuba, Katak. So answer is A. Next, Chilika is Asia's largest Barkis Water Lagoon. Eastern Ghat in Odisha are older than the Himalayas. Subarnarekha River originates in Odisha. Answer kona bukon. Subarnarekha is originated, jota ki border between the Bengal and Odisha. The origin is in jota ki achi kona apan karo Jharkhand. Okay, so it is incorrect. Eastern Ghat in Odisha are older than Himalayas. Himalayas use youth stage re achi semanangaro. Youth stage re achi, and Eastern Ghat is what we call more matured, जोथि पई आपण देखिबे erosion भी सेठी देखिबा को मिलुची, erosion. Okay, and obviously Chilika is the Asia's largest Barkis water lagoon. So answer is 1 and 2. Next, The cyclone prone district Ganjam lies along the which coast? Andhra coast, Utkala coast, Konkona coast, and Coromandel coast, obviously Utkala coast. Next, which article of constitution deals with the formation of states like Odisha? Formation of states like Odisha. Alter the boundary or merge or separate ये सबू आपनकर आर्टिकल 3 रे अछि. ओके, पार्लियामेंटर जुरिस्डिक्शन रे आसुछि. Clear? Which of the following is not a major soil type found in Odisha? Red and laterite देखिबा को मिले, black भी मिले, alluvial भी मिले, desert मिले नाही. So answer is D. Next देखिबा लोकायुक्त, ओडिशा लोकायुक्त. लोकायुक्त को काम कोन? एंटी करप्शन बॉडी. पंचायत राज 3 tier which is practiced in Odisha. 5T initiative, government transformation, CM dashboard, real time scheme monitoring. So answer is आपनकर A. ओके, परिपूर्ण बैच विषय में आपन कहि दिए. ये होची इंग्लिश एंड ओडिया बैच मन रखतेबे. फाउंडेशन बैच टार्गेटिंग 25-26 ईयर ऑफ एग्जाम जोटा आपनकर होबा को जाउची आगु को. तो जदि आपन चाहू जने जॉइन करबा पई जेएन लाइव कोड रे यूज करि परिबे टू गेट द मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट. 30 होची आपन लास्ट डेट. लाइव क्लासेस रहिबो. मेंटरशिप सपोर्ट, ऑल टाइप्स ऑफ नोट्स प्रोवाइड करे जिवो, रेगुलर टेस्ट एक्सेट्रा. बट गोटे जिनस आपन कहि रखे 23 प्लस टेस्ट सीरीज आपन को फ्री मिलिबो. इंग्लिश ओडिया क्लासेस भी आपन को रहिबो. प्लस जदि आपन एटा को जॉइन करला पर फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट रे प्रीलिम्स क्लियर करूचंदी, द होल मनी विल बी रिफंडेड. जहाँ भी आपन पे करथिबे आपन को फेरी दिया जिवो. तो ये गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी आपन एको ये करंतु, ग्रैब करंतु. इटा होची इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी बैच आरंभ 4.0 प्रीलिम्स मेंस इंटरव्यू. यूज कोड जेन लाइव टू गेट दिस मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट. एठी भी सेमती अछि लाइव क्लासेस आपनकर वीकली करंट अफेयर्स, मेंटरशिप सपोर्ट्स एंड सब किछि अछि. 12 प्लस टेस्ट सीरीज एठी आपन को फ्री मिलुची. प्लस सेम आपन को रिफंड मिलि जिवो जदि आपन फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट क्लियर करिवे. ओके, तो ये होची आपनकर आरंभ 4.0. 30th होची लास्ट डेट. पीडीएफ फाइ आपण मो टेलीग्राम जॉइन कर परिबे. फेसबुक एंड इंस्टा मध्ये आपण फॉलो करि परिबे एंड यू कैन आल्सो आस्क योर क्वेरीज एंड डाउट्स. बी देयर. द सेशन सरू नाही, सेशन कंटिन्यू होबो. सो नेक्स्ट फैकल्टी हमर कनेक्ट करूचंदी. बी देयर विद इन 1 minute they are connecting. Okay, be there. Connect koruchadi. Next faculty ma'am is connecting, so be there. She will continue. And जो मैंने भी आपनकर प्रिपरेशन करबा को चाहउछथि फाउंडेशन कोर्स रे, let them know कि we have this आरंभ बैच as well as the परिपूर्ण बैच. सेवन को इन्फॉर्म करंतु. एंड डिस्काउंट बर्तन चली सेल, कारण सेल सरला पर जो प्राइस अच्छी अराउंड 13,000 14,000 सेवन को पे करबा को पड़िबा नेसेसरली. सो जस्ट लेट देम नो कि बैचेस अच्छी हमरो. सो सेशन को टिके लाइक भी कर दियंतु, बिकॉज लाइक भी कर दियंतु. इफ यू रियली लाइक, एक्चुअली लाइक करंतु सेशन को एंड प्लीज शेयर, because as per our promise, every Saturday Sunday you will have marathon session till your prelims exam. That's our responsibility to make you prepare. Okay, please be there. Ma'am is connecting. Okay, thank you. So, ma'am is connecting. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. How are you all? How are you all guys? How was the session? How was the last session guys? Great. Good afternoon Sasmita. Good afternoon all. Good afternoon everyone. Jai Jagannath to all guys. Preparation hopefully ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଭଲ ଚାଲିଥିବ. Preparation ପାଇଁ ବିଲକୁଲ ବି worried ହେବେନି. ଆମେ ସବୁବେଳେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସହିତ ଅଛୁ. ଯେକୌଣସି step ରେ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କୌଣସି ବି help ଦରକାର ହେଲା 24/7 ଆପଣମାନେ ଆମ ସହିତ କନେକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବେ ବଟ୍ ତାକୁ କନେକ୍ଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କୌଣସି ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଜଏନ୍ କରିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ ଗାଇସ୍ ଲୁକ୍ ଅଲରେଡି ସାର୍ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ କହିଥିବେ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ର କିଛି ଡେସ୍କ୍ରିପସନ୍ ଯୋଉଟାକି ମୁଁ ଓନ୍ଲି ଆରଏମ୍ ବିଷୟରେ କହିଦେଉଛି ଏବେ ଫର୍ ନାଓ ଗାଇସ୍ ସି ଆରଏମ୍ 4.0 like 4.0 or 4.0 whatever you can say guys ଏଇଟା ଆମର ହିନ୍ଦୀ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଇଂଲିଶ ମିଡିୟମ ପିଲାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ରହୁଛି नो मैटर आपण माने भी जॉइन करि परिबे एठी अलगा एजुकेटर्स माने भी तांकर क्लास आपण माने प्रोवाइडेड पाई परिबे विथ दैट हमर टॉप एजुकेटर्स जेंति कि हमर ओसीएस बैच रे ओडिसा रो जे कोनसी परिपूर्ण बैच हैला अलगा जे कोनसी बैच हैला गाइस आसुची सेथरे भी आपण माने क्लास करि परिबे एंड गाइड यार किछि खासियत अछि जेंति कि आपण माने को जानचंदी परिपूर्ण बैच रे भी सेम फीचर्स अछि जोथरे कि आपण माने जदी फ्री क्लियर करूचंती देन आपण मानकु होल मनी रिफंड आसी जिवो विथ द फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट ओके session ended off by the way okay so next let's first start guys biotechnology रो किछि क्वेश्चन गाइस तमनको पे आनी छी ओफ तमनको आजिरा क्लास किछि इंटरेस्टिंग लागिबो गुड आफ्टरनून डॉक्टर वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून तो स्टार्ट करिबा काई डिले करिया क्वेश्चन आंसर राउंड गाइस स्टार्ट करिबा बायोटेक्नोलॉजी रो ही क्वेश्चन आंसर तमनको पे नेकी आछि होप तमनको भल लागिबो ओके तो यस उपेंद्र thank you guys the first question of today's class is biotechnology is best defined as biotechnology को आमी define करूछे जदि is best described as the options are in front of you use of living systems to make products study of genetics only artificial selection or breeding of plants Afreen you are here very good all are here guys good what will be the right answer हे भगवान भगवान को कहीं मन पकेला कौन हैला जगन ऑल ओके किछि हेइची या फिर ऑल ओके जगन ऑल ओके तो एबे एबे तमे मंदिर रु बाहर के आसी जो होपफुली माउसी घर को जाउचो तो सब भलो ही थिबो राइट राइट आंसर गाइस इन द कमेंट सेक्शन right answer give me the right answer in the comment section guys just a minute there is a technical glitch सेशन एंड हेनी जगन सेशन एबे कंटिन्यूअसली चलिबो मोर 2:30 जाय सेशन अछि देन 2:30 परे पुनी तमरो 1.5 an hour क्लास रहिबो शिक्षक सांकर सो सेशन एबे एंड होनी सेशन जटाधारी सांगटू स्टार्ट हेची देन मु मिड रे अछि देन शिक्षक सर या परे आसीबे guys just give a minute Guys, please make me sure audio and video is clear na. Audio video clear achi guys. मैम क्लास कोठी हेची को क्लास सबू टीचर माने तांकर ओन स्टूडियो रु गाइस क्लास नउचंती तो पर्टिकुलरली गोटे स्टूडियो रु क्लास होउनी तो तुम माने एटा बुझी परियोनी बियॉन्ड योर इमेजिनेशन ओके अच्छा ग्लिच पाई एंड सो कला नाउ आई एम लाइव गाइस मेक मी क्लियर दैट ऑडियो एंड वीडियो आर क्लियर और नॉट ऑल क्लियर तो डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन आंसर फ्लो को जिबा once I have started then guys I must interrupt karibani okay all clear tha doctor ma'am UPSC and OPSC both combined batch achi ki ma'am UPSC and OPSC ra combined batch nahi kon karibo syllabus to same hi hoji na doctor if the syllabus is the same then tal tame kahi ki like syllabus the same achi na रियल इंस्पिरेशन तमे मते देखि कि इंस्पायर होनी क्वेश्चन को देखि कि इंस्पायर हो बिकॉज़ एटा एग्जाम रे आसीबो मैम तो एग्जाम सेंटर को जिबेनी राइट ओके सो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आंसर मते दे देछ आउ थरे दियो गाइस जगन स्वाई जगन एबे क्लियर अछि तो तमे एबे क्लियरली देखि परछो वीडियो तो और हैविंग एनी इशू देन टेल मी दैट ओके फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आंसर दियो बायोटेक्नोलॉजी इज बेस्ट डिफाइंड एज guys the right answer will be guys एतिकी चिटचाट करो एबे क्वेश्चन ऊपर को आसो that is use of living systems to make products like we can say एतिकी आंसर दिया biotechnology involves manipulating the living organisms like bacteria hela fungi hela plants hela to develop the products useful for the humans that is the biotechnology guys study of जेनेटिक्स रे हमें कौन देखुचे जेनेटिक्स इज द पार्ट ऑफ बायोटेक बायोटेक्नोलॉजी रो हमें कहिबा जेनेटिक्स इज अ पार्ट आर्टिफिशियल सिलेक्शन इज द ट्रेडिशनल ब्रीडिंग आर्टिफिशियल सिलेक्शन मेथड रे गाइस हमर कोन ट्रेडिशनली से टाइप रो ब्रीडिंग होउथिला सो से ब्रीडिंग मेथड को हमें आर्टिफिशियल सिलेक्शन कहउचे जोटा कि ट्रेडिशनली फॉलो होउथिला ब्रीडिंग ऑफ प्लांट्स दैट इज आल्सो सेम जोटा कि हमर एग्रीकल्चर रे यूज होउची बेसी सो इज a part of agri-tech or agri-technology. Clear? Next देखिबा. Next answer दिया. Which of the following is a product of recombinant DNA technology? Which of the following is a product of recombinant DNA technology? The options are in front of you. That is insulin, aspirin, paracetamol or ethanol. What will be the right answer, guys? मुदुली मैम यूपीएससी मेन एग्जाम लिखिबार अछि ओपीएससी बोथ है मुदुली एंड क्लास रे ए सेशन एंड रे कमेंट सेक्शन रे मोर टेलीग्राम रो चैनल एई गोटे स्टूडेंट त मानको पिन कर देबे तो से टेलीग्राम चैनल रे जॉइन हे जाओ डू कांटेक्ट विथ मी डायरेक्टली बिकॉज़ कमेंट सेक्शन रे तमे रैंडमली किछि कहू छ देन मु पिलां को आंसर को भी चेक करिवे ना ओके ठीक है हमें विषय रे परे कथा हैला Okay, so which of the following is a product of recombinant DNA technology? What will be the right answer? Very good, guys. That is insulin. That is what? Insulin. Insulin, that is the recombinant DNA technology, allows the scientist. Yes, very good. Allows the scientist to insert human insulin gene into the bacteria like. First, हमारा insulin जते बेले deficient है human body रे. हमरो फर्स्ट ई कोली और एस्चेरिचिया कोली ताकू नै कि इंसुलिन ता बॉडी रु आनी कि ताकू रीग्रोथ करी कि ह्यूमन बॉडी रे थ्रू इंजेक्ट करायला तो स्टार्टिंग हेतिला कोटू ना इंसुलिन रु ओके व्हिच द हम कहि परिबा प्रोड्यूस करूथिला कोन एस्चेरिचिया कोली इंसुलिन को तो एस्चेरिचिया कोली और ई कोली रो हमें सेल रु नै कि इंसुलिन को प्रोड्यूस करि पारुथिले सेटा को लेटर हमर कोन ह्यूमन बॉडी रे इंजेक्ट कराउथिला जोटा कि लार्ज क्वांटिटीज रे धीरे धीरे दरकार हैला सो एते एस्चेरिचिया कोली डेवलप करबा हम पई बहुत मुश्किल हे गला तापरे बहुत सारा जेनेटिकली इंजीनियर्ड लाइक हमर बायोटेक्नोलॉजी जोटा कि जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड प्लांट्स सब यूज हैला तापरे हमर इंसुलिन बहुत भलो से यूज होची बट गाइस फर्स्ट टाइम पे हमर जो इंसुलिन ड्रग इंजेक्ट हेतिला को ईयर रे गाइस दिस इज 1982 रे This is 1982 रे. Okay, this is 1982 guys. And aspirin कौन होची? ना aspirin होची गोटे chemically synthesized गोटे टाइप रोची गोटे केमिकल रोची जोटा कि केमिकली सिंथेसाइज्ड हे कि रुहे डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ ड्रग्स मेडिसिन्स रे हमर यूज होची. पैरासिटामोल त माने जानि छ हमर दिस मेडिक लाइक मेडिसिन यूज हुए तार गोटे केमिकल कंपोजिशन भी सेपरेटली रुहे जोटा कि हम फीवर यूज करूची. गाइस इथेनॉल इज मेड बाय फर्मेंटेशन. सो इथेनॉल को एटा को मेडिसिन सहित आपण माने यूज करिवेनी. दिस इज मेड बाय आफ्टर द फर्मेंटेशन. क्लियर. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन जीबा. तो जीन क्लोनिंग सहित यार किछि रिलेशन नाही. जीन क्लोनिंग कोठी हेतिला? एस्चेरिचिया कोली रे हेतिला इंसुलिन. केबे फास्ट यूज हेतिला? 1982 रे. बस एति के मन रखिबो. डीएनए टेक्नोलॉजी दैट मींस द जीन क्लोनिंग जोटा कि हमरा इंसुलिन रे हेतिला फर्स्ट बाय द हेल्प ऑफ ई कोली. नेक्स्ट गाइस, the term biotechnology was coined by. Tell me, the term biotechnology was coined by. Guys, next question को आस्तो हमें next को लेनी. The term biotechnology was coined by Louis Pasteur, Carl Iricky, Alexander Fleming, or Watson and Crick. What will be the right answer? Biotechnology. Very good. He is the Iricky. Iricky केमिति मन रखिबा गाइस? बायोटेक्नोलॉजी सहित इरिकी को रिलेट करिवो. ओके, केमिति ऐड कर दो. बायोटेक्नोलॉजी लास्ट रे कोन अछि? y अछि. इरिकी रो लास्ट रे y अछि. रिलेट कर दबो इजीली. गाइस, लुइस पास्टर इज नोन फॉर द वैक्सीनेशन. कोथि पय? वैक्सीनेशन एंड फर्मेंटेशन बाय. फॉर वैक्सीनेशन एंड फर्मेंटेशन. Alexander Fleming, guys, Fleming को बहुत भलो भाबरे जानछो कोथि पय? ना पेनिसिलिन फर्स्ट हमरो डिस्कवर करिथिले. किए? पेनिसिलिन. Watson and Crick से हमरो कोन? Discover the DNA structure. First discovered the DNA structure. Not DNA, DNA रा structure. मन रहइबो. Guys, year भी important 1953 रे करिथिले. This is also important in the year 1953 रे. Okay, next question jiba. Very good guys. Double helical structure of DNA has developed by the Watson and Crick. Next question for you. The primary tool of modern biotechnology is. This is very important for the pre-question. Exam ro pre-prospective ro guys, this is too important. Tell me, what would be the right answer? The primary tool of modern biotechnology is microscope, PCR, electron beam, or radiation. What will be the right answer? What will be the right answer, guys? Tell me. Very good. Guys, that is PCR. What is PCR, guys? That is polymerase chain reaction. PCR stands for the polymerase chain reaction, guys. Is a method जोथरे के हम यूज करूछे to amplify the DNA sequence. And guys, it allows the scientist to make millions of DNA copies in a short time used in a diagnostic. So diagnostic time रे बहुत ही short हमें duration भितरे millions of DNA रा कॉपी करिकि से माने कोन प्रूफ करि पाउचंती with the help of PCR, the polymerase chain reaction. Guys, what is the microscope? जानिछ ऑलरेडी. हमें ताको कोथ पे यूज करछे फॉर द ऑब्जर्वेशन. ताको बोथ हमारा बायोटेक्नोलॉजी भी यूज होची. डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ माइक्रोस्कोप्स आर बीइंग बिल्ट फॉर द रिसर्च ऑफ द बायोटेक्नोलॉजी. इन द हेल्प ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉन बीम काइंड हमें कोन कहि परिबा? इलेक्ट्रॉन बीम ने हमें कोन करि पाउछे? दिस इज आर फॉर इमेजिंग. लाइक इन इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप रे हमरो इलेक्ट्रॉन बीम, इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप रो ये गोटे पार्ट ता भीतर एटा कोन इनबिल्ट हे कि थाए. For imaging process. Uthipai darkar hochi. The purpose is for the imaging. Guys, radiation, you all know. the radiation is used for the mutation breeding. लिखि परिबो mutation breeding. Okay, not with the modern biotechnology as सहित किछि relation नहीं. Clear? Next जिबा. मैम क्लास टाइम केतेटा रे? गाइस सब संडे हमर मैराथन रहउची. नो मैटर टीचर मानकर टिके वेरी हेई पारे. फर्स्ट सर नो डाटाधारी सर नोचंती मु नोची मझी रे शिवशंकर सर नोचंती लाइक एंड रे आइदर ए सीक्वेंस रे चलिबो और आमे तीन जण ही आपण मानकर कंप्लीट करिवु मैराथन हैला. नेक्स्ट जिबा. यस Satish, so updated, huh? COVID time katha. Okay, golden rice is genetically engineered to produce. Guys, first golden rice हमारा कोथि पाई produce करा गला. किछि गोटा vitamin deficiency हुए सेति पाई हमें कोन ना किछि fortified जिंस तयारी करे या फिर fortified या फिर added vitamins हमें कोन जोटा usually हमें माने intake करूचे ता फिरे fortified करे. जेमिति कि iodine रो deficiency हैला सेति पाई हमें कोन कले ना लूण रे iodine added कले कारण प्रति साधारण वर्गर लोक मैंने हमर कोन सॉल्ट खाउचंती तो हमें जदी लूण रे ही लाइक आयोडीन एडेड करबा ताले समस्त पाखु कोन कि आयोडीन डेफिशिएंसी हेबानी जो गॉइटर डिजीज आगुरु होउतिला गाल पाखरे बेको पाखरे सब फुली कि रहउतिला तो से डिजीज को रक्षा करिवा पे हमर कोन फर्स्ट की फोर्टिफाइड लाइक आयोडीन हैला विथ द सॉल्ट एंड द सेम वे गाइस गोल्डन राइस सहित किछ विटामिन फोर्टिफाइड हेछि. सो क्वेश्चन इज दैट मते टेल मी राइट आंसर. Vitamin A, iron, protein, or the folic acid. What will be the right answer? Yeah, very good. That is vitamin A. That is vitamin A, guys. The golden rice has genes inserted from maize and the bacterium that produce beta carotene. Right? That produce beta carotene. Here guys, जो विटामिन ए डेफिशिएंसी होतला तो लोक मान पाखु फोर्टिफाइड गोल्डन राइस पहुंचा जाउची. गाइस आयरन हमें एनरिच जदी करबा आयरन एनरिचमेंट पई कोन करछे ना डिफरेंट जोटा कि गोल्डन राइस तो एडेड नुवा बट आयरन सप्लीमेंट्स किछि मिलुची आयरन टैबलेट्स भी मिलुची जेम देखना प्रेग्नेंट लेडीज माने जते बेले हॉस्पिटल को विजिट करूसन से मान को मस्ट दोचंदी आयरन टैबलेट इनटेक करिया पे बिकॉज़ छुआ बरके से आयरन डेफिशिएंसी रा इफेक्ट न पड़. इन द सेम वे गाइस प्रोटीन भी डिफरेंट टाइप रो रहउची हमरा लाइक डाली रे बहुत संख्या रे प्रोटीन सो फोर्टिफाइड बेसिकली हेची हमरा गोल्डन राइस हेची जेमति कहली हमरा मिल्क रे भी हेची विटामिन ए हेची डी हेची सी हेची सो फोर्टिफाइड जिंस हमरा मिलची. ओके नेक्स्ट द बीटी कॉटन कंटेन्स जीन्स फ्रॉम टेल मी. सतीश मेसेज कौन कर डिलीट करूछ पढ़िया पूर्वरु. या so the BT cotton contains genes from guys next question को आसा. BT cotton contains genes from Bacillus subtilis or the Bacillus thuringiensis or the Rhizobium or the E. coli or the Escherichia. Guys, BT, the B or T stands for the Bacillus thuringiensis. This is a kind of what bacteria. So commonly guys, एते scientifical name को daily basis रे pronunciation करिवा is not that easy. सेथि लागि ताको short form रे BT cotton बोली कहै जाउछ. Okay, is that clear guys? Very good. Next देखिबा guys एटा मने रखो the Bacillus subtilis is used in probiotics. एटा गोटे word हमरा यूज होय कोथरे probiotics. बाकी रेस्ट मैंने जानछो राइजोबियम सॉरी हमरा राइजोबियम कोथि यूज हुए ना नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन रे राइजोबियम रो अधिक हेल्प थाए ताको नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन सहित ऐड करि दबो. गाइस ई कोली हमरा जनरली जते सब लैब स्टडीज होची सेथिरे हेल्प करूची हमरा ई कोली. ओके जेमति कि इंसुलिन रे हेल्प करथिला तो लैब स्टडीज रे हमरे ई कोली कि नोची तो सस्ता सुंदर मजबूत द अफोर्डेबल वन. नेक्स्ट देखो which of the following old name sabu bacillus which of the following is a genetically modified crop, that is IS64 rice or flavor saver tomato or Norin 10 wheat or red banana? What will be the right answer? Which of the following is a genetically modified crop? Guys, do comment. Yes, very good. 7 is the B. Jagan, कौन कहुच? 3 A नहीं B. ना ना A नहीं B. IS64 rice नहीं, flavor saver tomato. That is the first, आमे कहि परिबा first नहीं but genetically modified crop. The first ही जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड क्रॉप रे फर्स्ट टमाटो को ही निया जाइथिला जेतेबेले कि टमाटो रे आगरु टिके मीठा अंश आसुतिला सो मीठाटा को काटिबा पई फर्स्ट जीन एडिटिंग टूल यूज होतिला जेटा कि जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड हेतिला हमर फ्लेवर सेवर टमाटो रे ओके दैट इज द फर्स्ट जीएम फूड क्रॉप आमे कहि परिबा फर्स्ट 1994 रे यूएसए रे गाइस हेतिला 1994 रे यूएसए रे हेतिला okay experiment and gene editing heithila guys IR64 is a high yield ame variety of rice kahi pariba and Norin 10 is a kind of wheat and red banana is a banana jota ki natural occurring banana okay ethire kichi genetically modified heini so and ei jo Norin 10 wheat guys this is a dwarf wheat jota ki use heithila green revolution time re ei dwarf wheat ro ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन ड्यूरिंग आमर एटा कोन यूज हेतिला बहुत संख्या रे यूज करा ओके मैम दिस वाज द ट्रिकी वन मैम ओपीएससी पई बेस्ट सोर्स कोन फॉर साइंस सब्जेक्ट बेस्ट सोर्स इज ऑलवेज अवेलेबल इन यूट्यूब तो आज का डेट रे जो माने आमठू 10 इयर्स या फिर 5 इयर्स तो बहुत कम गोस 10 इयर्स पूर्व जो माने प्रिपरेशन करूथिले यूट्यूब रे किछि सोर्सेस नथिला एबे यूट्यूब रे आपण मानको फ्री ऑफ सोर्सेस रे बहुत सारा मिलिबो एंड प्रॉपर गाइडेंस पई आपण माने जे कोनोसी बैच रे जॉइन करि जांत कारण सोर्स आपण को मिल जिवो बट जो मेंटरशिप जो गाइडेंस आपण को दरकार प्रॉपर्ली कोठू को टाइम रो फर्स्ट सिलेबस कोडा कवर अप करिया को पड़िबो का सहित काहा को लाइक टैली करिके पढिला आपण मानको इजीली एक्सेसिबल हेबे ए सब जिंस पे आपण मानको बैच परचेज करिया को पड़े नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन गाइस या 65 to 68 very good Jagan biofertilizers are based on chemical nitrogen compounds organic manure living microorganisms mineral nutrients so tell me biofertilizers are based on guys bio that means obviously living hi kahichi so biofertilizers are always based on the living microorganisms okay so biofertilizers are preparations ame kahi pariba containing the live microbes like rhizobium kahithili rhizobium hela azotobacteria hela likhi dia rhizobium these are the example of living microorganisms okay the chemical nitrogen compounds guys era amara synthetic fertilizers pa use hue jemti ki urea तैयारी करिया पे हमर कोन यूज केमिकल नाइट्रोजन कंपाउंड्स यूज ओके नेक्स्ट देखिबा ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर तो जानि छ जे कोनसी ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट हम तैयारी करिया पे जिसपे किछि यूज हुएनी सारो यूज हुएनी केमिकल्स यूज हुएनी दैट इज द ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर इज डिकम्पोज्ड बाय द प्लांट्स और द एनिमल वेस्ट डायरेक्टली किछि यूज हुएनी सेथे ओके थ्रू द any kind of bacteria next देखिबा transgenic plants are those which कल्पना बारिक थैंक यू सर सर अछंती पाखरे कोठी को transgenic plants are those which produce more chlorophyll are produced by somatic hybridization or contains genes from other species or do not contain any foreign genes what will be the right answer Susmita, very good. Dakhtar, give me the right answer, guys. Yeah, very good, Afreen. Transgenic plants are those which always what? Which always contains genes from other species. ଯେତେବେଳେ genes ଆମେ other species ରୁ contain କରୁଛେ, suppose this is so much transparent when we are borrowing something from our friend, that is so transparent to other friends. That means ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ କାହାଠୁ କିଛି gene ବି transfer କରୁଛେ, suppose contains genes from other species, that should be transparent. So transparent ରୁ relate କରିବ transgenic word ଟା. Okay, so transgenic plants related to the contains genes from other species. Okay. So a transgenic plants are what? Is a transgenic plants? Yes. कौन सब लिखुଛ? मैम ओडिया मीडियम नोट्स मिलिबो कि? Guys, ओडिया मीडियम मीन्स कौन? तमानकु मु एबे कहूची इंग्लिश रे तो क्वेश्चन आसीबो ना. एबे कहूची तो ओडिया मिक्स करिकि ही तो कहूची ना, तमाने जेमति बुझी परिबो जेतो हमर रीजनल लैंग्वेज रे क्लास होची. ओडिया रे ही तो होची और नोट्स ता पूरा ओडिया लेटर रे लिखा हिथिबो. You want that? 3. Okay, so what is transgenic plants, guys? Now has one or more genes inserted from a different species using the recombinant DNA technique. That means आमे जेतेबेले जेकोनसी गोटे जीन अदर स्पेसीज रो आमे कोन बरो करूछे या फिर कैरी फॉरवर्ड करूछे with the help of DNA recombinant techniques, then that is known as the transgenic plants. Okay. And guys, without a foreign, I mean, do not contains any foreign genes, guys. Without having a foreign genes, a plant is not a transgenic. So it amara right option habani. Okay. And somatic hybridization is also required or produced by somatic hybridization. So guys, somatic hybridization involves in cell diffusion amara involve haba. ଆମର ଏଇଟା ରଙ୍ଗ आंसर हबो, राइट आंसर गोटे हबो, एटा तो हबनी ताकू अगेंस्ट रे जाउची. एंड गाइस हमर जो सेल फ्यूजन हुए, तो सेल फ्यूजन हुए हाइब्रिडाइजेशन टाइम रे, से टाइम रे हमर सोमैटिक हाइब्रिडाइजेशन दरकार हुए इन द केस ऑफ सेल फ्यूजन. जते बेले दीटा सेल मिसी के गोटे सेल हुअंती, फादर सेल एंड द मदर सेल, द एक्स एंड वाई और द एक्स एक्स जते बेले मर्ज हे की गोटे लाइक हमर कोन बेबी रो फर्टिलाइजेशन पे हुए, से टाइम रे हमें कौन कहूचे सेल फ्यूजन. ओके, द नेक्स्ट गाइस, टेल मी द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. मैम आई आस्क फॉर मेन स्पेसिफिक डिपेंड करिवो ना तमे कोन सब्जेक्ट नउछ, ऑप्शनल सब्जेक्ट तमरो कोन रहिची ता रिगार्डिंग तमानकु तमे जो टीचर को क्लास प्रोवाइड हबो लाइक ऑप्शनल सब्जेक्ट पई, तो सेथिरे से तुमको गाइड करिवे. इफ he is comfortable to give you the Odia medium notes, then that's okay. Next question, guys. Which crop is not approved for GM cultivation in India? Guys, किछि किछि crop अछि जोडा कि हमर genetically modified हेबा पई इंडिया रे अप्रूवल पाई नाही पर्यंत. तो ता भीतर कोटा गाइस बिट्टी कटन तो ऑलरेडी हेइसी, मस्टर्ड भी हेइसी, गोल्डन राइस भी हेइसी. सो ऑड वन आउट कर कोटा हबो. Ma'am, would you please explain somatic hybridization? Debasis Bharati Panda. Guys, golden rice amara epajanto heini. India has approved only BT cotton for commercial cultivation. Although research on amara golden rice, like genetically modified rice, is ongoing. Like golden rice epajanto heini. So हमें BT cotton को choose like golden rice को हमें odd one out करी परिबा. Okay, is not approved yet. नेक्स्ट देखिबा first recombinant human insulin was produced by first recombinant human insulin was produced by କହିଥିଲି वो मत right answer first recombinant human insulin ଆମର एस्चेरिचिया कोली द्वारा हेतिला but guys वो institute through एटा हेतिला tell me the right answer right answer guys अरे देबाशिष भारती पंडा एबे क्लास रे तुमको सोमैटिक हाइब्रिडाइजेशन बुझेबी सीरियसली आमे गोटे फ्लो रे चलचे ना बायोटेक्नोलॉजी रो गाइस फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो जते बेले हमें सोमैटिक देखुचे सोमैटिक सेल या फिर सोमैटिक हाइब्रिडाइजेशन सेतिर हमर होची ना गोटे प्रोटोप्लास्ट थाए तो प्रोटोप्लास्ट जते फ्यूजन हुए तार बायोटेक्नोलॉजी यूजिंग हुए तो प्रोटोप्लास्ट रे गाइस कोन हुए ना गोटे हमें हाइब्रिड प्लांट्स यूज करूचे कोन यूज करूचे ना हाइब्रिड प्लांट्स यूज करूचे ताको डिस्क्राइब करबा लागि सपोज फॉर एन एग्जांपल गाइस व्हाट अ मिनट सेल फ्यूजन टाइम रे गाइस हमर केमिति होची गाइस जस्ट अ मिनिट फॉर द क्वेश्चन भारती पंडा गाइस फर्स्ट थिंग तामे देखुचे जे कोनसे गोटे सेल वॉल देखुचे ता भीतर कोन एटा सपोज गोटे प्लांट सेल हम एग्जांपल लेनुचे दैट इज अ प्लांट सेल देन गोटे प्रोटोप्लास्ट हमर रहउची दिस इज सपोज द प्रोटोप्लास्ट ओके जोटा कि कंटेन करूचे हमर कोन द प्लाज्मा लेमा तो ए दीटा मिसी की गाइस सेल्युलोज रो प्रेजेंट रे गाइस ए दीटा मिसबो जते बेले फादर सेल एंड मदर सेल आसीबो दीटा जाको पेरेंट सपोज ये गोटे पेरेंट रो सेल आसीला देन ये पेरेंट लाइक सपोज फीमेल एंड दिस इज मेल वन देन गाइस ए माने मिसी की जते बेले अगेन गोटे ए टाइप रो सेल बनाती ता भीतर कोन तार जहा कंटेंट थिबो सपोज ता भीतर आबा को न्यूक्लियस थिबो वैक्यूल थिबो ए सब पुनी कैरी फॉरवर्ड है कि तो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट सेल को आसीबो से माने जते बेले डिफरेंट फॉर्म रे गाइस सेल फ्यूजन हबो दिस इज द स्टेप वेयर द सेल फ्यूजन ऑकर्स तो सेल फ्यूजन परे गाइस अगेन आसीबो तो न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन स्टेज उतरे कि एकदम ए डिफरेंस जोडा हमको देखा जाउछ ना टिके दबी के अछि सेटा गोटे सेल ले कन्वर्ट हेसिबो ओके आफ्टर दैट गाइस ए जो भीतर हमर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ सेल्युलोज रहिला ओव्यूल रहिला ए सब हमर कोन मिसी जाई कि सॉरी वैक्यूल रहिला सेल्युलोज रहिला गाइस ए सब मिसी जाई कि गोटे रे कन्वर्ट हेसिबो ताको हमें कोन कहउचे ना प्रोटोप्लास्ट कल्चर और सोमैटिक हाइब्रिडाइजेशन दिस इज कॉल्ड एज द प्रोटोप्लास्ट कल्चर और गाइस वी कैन से दैट सोमैटिक हाइब्रिडाइजेशन बेसिकली जते बेले दीटा पेरेंट सेल एकाठी हेबे प्रोसीड्यूर हमें कहउचे ताको सोमैटिक हाइब्रिडाइजेशन is that okay for you Dr. Bharati sorry not Dr. Bharati Panda guys आउ टिके डिटेल ले जानिबार अछि त हमें टिके परे ता विषय रे जानिबा हैला कौन करछो त माने एत्ते सारा डिस्टरबेंस करूछो देबाशिष भारती पंडा you got it next question also the first recombinant yes by Eli Lilly okay केबे 1982 रे हेतिला 1982 रे गाइस the first insulin हेतिला that is first insulin जेते बेले बाहरला इक्वली रो गाइस ताकू कहै जाउतला हुमुलिन हुमुलिन ओके बाकी सब जानचो पी फीजर गाइस एक मेडिसिन कंपनी बहुत सारा ड्रग्स बाहर करे बट या सहित इंसुलिन सहित डायरेक्ट रिलेशन नाही डीआरडीओ हमर कोन डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी पय हमर सब तयारी करे आईसीएमआर गाइस डज रिसर्च बट ड्रग या फिर मेडिसिन रिलेटेड प्रोडक्शन किछि करे नेक्स्ट देखिबा थैंक यू देवाशिष थैंक यू गाइस नेक्स्ट द डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग इज यूज्ड इन tell me the DNA fingerprinting is used in agriculture only, criminal investigations, manufacturing of drugs or soil testing. What will be the right answer? Please repeat, explain, man. दफ्तर कोटा रिपीट करिया को पुणी कहलान तमे. DNA fingerprinting is used in, obviously that is for the criminal investigations. Okay, for the criminal investigations. Next देखिबा एटा किछि दरकार नै, more in explanation I think. Next, what is CRISPR-Cas9? Guys, tell me, what is CRISPR-Cas9? बहुत सारा questions repeat होउची, like repeat in the sense guys previous year questions आसी सारी छी, अलगा OPSC level ला किछ examination होउची सेतरे भी टाइप रो question आसी. So no matter guys तमन को सब टाइप रो questions को फेस करिया को पड़िबो. कोटा इजी भाबी कि ताको ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट है कि लूज करिवनी या फिर अंडर कॉन्फिडेंट है कि ताको पढिबनी जेंति कि माइंड में से फ्लक्चुएट करिवो. ओके, या टेल मी व्हाट इज CRISPR-Cas9? That is a bacterial enzyme system for gene editing. Okay, ताको हमें कौन कहूची? This is a gene editing tool. This is a CRISPR-Cas9. This is revolutionary gene editing tool derived from a bacterial immune system. Okay, it acts like a हमें ताको कौन कहूची? Biological ना, molecular seizure. Guys, it acts as a molecular seizure. Molecular seizure. And guys कौन हुए? Suppose गोटे सेल रे किछि डिफेक्टिव अछि and सेम हमर गोटे वर्जन को कट करिवार थाए guys, ताको हमें कोन थ्रू दिस CRISPR-Cas9 टेक्निक हमें ताको कट करे. and guys कट कला परे पुनी हमको ग्लू रिक्वायरमेंट हुए, ताको पुनी चिपके पई. सपोज जीन एडिटिंग कला परे कट कला परे पुनी ए पर्सन को ए पर्सन चिपकिबो केमिति? हमें तो पेपर कट करूचे पुनी गम देकी ताको चिपकोचे भी. गाइस एथि पे हमको लाइगेज दरकार. Ligase used as a gum. Okay, ligase used as a gum. So next देखिबा, not a type of vaccine. So these all options are no need of any explanation. Next guys, gene therapy aims to. Gene therapy aims to. Tell me, remove cancer cell, alter defective genes in humans, produce antibodies or generate stem cells. Guys, cancer cell removal is a different process. Produce antibodies, guys, this is also producing the antibodies is not under the gene therapy. That is also different. Generate the stem cells, guys, stem cells generate is also different thing. But gene therapy, that means हमें gene edit करूचे, either gene को हमें cut करूचे या फिर silence करूचे. Gene silencing or gene editing, that is alter the defective genes in humans. जेमिति कि आपण माने चाहिबे जदी जीन एडिटिंग मल्टी जीन एडिटिंग थ्रू रे आपण माने आपनकर अपकमिंग चाइल्ड को डिजाइन करि परिबे. डिजाइनर बेबीज कोडी ना सुनिथिबे, आपण माने चाहिले आपनकर बेबी रो ब्लू आईज करि परिबे, कर्ली हेयर्स करि परिबे, हेयर रो कलर भी चेंज करि परिबे, हाइट भी बढ़ाई परिबे. सो दिस ऑल आर बीइंग पॉसिबल. ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन देखिबा. Which of the following is a stem cell based therapy use? Which of the following is a stem cell based therapy use? Bone marrow transplant, organ transplant, artificial insemination or genetic sequence? Tell me. Guys, stem cell based therapy. Guys, leukemia disease rate हमको help करे. That is the bone marrow transplant. Guys, right answer will be bone marrow transplant. So bone marrow transplant को हमें कहि परिबा is the oldest form of stem cell therapy. It replaces the damaged blood forming cell. क्या को replace करे? Replace the damaged blood forming cell. For example, कहा को नहीं परिबो ना ल्यूकेमिया. For example, leukemia को नहीं परिबो, right? Stem cells है here regenerate the entire blood system. देखि दिबा ल्यूकेमिया डिजीज रे पेशेंट मानु को जाई कि बार बार ताकर ब्लड एक्सचेंज करांदी. right? And organ transplant कलते पूरा complete organ टा आउ थरे change हुए पूरे different donor को आने की तर complete organ को पूरा exchange करा जाए exchange तो हुए नहीं पूरा donate करिया को पड़े operation हुए that is a complete method. Okay, artificial insemination guys, AI is about the fertility. Artificial insemination तले आसिला हमें fertility आड़ू को जिबा. Okay, ता सहित हमें cell based therapy को किछि include करिबानी. The genetic sequencing guys in the same way is for our genome editing ପାଇଁ. Okay, not for any gene therapy or cell therapy. Clear? Next, which Indian institute is the nodal agency for biotechnology? Tell me, nodal agency for biotechnology कोटा हबो? Guys, CSIR, that is works on broader science. Obviously, this is science ପାଇଁ ହିଁ. ICMR, guys, at a medical research ପାଇଁ. This is for science research. And guys, DST is generally our science ପାଇଁ. DST is also science funding. Okay. But guys, what will be the right answer? Not DBT. DBT stands for Department of Biotechnology. This is Department Biotechnology. Okay. And DBT under the Ministry of Science and Technology, that is the apex body in India for forming biotech research or policies or any kind of funding in areas like the biotechnologies or the genomics hela, the agriculture hela, different type of biopharma hela, ये सब research पे हमको किए DBT fund करे. Clear guys? Very good. The next question. National Biopharma Mission was launched to. Tell me guys, the National Biopharma Mission was launched to. Biopharma, तार नारू ही तमने जानी पड़तो. Biopharma Mission कोथि ପାଇଁ launch ହେଇथिबो? Promote organic farming. Farming सहित यार कौन relation अछि? किछि अछि? नाही. Export the biotech products. Guys, biotech products को export करिबा लागि हमको गोटे फार्मा तयारी करिबा कोन दरकार? जे कोनोसी गोटे इंडस्ट्री तयारी करिबा सेतु हम एक्सपोर्ट करि परिबा. Increase the pharma exports only guys, या सहित किछि यार relation नाही. But strengthen the vaccine development, that can be related. Okay, so what will be the right answer? Strengthen the vaccines development. जोटा कि launch ହେଇଥିଲା केबे? 2017 रे launch ହେଇଥିଲା. 2017 रे launch ହେଇଥିଲା. Okay, is the mission aims to accelerate India's biopharma sector, especially for the vaccines, for the biosimilars or the diagnosis ପାଇଁ हमको booster देवा ପାଇଁ हमको strengthen करिबा लागि इंडिया को national biopharma mission launch ହେଇଥିଲା 2017 रे, reducing the dependency on the imports ऊपर हमर dependency न होई कि निजे निजे rebuild करिबा लागि recreate करिबा लागि जिंस उडा को हमर biopharma mission, national biopharma mission launch ହେଇଥିଲା 2017 रे. Okay, next question देखिबा. Next, the Genome India project is associated with. Guys, Genome India project कहा सहित associate अछि? DNA fingerprinting सहित, large scale genome sequencing सहित, human cloning सहित, या फिर bio warfare सहित, या फिर bio warfare सहित. Tell me what will be the right answer? Give me a minute, just give me a minute. Sorry for the interruption, guys. Yeah. So Genome India project is associated with. Genome India project, guys, is associated with The large scale genome sequencing is the large scale genome sequencing. Okay, केबे लॉन्च हेतिला ना 2020 रे लॉन्च हेतिला इंडिया रे 2020 रे लॉन्च हेतिला. The Genome India project aims to what? Map the genetic variations across the India. India रे populations को नेकी. That will help in the professionalize the medicine and the disease prediction. And what? Disease prediction. Clear guys? DNA fingerprinting is a forensic. ताको हमें forensic सहित relate करिबा, not the population wide तार किसी relation नाही. Human cloning guys is also unethical. Human cloning ए पर्यंत इंडिया रे हमारा ban अछि. That is unethical. Bio warfare guys, that is not related to the biotechnology. ताको छाड़ी दियो. Next, the GEAC stand for. Tell me what would be the right answer. GEAC stand for. GEAC stand for Genetically Engineered Agriculture Committee, Genetically Editing Advisory Council, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, Genetic Evaluation and Approval Commission. What will be the right answer? Na B तो हबनी ढाबा मारनी बिल्कुल ढाबा मारनी गाइस एग्जाम रे बुरे तरीके से फंसोगे यार. देबाशिष भारती, no dhaba. That is the Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee is the GEAC. Under the MOP, EFCC is under authority state approves the GMO or the genetically modified organisms for environmental release in India like Viticotton hela, GM mustard hela. जोटा कि ensure करिबो the biosafety and the regulation. ओके जोटा कि हम मार्केट को हमें जहां भी आसुची सपोज बीटी कटन आसिला या फिर आगु को गोल्डन राइस भी आसीबो तो एई सब जिंस को मार्केट रे तार रिसर्च करिवो लोक मान को ऊपर केति के तार इंपैक्ट पडुची लाइक मार्केट रो स्ट्रेटजी प्लान ए सब करिवो कि ना जीएससी दैट इज द जेनेटिकली इंजीनियरिंग अप्रेजल कमिटी. ओके वेरी गुड. द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन गाइस फॉर यू. सी the Virac functions under. Guys, the Virac pacharichi. That will functions under which institution? The DVT already to manu kahithili, that is biotechnology and ame kon kahi pariba industry research, that is the DVT. So kaha under re rahiba Virac? Ha DVT under re guys rahiba. Promotes the public private biotech startups को like promote karibo India re. It funds innovations in health, agriculture, diagnostics and more. ए सब ऊपर किए ना हमर डीवीटी ही काम करिवो. ओके सीएसआई कहितली हमर साइंस ऊपर, दिस इज फॉर मेडिसिन ऊपर एंड गाइस the MO is for the environment, E for the environment. So environment research करके proper strategy plan करिवो, that is the MOI FCC. Clear? Not biotech funding related तार functions under है guys MOI FCC आसीबो. Okay, next question देखिबा. राइट देबाशिष राइट. मारो मारो सब मारो एठी मारी जाओ अभ्यास थाउ एग्जाम रे भी एमती गोल बुले दबो 1 2 3 करी कर दबो नहले जय जगन्नाथ करी की जोटा आसिला मार चलियो. स्टेटमेंट बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आनिबा ओ नेक्स्ट क्लास रे आनिबा हैला को द कोविड-19 मैसेंजर आरएनए वैक्सीन्स आर बेस्ड गाइस एटा बहुत ही लाइक या ऊपर कौन हितिला भाइरल हेतिला न्यूज या ऊपर भी तमने जानि थिबो. कोविड-19 messenger RNA vaccines are based on the COVID-19 messenger RNA vaccines are based on recombinant proteins, whole virus, nucleic acid or messenger RNA technology or viral sector. That is obviously messenger RNA ही तो mention अछि ना, that means the nucleic acid technology. The messenger RNA vaccines like कौन use होतला एथिरे guys, the Pfizer company use करथला Biotech and the Moderna को use करिकी use the messenger RNA that instruct the human cells to produce a viral protein like the कौन ताको spike protein को आसे गोटे viral protein को से is known as the spike protein ताको body रे से cell भितरे create करो. Okay, which triggers the immune system. The immune response को लेके से triggers करिबो and it is also safe, that is fast and doesn't use like a virus. Okay guys, namaste namaste. Next देखिबा recombinant proteins guys, এটা আমরা traditional method use होतिला, traditional vaccines रे recombinant protein use हुए. Whole virus guys, that is also covaxin रे use हेतिला. ये जो whole virus guys हमर कोन covaxin रे use हेतिला related to the covaxin. The viral sector that is are used in vaccines like Covishield. Viral sector कोथरे हेतिला ना Covishield रे. Whole virus covaxin रे. Nucleic acid जो messenger RNA guys हमर to the होई परिबा COVID-19 messenger RNA vaccine are based on the nucleic acid technology, that is different one. Okay, जोटा कि यूज करि परिबो Pfizer को कंपनी द्वारा हेथिला ना Pfizer. Okay, very good. The next one, which Indian company developed the COVID-19 DNA vaccine? RNA vaccine gala DNA asila, that is the messenger RNA one. This one is the DNA, that is the GlycoD. Guys, COVID-19 पळेछि, that doesn't mean कि ता ऊपर question आसीबन, तार weightage एबे भी काफी अछि. तो को which Indian company developed the COVID-19 DNA vaccine GlycoD? Bharat Biotech, Zydus Cadila, or Serum Institute, or the Panacea Biotech? Zykov through Zydus, that is the Zydus Cadila. ढाबा माने गोटे ट्रिक थाए ना, सेटा भी तुम माने धरि परनो. हां, क्वेश्चन में जाइकोव अछि तो जाइकोव रो जाइडस एटलीस्ट टिके तो रिलेट करो. ढाबा मारे रे गोटे सेंस रख तुम माने. हां, ओके. So Jacob D is the world's first DNA plasmid based vaccine. World's first DNA plasmid based vaccine. Clear? Is that clear? The Serum Institute guys, आपण माने जानि चंदी, the Bharat Biotech ताको हमें कोन Serum Institute Covishield बाहर करथिला. Covishield is by the Serum Institute. Okay, the Bharat Biotech बाहर करथिला कोन Covaxin. एटा तो एग्जाम रे मस्ट पकोछि. The Panacea Biotech guys हमर कोन बाहर करथिला ना other vaccine ऊपर बाहर करथिला, but कोविड से तार किछि रिलेशन नै. Okay, next देखिबा. Next question for you. The world's first genetically edited babies. The world's first genetically edited babies using CRISPR were claimed by a scientist team. जोटा कि इंडिया रे हमर बैन अछि, सो इंडिया रे तमे ताकू ऑड वन आउटिंग कर दियो. जोटा कि इंडिया रे पंता अलाउ नाही, बट जदी कहल तमन को डिजाइनर बेबीज गाइस जोटा कि जेनेटिकली हमें एडिट करि पारिबा. So first genetically edited babies using the CRISPR-Cas9 technologies. तो क्लेम करिथिले को साइंटिस्ट, को कंट्री रो साइंटिस्ट, चाइना, यूएसए और यूके. ए सबु उटपटंग हरकत किए करे जानि थी बताओ, चाइना छडाउ के करी ही बेनी. तो दिस इज चाइना. ओके, केते हेइतला गाइस, ईयर इंपोर्टेंट 2018 रे फर्स्ट क्रिस्पर टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करी के डिजाइनर बेबीज और हमें कहि परिबा एडिटेड बेबीज क्रिएट करा जायतिला. ओके, जो थरे के ओटे ट्विन गर्ल्स गाइस, ट्विन गर्ल्स करिथिले. ओके, एंड एटा एचआईवी रेजिस्टेंट करथिले, लाइक मदर को एचआईवी पॉजिटिव से थिले एंड तांगर ट्विनिंग बेबी को एडिट जीन एडिट करी के समान को एचआईवी लाइक तार कोन रेजिस्टेंट प्रूफ करथिले एटा मन रखिबा ओके नेक्स्ट देखिबा यस 2018 रे एचआईवी अगेंस्ट रे नेक्स्ट Indian Biological Data Center or the IBDC is located in. Tell me, this is important one. कोठी अछि पुणे, हैदराबाद, फरीदाबाद और बेंगलुरु. राधे राधे श्रिया, राधे राधे. What would be the right answer? Indian Biological Data Center or the IBDC is located in. Tell me the right answer in the comment section, guys. To participate, एते पिला present अछि participate करो. Muduli Dakhtar, you are my best teacher, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You are my sorry. You are also my best student, Dakhtar. Thank you. Okay, tell me the right answer. Indian Biological Data Center or the IBDC is located in. Yes, the right answer is Faridabad. That is Faridabad. Okay. केबे हेतिला ना 2022 रे लोकेट हेतिला माने एस्टैब्लिश्ड हेतिला ओके द yesterday year is the 2022 at Faridabad and it is India's first national respiratory for हमें कौन कहि परिबा storing biological data generated through the genomics and the bioinformations or the bioinformatics okay the first center is the Faridabad center that is the IBDC मन रहिबा पुणे guys famous for कोथि पय कहला that is the national chemical lab पुणे रे हमर कोन प्रेजेंट अछि the national chemical lab biotechnology related ही मन रखियो बाकी पुणे बहुत पे फेमस but national chemical lab is present in पुणे मन रहिबा हैदराबाद तो माने जेमति जानिचो CCMB हमर प्रेजेंट अछि हैदराबाद is for the CCMB CCMB रा फुल फॉर्म मते कहला कमेंट सेक्शन में दियो Bangalore is known for the biotech industry. Next question. Afreen, 50 questions are there because 2 hours of time, already 1 hour left. Remaining 1 hour is there. Okay. So, next question. In front of you, which Indian startup developed an indigenous CRISPR diagnostic test? Tell me the right answer. Which Indian startup developed an indigenous CRISPR diagnostic test? The Genex India, Tata MD, the Minvax or the Celloc? Which Indian startup developed an indigenous CRISPR diagnostic test? That is very good. No, not A nahi. समस्ते कौन A आंसर दूचा? सब ऑप्शन तो मैं देखिए A, B, C, D अरे वाह एमिदी ही दे चलो A, B, C, D पूरा भरी दियो जोटा हेले तो गोटे हेइथिबो ना राइट आंसर ऑप्शन रे अछि माने गोटे राइट आंसर थिबो Tata MD guys that is a check in India's first CRISPR based COVID-19 test Tata MD check करिथिला okay it was developed in the partnership with the CRISPR IGIB and used the Feluda technology who technology थिला guys that is the Feluda technology clear Minvax guys amara thermostable vaccine सहित relate करिवो relate to the thermostable vaccine okay and Celloc guys this is an international आमे कहि परिबा CRISPR brand जोटा कि इंडिया पई हमरो फर्स्ट इनिशिएटिव के नेथिला ना टाटा एमडी with the Feluda technology को मर्ज करिके but Celloc जोटा हमर इंटरनेशनल गोटे बेस्ट CRISPR brand okay clear diversity What happened? Bharati Panda. Next, bioremediation means. Guys, bioremediation means what? Bioremediation means what? What do you mean by bioremediation? Is that chemical breakdown? Is that using organisms to clean pollutants? Is that radioactive decay? Or that is biometric scanning? What do you mean by bioremediation? Tell me the right answer. That means, guys, using organisms to clean the pollutants. That is bioremediation. Okay, that is use the microbes to different types of microbes our environment present rauchanti, or like a bacteria or fungi or the plants to degrade or absorb the pollutants from soil. I use करछे biomediation को. Okay, water ru hela, air ru hela, everything. Example ले परिबो oil spill clean off using the pseudomonas. So pseudomonas को हम use करूचे कोथि पाई? Oil spill पाई. Pseudomonas को use करूचे. Clear, guys? Chemical breakdown is not in biological process. Radioactive decay को हमें is a nuclear process सहित relate करि परिबा. Is radioactive means आसीगला त माने nuclear सहित ताको relate करिवो. Biometric scanning, guys, this is related to the personal ID. Okay, अपन मन देखिथिबे different ID office देला government office रे भी biometric scanning होची. So biometric, that means the personal thing. ताको biotechnology सहित add करिवो. Next, biofuels are. Ma'am, my name is Debasis. Bharati is my mother's name. Acha, your name is Debasis. Bharati is your mother name. I thought total name is Debasis, Bharati and Panda. It's okay. I can call you DB. That will be okay, na? DB. Okay, cool. Biofuels are produced through fossil distillation, biotechnological fermentation, petrochemical cracking, or solar energy. What will be the right answer? Doctor, very good. Doctor, हमारा जी पूरा power है, ना कि? अफरीन, कोड़े वाले? ब्रजेश, very good. ब्रजेश, अस्मिता, अच्छा. अफरीन कोड़े वाले? मतलब पहुँचा दिले कितना question अच्छी? सुनी दिले इतने question अच्छी then क्या है? अरे अफरीन अच्छा. Yes, DB. All are right. जो मैंने B option देखा, not की C. DB, C नहीं, B. Okay, biofuels are produced through the biotechnological fermentation. Like the biofuels, like the ethanol hela and biodiesel hela. केमिति produce हुंती? By the fermenting the crops using the microbes like the yeast or the algae. Fermentation crop को करिके by the help of yeast like algae. हमारा कौन हुए? Yeast और algae द्वारा fermentation हुए, then हमारा ethanol हेला या फिर biodiesel हेला, ये सब हमारा produce करा जाए. Fossil fuel, guys, fossil distillation कौन? Fossil fuel comes from the crude oil. That is the crude oil. Okay. The petrochemical cracking, that is cracking oil. Solar energy is a physical fact. Okay. Directly through the sun. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. एत्ते जल्दी जल्दी सब जॉइन करूछ देखि भारी खुशी लागुछ जाको. Okay, next, which is used for bioethanol production? Bhanu, tell me the right answer. एबे देखो यांको ना हला भानुप्रिया. सी कोन कहबे? भानु मैडम मु एक्चुअली भानु होची मो बापांको ना और प्रिया होची मो ना, तो मु मिक्स की भानुप्रिया लिखि. देबासिस, भारती, भानुप्रिया. जने डीबी, जने बीपी. Okay, cool. Which is used for bioethanol production? That is the cyanobacteria, yeast, mold, or algae. What will be the right answer? Very good. That is bioethanol production पाई आमे yeast और algae को भी use करूँचे, but most probably आमे yeast को ही जीपा. Okay. But algae, guys, bio oil पाई आमे relate करी परिबा algae को for the production of bio oil. Okay, moles are used in the antibiotics. Antibiotics सहित आमे कहा को रिलेट करिबा मोल्स को यूज करिबा. Cyanobacteria guys biohydrogen produce करे कौन biohydrogen. Biohydrogen. Okay guys mold hela right, oh sorry mold hela for the antibacteria कहिथिली. अच्छा एरो टा भूल दे देछि एटा हला antibacteria. Okay so right answer will be what? Yeast. Okay, yeast ferments the sugar from sugarcane, corn or biomass into ethanol, or it is the key organism in biofuel production. Okay, हमें सिंगल नेम रे नो भेजा बस रिया कौन कहिलो एठी आसिक बाजिला बेस्ट. So the bioplastics are made using, the options are in front of you, that is petroleum, cornstarch or bacterium or rubber or silicon. Bioplastics are made using what? That is bioplastics guys, cornstarch and the bacteria द्वारा हमर यूज हुए. Bioplastic हमर आंसर देइछो तो आंसर देना मैं कहि सलेनी. Okay दिया bioplastics guys are made from renewable sources like the cornstarch, some bacteria like the PHA, or producers can create the biodegradable plastics. So right answer will be the cornstarch. Okay, petroleum guys used for the conventional plastic. Okay, for conventional plastic. Clear guys, rubber is a natural but not used in bioplastics. Silicon is used in electronics. Silicon ame kothre use karuche electronics re. Clear. The next question, the main pollutant treated by GM microbes is, tell me the main pollutant treated by GM microbes is, what will be the right answer? Carbon dioxide, heavy metals, ozone or methane? Muduli Dakhtar, next answer diyo. The main pollutant treated by GM microbes are or is, sorry not are, is, very good, that is the heavy metals. जोटा कि certain GM or genetically modified microbes are engineered to absorb or detoxify the heavy metals like the mercury or lead. ये सब को कौन absorb करिबो water. Mercury, lead and cadmium from the wastewater or the industrial waters or industrial sites. Okay. Rubber is air purifiers. कोड सब आणुच स्टिकर गुडा. So carbon dioxide is managed by the plants or algae. ताको हम कहि परिबा जते हम plants लगाउची जते algae formation हबो सेथरा हम carbon dioxide manage हबो. Guys, ozone is handled via the atmosphere. That atmospheric regulation हम जदी किछि restriction regulation नै आसिले then हमर ozone layer depletion रो हमें रक्षा पाई परिबा. The same thing guys, methane is managed in biogas. Okay, methane through the biogas. Is that okay? Next देखिबा. Very good. Guys, the Cartagena protocol deals with, very important for the UPSC or OPSC pre-point. The Cartagena protocol. Automatically, man. हम किसरिया automatically. मन मानुथिबा जे. Cartagena protocol deals with climate change, biosafety of GMOs or the genetically modified organisms, or the air pollution, the biodiversity. What would be the right answer? What will be the right answer? Yes, the Cartagena protocol deals with the biosafety of the genetically modified organisms. Okay, So the international agreement केबे हेतिला एटा ना 2000 under the CBD तो मानु कहितली बायोटेक्नोलॉजी रिलेटेड सॉरी बायोडायवर्सिटी biotechnology ro diversity related guys, that is ensures the safe handling of living organisms in trade of the environment to prevent the ecological risk को prevent करिबा लागि ही हमर biosafety of GMOs आसिथिला. Okay, climate change guys कहा अंडर रे आसीबो ना क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल और the Paris agreement. Or the Paris Agreement. Okay, air pollution is covered by the जेकोनसी domestic laws under is like covered हेसिबो. Biodiversity is the broader convention. Okay, next question. जय जगन्नाथ guys, जय जगन्नाथ. Which crop was first to be genetically modified? होइथिली right? तथापि को देखिबा केते मन रखिछ. जीन एडिटिंग गाइस कहितली सेटा टमाटो टा सेटा को साइड करिवो एटा को फास्ट टू बी जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड सेटा जीन एडिटिंग हेतिला एटा मॉडिफाइड हेसी व्हाट विल बी द राइट आंसर. Which crop was first to be genetically modified guys? This is very important. Another one and another important question, that is tobacco, corn, cotton or rice. 1983 रे guys हेतिला, that is tobacco. That is tobacco. Very good. That is tobacco. Scientists developed the first GM plant as a tobacco resistant to antibiotics and the viruses. It was a major breakthrough in plant biotechnology. So the first plant was the genetically modified plant as tobacco. Okay, corn बहुत परे आसिला. Cotton was among the first commercial GM crops but not the first one. So rice was modified later for the trades only. Like vitamin A हमको fortified करिवा लागि rice को include करा. Next question. The agrobacterium tumpescens is used in genetic engineering because agrobacterium tumpescens is used in genetic engineering because or 80 मन रखि दियो. 80 is used in genetically engineering because it causes plant tumors or it protects plants from pest or it transfers genes to plants naturally or it is used in animal cloning. What would be the right answer? Guys, it transfers the genes to plants naturally through the agrobacterium. This is a kind of what? Bacteria. जोथरे कि ट्रांसफर हुए जीन्स टू प्लांट्स तो naturally. मन रहबा गाइस एतिकी. टबाको सॉरी कि आउ गोटे क्वेश्चन आसलेनी त माने टबाको रे ही था गोटे बे अल्कोहल आसे त ना कि त ब्रांड रिलेटेड कोन आस्ता ना सेठी पुनी त माने अटकी थांता ना कि. So the agrobacterium insert the part of its DNA or हम कहि परिबा tDNA कारण ट्रांसफर करूची त ट्रांसफर DNA को अटैक करिवो into plant cells. Scientists already use करिसंती this natural ability to deliver the desired genes into the plant genomes. Through that it amara possible हेई परिची. It causes plant tumor guys. Plant tumor कोथरे फे ना crown gall disease. That is the crown gall disease. Okay, next देखिबा. आंसर पास करूची बहुत लेट रे कारण तुम माने लेट रे आंसर दोचो. Quiz is a yeah asuchi answer asuchi, don't worry. Next question. Topic को आसा guys. Quiz is a GM animal approved for consumption. which is a genetically modified animal approved for consumption? Cloned cow, GM goat, environing, or guys GM salmon? What will be the right answer? Guys देखो काउ तो आमर गो माता तांकु आपण माने छाडी दियो गोट हेतिले तो माने निहाती जानि थांते मटन मटन एते खाउचे so guys GM like animal the first GM animal जोटा कि अप्रूव हेची हमें कंजप्शन करिवा पई खाई परिबा कोटा हबो ता भितरे इंसर्टेड ग्रोथ हार्मोन जीन गाइस इंसर्ट करा जाय जोटा कि अप्रूव्ड हेची बाय द FDA like USA रे इंडिया रे पर्यंत हेइनी इंडिया रे ओनली तमा खइची बीटी कॉटन हेची. Okay, it is the first GM animal allowed for the food that is salmon fish. Mone rahiba very good that is salmon fish. Next देखिबा guys cow तो छड़ा cloning is allowed for research not for food. Goat is used for the pharma proteins एपर्यंत ताकू like food ପାଇଁ allow हेइनी. In the same case guys हमर environing that is for pig. Okay, pig likes environing are still under the process एपर्यंत हेइनी हेले भी इंडिया रे एते चलिबनी बाकी चाइना बाइना रे चली. Okay, next which process is used for DNA separation? Tell me which process is used for DNA separation? Afrin, gel electrophoresis, or chromatography, or centrifugation, or hybridization? What will be the right answer? Which process is used for DNA separation? Very good. Very good guys. That is for the gel electrophoresis. That is the gel electrophoresis. Okay, so DNA fragments based on the size using an electric field. The electric field को gel electrophoresis रे separate करा जाए DNA fragment based on the size using an electric field. So smaller pieces move faster through the gel, whereas it is larger pieces धीरे धीरे flow करे. So it is used in the lab and the forensics. Chromatography guys कौन is used for the chemicals. Centrifugation guys separate based on the density. हमारा centrifugation में separation पे. Hybridization guys this is for gene matching. This is for gene matching. Okay. Next question देखिबा. Okay ma'am. Okay श्रेया ma'am आसंतु. Ma'am टिके confused. कोडा कहला कोडा को. श्रेया confused कोथरे अच्छा. Next question answer दियो मु श्रेयांक सहित confusion clear करूची. Confusion ही confusion है solution कुछ पता नहीं. So Priya, next question, who discovered restriction enzymes? Who discovered restriction enzymes? That is Warner Arbour, Watson and Crick, Paul Wark, or Frederick Sanger? What will be the right answer? Guys, DNA structure को Watson Crick. DNA structure Watson Crick. Paul Wark did the recombinant DNA work. Recombinant DNA. Recombinant DNA. The Frederick Sanger was developed the sequencing method. DNA sequence केमिति होउची आपको develop करथिले किए DNA sequencing guys. The Frederick Sanger. Right answer will be the Arbour, who discovered the restriction enzyme guys 1960s रे. 1960s रे करथिले restriction enzymes को Arbour discover. Okay, Arbour discovered the restriction enzymes in bacteria in the 1960s, and these enzymes got DNA specific sequence. Okay, and एटा कौन gene cloning पे बहुत ही essential. राधे राधे पिकाची राधे राधे. वाओ पिकाची आउ जने क्या सब पिकाचू. पिकाचू भी जने जॉइन हुआ. The next question, guys, in front of you. The first cloned mammal was. Guys, the first cloned mammal was Pikachu. तुम name change करके Pikachu रख दो ना. The first cloned mammal was monkey, Dolly the sheep, cow, or goat. Guys, Dolly the sheep. ना टाइम कितने heavy feel होची ना. The first cloned mammal हमारे की अच्छी. Dolly the sheep. Titan the sheep. एमिति बार मन रखियो नहीं. से sheep अलगा, ये sheep अलगा. Okay, Dolly the sheep first हमारा 1996 रही थी ना. लेकिन later on guys survival नथिला. Death हे जाइथिला after some days. But using somatic cell nuclear transfer. Guys, first somatic cell nuclear transfer ହେଇଥିଲା Dolly sheep. Nuclear transfer over the research over the Dolly the sheep. Okay, and the breakthrough proved the adult cells can be reprogrammed into an embryo. Okay, जेकोनोसी adult cell को हमें नहीं कि जदि recombinant करूचे ताहले से गोटे embryo रे convert हेई पारिबो no matter what the cell is. Okay, monkey cloning बहुत ही later आसिला like cow cloning guys ए पर्यंत like केना बहुत ही common हेई गलानी cow cloning टा हमरा. So this is very common. Goat was not the first one. So next step, biotech technique. Biotech technique was used to create identical copies. Biotech technique used to create identical copies through cloning, PCR, cell electrophoresis, or DNA sequencing. What will be the right answer? What will be the right answer? Pikachu. Pikachu. एटा कोटार आंसर दौच 38 रो सी हबनी 38 रो ए हब थ्रू द क्लोनिंग बायोटेक टेक्निक यूज टू क्रिएट आइडेंटिकल कॉपीज क्लोनिंग माने कोन आमे कहउछ ना मोबाइल क्लोन करूछ दैट मींस आमे कॉपी करूछ ओल्ड मोबाइल से त न्यू फोन को आमे कोन कॉपी करूछ क्लोन करूछ दैट मींस कॉपी ओके क्लोनिंग क्रिएट्स आइडेंटिकल जेनेटिक कॉपीज ऑफ द ऑर्गेनिजम्स ओके it is using the natural or artificial methods like natural either asexual or guys artificial methods like the SCNT okay or used for the dolly. The PCR that is amplifies the DNA. PCR amplifies the DNA. Gel electrophoresis एबे ही just कहि दिली guys ता सहित हमरा किछि रिलेशन नाही जते कि सेपरेट हुई. DNA sequencing रे हमें कौन कहउचे ता sequencing reads the DNA that is doesn't copy the identical things okay or not created anyone. Sorry ma'am cloning. It's okay Pikachu तम ना पढी कि मते खुशी लागुची I cannot explain that. Which of these is an application of biotechnology in agriculture? Which of these is an application of biotechnology in agriculture? Organic farming guys agriculture कथा आसिला माइंड रखो agriculture कथा पचारि छी biotechnology को रिलेट करिके organic farming soil tilling or pest resistant crop or crop rotation. What will be the right answer? Which of these is an application of biotechnology in agriculture? That is pest resistant crops. Like GM crops like the BT cotton produce their own pest killing proteins. से निजे निजे ही किछि प्रोटीन जनरेट करंती जोथि पई कि कोन जते बैक्टीरिया या फिर जते पैरासिटिक अटैक आसे से माने कोन ओनली डेड हे जानती. Okay, and this reduce the pesticides use improves the yield and is measure biotech application. जोथि पई कि हम मानकु एक्स्ट्रा पेस्टिसाइड्स यूज करिया को पड़ुनी. The crop rotation guys is traditional method. ताको हमें देखि देबानी. This is the traditional method. Guys, soil tilling, this is a mechanical. Soil tilling is mechanical. Organic farming, that is avoid the genetically modified technology. Clear? Next, the full form of rDNA. Guys, tell me the right answer. rDNA. Yeah, कौन है लामा? आज्ञा कौन पाई? आज्ञा कौन पाई करूଛ? Answer दियो. The full form of rDNA is reproductive DNA, reactive DNA, regenerative DNA, or recombinant DNA. Guys, the recombinant DNA will be the right answer because rDNA or the recombinant DNA we know that is used or is created by combining genes from different sources into one DNA molecule. It is used to produce the insulin or the GM or guys insulin, the genetically modified organisms or kind of vaccines, etc. Okay, next question. Next question for you. Pikachu. Next question. Which of the following is not a component of PCR? Tell me the right answer. Not a component of PCR. DNA polymerase, primers, nucleotides or DNA ligase. Guys, ligase कथा तमानु कहतली जेतेबेले हमर molecular seizure और हमें कहउछ द CRISPR Cas9 यूज है कि जीन कटिंग होउची और एडिटिंग होउची. In that case guys हमर ligase यूज हुए ताको जॉइन करिबा लागी. Okay, but PCR component कौन हबो? पतेची not a component of PCR. Guys, DNA polymerase त हमर हबो. Okay, DNA polymerase is essential for the DNA like synthesis in PCR. Or primers guys stand for the DNA copying process re primers require. Nucleotides is also provides the building blocks, so that भी हमें skip करि परिबानी. So दरकार नहीं कोटा ना DNA ligase. Okay, जोटा कि join the DNA fragments not to amplify them. Okay, the PCR requires the primers, DNA polymerase for nucleotides, and guys template DNA ligase is not important. Okay, next. Oh, not D. Mara dhaba mara. The technique used to transfer. Guys, the technique used to transfer DNA into a plant cell using gene gone is called. Guys, what is gene gone be used with? So, the technique used to transfer the DNA into plant cell using that gone is called what? Biolistic, electroporation, microinjection, or the cryopreservation. What will be the right answer? This is very tricky one and this is important one. तो मैंने बहुत संख्या रे मु जानि छि सी मारिबो. अरे वाह, तो गजब ही गला. गजब ही गला गजब. राइट आंसर दियो. नीलकंठ D. Brajesh, very good Brajesh. Smita, good. Guys, give me the right answer in the comment section. Yes, that is very good Pikachu. That is biolistics. That means the gene gum method is the biolistic. Gene gum method. Clear? That suits the microscopic particles coated with the DNA into the plant cell. Okay, wait karuchi. But guys, the process is biolistic. Okay, micro injection bhabi to maine confuse hai ki daba. But it is used in when agrobacterium method is not effective, like an monocosis. जेतेबेले हमर agrobacterium method टा effective हबनी, in that case हमें biolistic method को जिबा. The process A is the agrobacterium, next is the biolistic. Clear? Electrophoresis guys, electroporation हमर कोथरे यूज हुए ना electric pulses रे यूज हुए to open the membranes. Micro injection guys used in the animal cell by micro injection. Guys, cryopreservation, that is for the storing cells. Storing the cells. प्रिजर्वेशन वर्ड अछि माने स्टोरिंग ही आसीबो storing the cells. Okay. Next, recombinant vaccines are made by. Tell me. Doctor go na. एमती काई परमिशन मांगुछ लाइव अछि डोंट वरी जाओ. So tell me, recombinant vaccines are made by using weakened virus, using heat-killed pathogens, inserting genes of pathogens into other organisms, or using subunit proteins. Recombinant vaccines are made by. Guys, that means inserting genes of pathogens into other organisms. ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ pathogens ର genes को use करूछे insert करिबा पई ଗୋଟେ अलगा organisms देहरे, that means guys what? The recombinant vaccine. That means recombinant vaccines. Okay, for example, hepatitis B vaccine. Example ले जाओ. Hepatitis B vaccine. On रहिबा? Very good. Next देखिबा. Due time रे छाड़ देबी, don't worry. बस आउ 6टा क्वेश्चन अछि गाइस. Yes, Pikachu. Next, which of the following is an example of a somatic gene therapy application? Which of the following is an example of a somatic gene therapy application? That is cloning, that is treatment of SCID or GM crops or IVF. Guys, somatic gene therapy कथा पचारिछि. ढाबा मार दियो ढाबा मार दियो. Very good Pikachu, very good Sasmita. तमाने तो पूरा अवेल रहिबा ढाबा मारिबाने. That is treatment of SCID. मजा कोटली, all are right. Okay. Guys, SCID कौन कहूची? This is severe combined immunodeficiency. Severe combined immunodeficiency. Clear? This is somatic gene therapy. Defective genes are corrected in body cells by the SCID method. Clear guys? Skip DB, skip करनी, answer दिया. IVF already जानचो, fertility technique. GM crops guys, plant based. Okay, आगो में plant based कही परिबा. Cloning guys makes the genetic copies. So आको कौन genetic copies? Next, which genetically modified food is designed to prevent the blindness? Tell me, which genetically modified food is designed to prevent blindness? What will be the right answer? Guys, what will be the right answer? Tell me the right answer. Which genetically modified food is designed to prevent blindness? Pikachu, in vitro fertilization, IVF. Yes, that is IVF. I for in, V for vitro, F for fertilization. Okay, Pikachu. Thank you, thank you. देखुच सुप्रिया भाव तमे किंतु टिके भी मु गर्व करूची टिके भी गर्व नहीं. चलो नेक्स्ट लेखा. नेक्स्ट राइट आंसर गाइस. Which genetically modified food is designed to prevent blindness? What will be the right answer? Answer दे सारलणी की 45. Yes, D. Okay, the right answer will be yes, obviously that is golden rice. Okay, that is golden rice. that is engineered to produce कौन आमे करूचे beta कहथिल ना carotene beta carotene add होउची इतरे so which is converted to vitamin A in the body so like ultimately आमे तो खाउचे golden rice को हमारा body रे vitamin A convert हो जाउची okay flavor saver tomato guys कहथिली first gen editing हेइतिला या पर research हेइतिला flavor saver tomato पे मन अछि next देखिबा which is not a feature of tell me which is ma'am टिके एटा कहंतु प्लीज एटा कोन अछि फ्लेवर सेवर टमाटो पा कहितिल ना तमनु को फर्स्ट जीन एडिटिंग फर्स्ट टमाटो रे टिके मीठापन थिला ताको एडिटिंग करी कि थ्रू द क्रिस्पर कास 9 फर्स्ट यूज हेतिला ए फ्लेवर सेवर टमाटो रे या बुझिला or anything else you want to discuss about This is not a feature of genetically modified organisms that is enhance the resistance, presence of foreign genes, no chance in genetic material or faster growth. What will be the right answer? Foreign genes guys ame to GM कहूचे ना genetically modified organisms that means foreign genes हमर present रहिबो not पचरिस guys see not पचरिस माने there is no change in genetic material obviously जदि हमें modify करूचे तो तर genetic material ही change होबा कारण हमें gene को ही modify करूचे gene को ही edit करके new gene रे replace करूचे defective gene को हमें through the CRISPR-Cas9 as a molecular scissors ताको हमें cut down करूचे then हमें add करूचे गोटे healthy gene जोटा कि obviously change in genetic material ही होबो so out कौन होबो no change in genetic material is that okay very good The next question. The first Indian genetically modified crop to be commercially cultivated was? What would be the right answer? C for clear, ma'am. Okay. The first Indian genetically modified crop to be commercially cultivated was BT cotton, BT brinjal, GM mustard or GM wheat. What would be the right answer? The first Indian genetically modified crop to be commercially cultivated was that is obviously India रे कौन एपर्यंत approval मिली भलो से BT cotton को जोटा कि 2002 रे in the year 2002 छुआ को माने छ raise the hand Genji छुआ हाथ टेकी दियो BT cotton was India's first GM crop it expressed a gene from Bacillus thuringiensis जोटा कि हमरा VT रो फुल फॉर्म रहउची ओके दैट इज फर्स्ट तार एक्सपेरिमेंट गोटे बॉल ओम को नेकी हेतिला देन बॉल ओम गोटे सीड को खाइला से सब स्टोरी गोटे तमे क्लास जॉइन हेले तमन को डिटेल ले बुझे परबी हैला नेक्स्ट देखिबा बीटी प्रिंसिपल गाइस क्लियर अछि बट अपन तो पैन है कि अछि नेक्स्ट डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग गाइस डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग इन्वॉल्व्स एनालिसिस ऑफ जानिथिली बा तमन सब जेएमजेड छुआ बोली पूरा आहुरी बड़ा बड़ा हाथ टेकी दियो पूरा एमती आई एम नॉट ओके so DNA fingerprinting involves analysis of coding DNA introns repetitive DNA sequencing or mitochondrial DNA what would be the right answer अच्छा डिब्बी okay so 48 what will be the right answer guys two more questions then we'll end the class oh doctor very good chalo answer diyo doctor DNA fingerprinting involves analysis of coding DNA introns or repetitive DNA sequence or mitochondrial DNA what will be the right answer this is repetitive DNA sequence is the DNA fingerprinting involved okay that is short tandem repeats कौन कहूचे ना short tandem repeats in the fingerprint रे जो थे कि और variable number tandem repeats और तक कौन BNTRS भी somehow हुआ से that is BNTRS variable number tandem repeats okay coding sequence are most similar in humans guys so coding कहबानी and the introns are non coding mitochondrial DNA is used in what maternal tracing. Next, सबु दिन एही टाइम रे क्लास हुएनी, सबु संडे एही टाइम रे क्लास हुए हैला. Next, the green fluorescent protein is used as a as a trait modifier, as a reporter gene, as an enzyme, or as an antibiotic resistance gene. श्रिया दीदी जानीगला पिकाचू एंड श्रिया कौन होची तम मानकर चलीची कौन ओटे चलो. The green fluorescent protein is used as a reporter gene. Green fluorescent protein कौन reporter gene भाबरे guys use हुए जोटा कि emits the green light under the UV, that emits the green light under UV. Is that clear? ना ना मत जानिबार अछि श्रिया आ पिकाचू कौन चलछि तम जनकर. So enzyme guys हमर कोन green fluorescent protein सहित enzyme रा किछि रिलेशन नाही, not an enzyme. This is not an enzyme, this is a reporter gene. Okay, next question or last question of the class. The biophilacy refers to, guys, last question of the class. मैम श्रिया दीदी मोर बड़ भौणी. अच्छा दी भौणी मिसी क्लास करूछ. ओके, biophilacy refers to, guys, biophilacy that means what? Biophilacy refers to, guys, this is exploiting biological resources without permission. Biophilacy is the unethical, this is unethical or illegal use of indigenous knowledge or biological resources like नीम हेला टर्मेरिक हेला जोटा ट्रेडिशनली आमे यूज करूचे. नीम एंड टर्मेरिक ऊपर बहुत सारा फाइट भी हेची हमर कोन आईपीआर को नेकी द इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट को नेकी जोतरे की कॉपीराइट क्लेम हेसी जोटा कि यूएसए आगुरु क्लेम करूथिला, साउथ अफ्रीका क्लेम करूथिला. सो इंस्टेड ऑफ those countries इंडिया फाइट करिके ता अगेंस्ट सक्सेस हेची. ओके, तुलाराम माझी बहुत दिन परे आसिले आपण आ क्लास एंड हैला बेलको आपण आसिले. May I know the reason of delaying or not coming to my class? Ma'am, I respect all senior citizens. So कौन कहूँ चाहिए senior citizen कहाँ को कहया? Biodiversity conservation, guys, is the opposite of biophilacy. That can allow or that no need of any permission. Or legal seed export, guys, this is exporting seeds legally is not a piracy. Piracy, that means the word piracy man, guys, asigala mane illegal को ही like denote kariba. Okay, illegal, unethical, एवढा को denote kariba. Organic farming, this is used for the unrelated or to resource the exploitation. पिहू मु भी आज फास्ट आसिली, होप तुम सब बेले आसीबो. आज ठु आरंभ हैला मात्र गोटे कलश फलस रखुची तमन पादरे देकी पूरा एंट्री कर मो क्लास को ना कोन कहउछ. मते जुलाई 10 रे 22 हबो दीदी ताले कोन कहउछ. हां केक कटिंग आमे क्लास रे करि देबा. पिकाचू क्लास रे केक कटिंग हे जिवो तमरो. गाइस क्लास रे केक कटिंग करि देबा. कि तोर चारि मन कोन सब चाली जे एठी किछि बुझी पानी तम मानकर. पिकाचू आफरीन देखुछ एडा होची लाइव क्लास. ओडिशा पुलिस एसआई पई क्लास करंतु. किसान गाइस लाइक जेते सब ग्रेजुएशन लेवल एग्जामिनेशन तार नोट्स जोड़ा हमें डेली बेसिस रे क्लास जाउची तो सेथिरे तुम माने पाई परिबो अदरवाइज मैराथन रे हमें ओनली ओपीएससी को ही फोकस करूछु and no matter तुम माने जानिचो ओपीएससी is the higher version of the any examination in the state pcs level तो ओपीएससी को जो तुम माने टारगेट रखिलो तो नो डाउट तुम माने अलगा सिलेबस को ता सहित कंपेयर करी करी पढ़ सकते थैंक यू फॉर द सेशन गाइस जाओनी सार आसुचंती ऑलरेडी जॉइन करिवे शिवशंकर सार अछंती गाइस तो मानकू सेशन नेबे एटा कंटिन्यू हबो जेमती जटाधारी सार को परे मु आसिली शिवशंकर सार बस क्लास को एंट्री ही करूथिबे यस मैम करंतु प्लीज हां कि श्रिया तोर केक कटिंग हबो क्लास रे के तारीख होइला 10 तारीख रे मैम वन क्वेश्चन प्लीज प्लीज पीहू पचार पचार कौन क्वेश्चन अछि पचार ब्रेक मिलिबनी एठी बैक टू बैक संडे रे कौन ब्रेक गाइस बैक टू बैक पीहू कौन क्वेश्चन थिला लॉट्स ऑफ लव थैंक यू श्रिया पीहूंकर क्वेश्चन को वेट करछि पा ओपीएससी प्रिपरेशन स्टार्ट रू ही करंट अफेयर्स नीड गाइस करंट अफेयर्स ना बहुत ही रिलेवेंट अछि और बहुत ही वेटेज तार अछि हमारा प्री पाइन तो अछि मेंस रे तमे साइंस एंड टेक टोटल चैप्टर को करंट अफेयर्स सहित ही टैली करके रिलेट करी करी ही पढिबो एल्स तुम माने पढि परिबनी मन रखि पारि मैम सेशन सरीला नेक्स्ट गोटे अछि डॉक्टर बाय बाय नहीं हाय हाय करके रुह सारे भी आसुचंदी सांगो हाय करिवो वेलकम करिवो प्रणाम करिवो रुह सर आसुचंदी जस्ट नाइस सेशन एक्सीलेंट मैम थैंक यू गाइस तो मैंने जॉइन हुआ डेली क्लास रे जॉइन हुआ दैट विल बी प्रेजेंट लाइक एवरी संडे क्लास रे समान प्रेजेंट थिबो ओके थैंक यू मैम थैंक यू गाइस थैंक यू एबे मु रहूची एंड सार आसुचंदी विद इन अ फ्रैक्शन ऑफ सेकंड सार जॉइन हेबे तो डिले करनी जॉइन हुआ जाओनी कहीं होल प्रेजेंट रुहो गाइस बिकॉज तांका क्लास बहुत ही इफेक्टिव था डू अटेंड द क्लास ओके थैंक यू गाइस हैव अ गुड डे टेक केयर ऑफ योरसेल्फ एंड योर पेरेंट्स थैंक यू
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the marathon session. Now, is it audible to all? Is clear? So, good afternoon, everyone. And hope the voice is fine to all. Right? Done. So, now this would be the Sudipta madam end kale, and I will continue from this side. So, this is the second marathon session that we are going through, and these marathon sessions are pretty important for the head exam. That means आगे जो एग्जाम रही आपण मन से आग को देखिकी आम देखा जो शेड्यूल सब करा राइट दिस आर वेरी इंपोर्टेंट तो मु आज आपण मन कवर करी जस्ट अ मिनिट तो आम जा फिर तो मु कंटिन्यू करी आपंकर कौन एंशिएंट इंडिया रु स्टार्ट करी. I will start from the ancient India, then I will move to current affair, then I will move to geography, some question of the geography, polity. Last रे में किसी करथिले last in polity. So today I will focus on basically current affair, ancient history and your geography part. So these three part will be focused area. Okay, चलो फिर. So before the starting of the session already chalchi apankaro matlab just switching the faculties. Odisha PCS around 4.0 is going on jota ki cell chalchi bartman cells is ending on 13th of June 2025. Yethre apno kono paibe prelims plus mains plus interview. That means I would say the holistic preparation that will be done on this platform, StudyIQ platform. Right, use the code monsoon, or you can also use any other faculties code, like you can also use my code SSL. I feel like you can use Sudipta man, you can use any other faculties code to use करके आप enroll करी पारबे. Let's see the fast questions. Now the fast question before you. With reference to the word Dhulavira, consider the following statement. Right, so these are the questions that we are having. Obviously the paucity of times, the hectic schedules are also, the faculties also moving through. So PU is there. Good afternoon. Rajendra also there. Good afternoon. Saspita also there. So good afternoon to all. Right, now the first question is before you. The first question is that with reference to the site of Dholavira, consider the following. Right, then why this question I have asked? See, they are having a tendency to ask the questions from the site which is related to the ancient history. That means I would say whenever they are asking the questions from the Indus Valley civilization, they will certainly focus to those areas, either the areas is in news, let's say it's a controversial area. For example, there is a news in Keladi excavation. Let's say if I would have asked a question here that Keladi excavation where that has taken place, that is in wet Tamil Nadu and on the bank of the famous river Vaigai river. Right, isn't it? Now voice is fine to all, great to all, great everyone, voice is clear to all, and I hope so. Done to all. Okay, chalo fir, nice. So Afrin is there, Brajesh, Sasmita, all these guys are there. One thing is that from the starting of the session I would say that continuity is the key of success. मतलब मेरे को पता नहीं कि आप लोग कितने आप पंक्चुअल हो, कितना आप कंटिन्यूटी को मेंटेन करते हो. तो मेंटेनिंग द कंटिन्यूटी इज ऑलवेज ए डिफिकल्ट टास्क है ना. मतलब चाहे वो टीचर के लिए, चाहे वो मतलब स्टूडेंट के लिए, सबके लिए बहुत डिफिकल्ट टास्क होता है. तो उसी मतलब पेस को, उसी इंटेंसिटी को बरकरार रखना कुछ दिन तक, वैसे आपको 1-2 साल करना पड़ेगा, फिर आपका रैंक आ जाएगा. चलो ना देखते हैं फिर. विथ रेफरेंस टू द धोलावीरा, इट्स लोकेटेड इन द प्रेजेंट डे गुजरात. वहाँ पे स्टोन आर्किटेक्चर इंस्टेड ऑफ ब्रिक्स, दैट इज ऑल्सो had unique water management system involving reservoir. It lies on the bank of Indus river. देखो इंडस रिवर तो इधर नहीं आता है ना. तो चलो फिर चल देखते हैं फिर आंसर क्या होता है. राइट, सो आंसर इज व्हाट, majority of you that is going rock is there. Thank you everyone. So right, majority of you आप लोगों ने क्या आंसर दिया है कि भाई ए की तरह 1 2 3. ओके, चलो फिर आंसर देख लेते हैं. And yes, the answer would be there, though, because if you are cancelling this one Indus Valley river, then ultimately you will reach to the answer. Ultimately you will reach to the answer, that is 1 2 and 3, because this is not Dholavira, is rest of the things is correct. The only one thing you need to pick is that Indus river. Here is no Indus river. Dholavira in Gujarat, it's true fact, right? One of the largest, I would say, what Indus Valley civilization site, which is very important. And this site is particularly, this UPSC and OPSC, they are focusing on what? They are particularly focusing on the site. Which site is been there, where, what are the things found from there. So that is why we have to only, what we need to is that you need to pick this one, right? Indus river, and cancel it, then we will reach to the answer, that is 1 2 3. Okay, done. Chale fir, next question. Should I move? Everyone, okay. Mudali is there also. Good afternoon to all. and namaste. चलो फिर next one. चलो, Mudili is also there. Okay, now the next one. Consider the following crops associated with the Indus Valley civilization. चलो फिर यहाँ पर ना और एक क्वेश्चन हम देख लेते हैं कि भाई हाँ क्या क्या क्रॉप था उनके समय पे. What was the staple food? What was the food exactly the crops they were doing that times? What? Whether it was wheat, barley, cotton, rice, all these things. Go through that. हड़प्पन्स के टाइम पे कौन सा ये जो खेती हुआ करता था, मतलब जो क्रॉप्स, राइट. होप एवरीबडी, व्हाट हैपेंड? इज इट करेक्ट? Session got off? No, it's fine. Not visible? अच्छा, ये visibility आसुची समस्तों को everybody? Is it visible to all? बाकी पिहू जहाँ कौचे ना clear sir. Okay, everyone correct? Okay. Now clear? मझे मझे डिस्टर्ब होउची सेशन. अच्छा चलो फिर तो देखो कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग क्रॉप्स. देखो क्रॉप्स यदि हम देखो व्हीट, बार्ले, कॉटन एंड राइस. Certainly rice is not the crops that they used to cultivate. Rice is not the answer. If rice is not the answer, that means you have to cancel the 4 got cancel, 4 got cancel, and that would be 1 2 3 is the answer. The answer would be what? 1 2 3, because rice was not cultivated during the Indus Valley time. Now certainly this is also the point of debate, that rice, whether because in the Dholavira itself that we went through the last question, this last question was here. So it was Dholavira that certainly that some evidence of the rice husk we have got, but that is not known whether that was traded from somewhere else or that was grown indigenously in this particular region. So that was the debate is also there. So I will not go into the debate, and that is why the controversial part will be cancelled and the 4 got cancelled, and ultimately it would be A will be the answer. So wheat, barley and cotton, they were cultivated. The primary crops was barley, wheat and the cotton. So A will be the answer. So yes, so A is the answer. That means 1 2 3 is the answer. Rice रा मु कही दउची, rice रा debate कोन. देखो जो धोलाभिरा रही and the लोथाल रही. Suddenly this is not धोलाभिरा, ये लोथाल रो किछि जगह रे rice husk जहाँ को हमें कहा जाए husk of the rice or the paddy, right, सेटा मिलिची. But सेटा debate होची कि because आमे जदि कहबा लोथाल used to be what, it was a dockyard and it used to trade with the Mesopotamia and rest part of the world that time, right. Egypt कथा भी नहीं जाओ by Egyptian civilization. तेणु आमे एक कथा भी कहि परिबानी कि though the rice husk is found in that is Lothal, but whether the rice was exactly grown here or that was imported, that was not known. So that is why because of that controversy we will cancel the 4 and we will certainly reach to the 1 2 3 is the answer. Chalo, next question number 3. Consider the following statements regarding the planning of Indus Valley civilization. Consider the following statement regarding the planning of Indus Valley civilization. Option 1, the statement 1 is that the cities were divided into citadels and the lower town. The streets were laid down on a grid pattern. The answer to by default asi jaichi, right. So javio, the cities were divided into citadels and the lower town. The streets were laid out on the grid pattern with right angle. The houses were generally opens into the main road. Which of the following is correct? देखो एथरे जदि जदियो ये आंसर आसी जाइछि, मतलब एनिमेशन कला बेले एपट सेपट हो जाए केते बेले, राइट, जल्दी जल्दी रे. जदि आंसर आसी जाइछि बट एथरे किछि जिंस इंपोर्टेंट जिंस अछि जोडा तुम माने जानिबा दरकार व्हाट इज दैट थिंग्स द थिंग इज दैट के द हाउस वर नॉट ओपन टू द मेन रोड व्हाई because that is a threat perception was there and always they used to that time they used to live in a I would say what compact settlement they used to live in a what compact settlement I mean what compact settlement when I say compact settlement just a minute the meaning is that when I say compact settlement तो ये मैंने कौन करूले ना बिकॉज ऑफ द सेफ्टी तो मेन रोड को डोर ओपन हो नथला डोर वाज ओपनिंग टू द व्हाट सेंटर पूरा सेंटर को ओपन होथला सो इट वाज नॉट सो 3 got cancelled 3 got cancelled 3 got cancelled so answer would be 1 and 2 1 and 2 would be answer so 3 will be cancelled because of the safety purposes because of the what safety purposes बाकी ये जानते citadel was there where the higher section of the society they used to reside and the lower section of the society citadel was there and the street the based pattern because देखो जहाँ भी whenever they are asked the question from the Indus Valley civilization they generally focus to those things which for which or the based things सबले मन रखिबो based things को हमको दरकार ना तमे केबी भाबिछ कि why they are frequently asking question from the street pattern why they are asking question from the citadel why they are asking questions from the port because that was exceptional of that time because nobody thought about that the trade would have been done so that is why they did it as they did it that means they did the what unique things and always remember the unique things of that civilization will be asked not the exceptional not what I would say not normal things exceptional will be asked but not normal things you have to remember chalo fir next चलो नेक्स्ट इज पीहू आई थिंक ना आपका नेटवर्क थोड़ा देख लेना खुद का शायद आई थिंक योर नेटवर्क इज नॉट गुड बिकॉज रेस्ट ऑफ फ्रॉम माई साइड साउंड इज प्रीटी गुड मेरे तरफ से बिल्कुल साउंड ठीक ठाक है एंड आई होप प्लीज़ आप ना एक बार अपनी तरफ से देख लेना राइट चलो फिर द नेक्स्ट आंसर इज दैट sorry question which of the following was the main occupation of the peoples of the latter Vedic period so Afrin is there Sasmita is there Jaydeep is there Q is there everybody is going for what agriculture then why then suddenly why not trade why agriculture why that is why not craftsmanship why not pastoralism agriculture so I would say so why not this is answer let's say question that could be what question I mean ये भी तो क्वेश्चन ही परिथांता ये भी क्वेश्चन ही परिबो तो दुईटा जदि हम कहबा क्वेश्चन ऑप्शन रोछि बट एग्रीकल्चर काहे के हबो बिकॉज़ इट वाज अ रूरल सोसाइटी because it was a what rural society just a minute हाँ एक मिनट हाँ so answer would be what agriculture the answer will be agriculture चलो फिर so answer is what agriculture because of the what because of it was rural society because it was rural society मु comment देखि परुछि तम मान का Devasis also there so as it was rural society सेथि हम कहि परिबा there would be caste system now comes and जो ऋग वैदिक age तमरो रहिबो तो हम देखि दिबा so shift from pastoralism to the settlement कने माने सेटल हे जबे अदरवाइज ता पूर्व pastoralism थिला तो धीरे धीरे माने सेटल हे जबे एग्रीकल्चर को ग्रो करेबे राइट नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चंस को जीवा में which of the following Buddhist council resulted the split into Hinayana and Mahayana sect This is also important, and that was done during the time of what? Asoka. It held during the time of Asoka. So what was that? Whether it's a first, second, third, or fourth, it was held during the time of Asoka. The hints I have given to you. The hints I have given to you. It held during the time of Asoka. Now Mahayana means what? Mahan. Mahayana means what? Buddha is Mahan. Hinayana means superhuman, means what? Superhuman. So the Mahayana sect, they will worship idol worship, but the Hinayana sect, they would not go for the idol worship. Right? So there are two sects, they divide in the fourth council. Right? The answer is D. Answer is 4. Yes, the answer is what? Yes, answer is D. The answer is D. That was held during the time of Asoka, the great Mauryan ruler, and who changed himself also to the Buddhism. Right? After that, 261 BC, the famous Kalinga war, and one of the worst war in the history जदि आमे देखिबा सेटा पर से निजको रिमोर्स कले, से निजको चेंज कले, and he adopted the path of peace. He adopted or he followed the path of peace को से गले जोटा हम कहबा कैंट सेथरे भाग होइतला कोन ना हिनायाना महायाना. हिनायाना अर्थात कोन मतलब बुद्धा इज जस्ट लाइक ह्यूमन. बुद्धा निजे भी कहिथिले तांको समय रे कि मोरो आइडल वर्शिप करिवो नाही, बिकॉज ही वाज अगेंस्ट द ब्राह्मिकल सोसाइटी, ही वाज अगेंस्ट द आइडल वर्शिप. सेथमे से कहिथिले कि मोरो आइडल पूजा हबो नाही. तेणु हिनायाना जो माने ओरिजिनल ग्रुप्स, और जो महायाना से माने बुद्धिस्ट अर्थात बुद्धार आइडल को पूजा करिवे. तो ये तुमको जाना पड़ी जिवो. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, द अर्लीस्ट लोकेशन cited most in the Rig Veda is what? Earliest location cited most in the Rig Veda is what? Which river? Whether it's a Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Godavari, and the answer is pretty easy one to all. I know. Okay. Fourth council, yes, yes. Oh, sorry, correct me यार, मतलब मु अच्छा अच्छा मते करेक्ट कर दे. मु एटा कनिष्क टाइम रहितला. सॉरी मते करेक्ट कर दे. कनिष्क टाइम रहबो. सॉरी मते करेक्ट कर दे. कनिष्क टाइम रे. यस, कनिष्क में देखिबा. दैट मींस व्हाट? दैट इज नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न फ्रंटियर हमें कहबा तो कनिष्क टाइम रहितला. नेक्स्ट हम देखिबा द अर्लीस्ट साइट. ओब्वियसली समस्त जानी सारछ हरियाणा रे अछि. ये कोठी अछि हरियाणा रे. द आंसर इज व्हाट? सरस्वती रिवर हरियाणा रे रहिछि. समस्त जानछि ये आको डेड रिवर भी कहा जाय. तण बट आर एविडेंसेस अछि. ए रिवर एविडेंसेस मिलिछि कि डेड हेले भी कोन तर एविडेंसेस अछि. जेमिति कि हमरो नै जाओ चंद्रभागा रिवर इज अ डेड रिवर बट हैविंग जियोलॉजिकल एविडेंसेस. सो सरस्वती रिवर दैट मीन्स आमे कहबा जोडे कि रिवील्ड हेछि बा बारंबार से टाइम रे ताको फ्रीक्वेंटली यूज करा जाइछि. जोडे कि गोटे डेड रिवर. राइट? ये हरियाणा रे मिले एंड दैट इज हैविंग एविडेंस अछि. नेक्स्ट हम जिवा. Which rock edict records Asoka's remorse after the Kalinga war? And it's a major rock edicts. It's a what? Major rock edicts. Try करो. This one is also nice. हाँ, ट्राई करो. देखिए ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज ये रॉक एडिक्ट. यस, क्वेश्चन नंबर 7 सी. मेजॉरिटी ऑफ ऑफरिन that Bapu is C, Sasmita C, Devasis, Brajesh, everybody is going after C. Yes, the answer is what? X triple I is the right answer. X triple I. But if I ask a simple question, K, this X triple I, let's say, in which rock edict or where that rock edict is located, that Ashoka's, I would say the war of Kalinga is mentioned, and where it is, where location. So this one is everybody know, but X triple I. But if I ask a simple question, then whether it is situated in Odisha, whether it is situated in Karnataka, or is situated in somewhere in the Punjab and Afghanistan region. हाँ ट्राई करो देखिबा देखिबा ट्राई करो वॉइस तो भी ठीक ठाक आसुची एक मिनट हाँ बुझिपारलनी अच्छा मु कहली कि एटा कोठी अछि माने लोकेशन कोन राधे राधे श्रिया Rajendra is saying it's Pakistan. Afrin saying yes. Shriya is there. It's Sasmita is saying it's a Dholi in Odisha. Yes, the right answer is Dholi in Odisha. Yes, what the right answer is Dholi in Odisha. But one thing, if I ask a question from here, को रॉक एडिक्ट रे कहा जाइछि अशोका ना मेंशन हिचे से कोठी अछि अच्छा को रॉक एडिक्ट छाड़ सिंपल मु कहबी गोटे रॉक एडिक्ट अछि से को स्टेट रो लोकेशन अछि जोथरे अशोकार ना मेंशन हिछि कोठी मु ऑप्शन दउछि वेदर इट्स ए तेलंगाना वेदर इट्स ए कर्नाटका आंध्र प्रदेश ओडिशा को स्टेट रो गोटे रॉक एडिक्ट अछि अशोकान रॉक एडिक्ट जोथरे अशोका नाटा ही प्रोनाउंस हिछि बा लेखा हिछि ट्राई करो देखिबा where it is whether it's a Karnataka Andhra Pradesh Telangana Odisha Odisha Afrin says Odisha बाकी मैंने ट्राई करो Afrin says Odisha बाकी मैंने ट्राई करो it's not it's a yes Surya Pihu is right Karnataka it's in Odisha no it's a Karnataka right answer is what Karnataka it's right so right answer is given by Devasmita is there it's not Gujarat it's a what Karnataka given by Devasmita Bharti Panda and Pihu two people are given right answer okay next it's a what route edit Kalinga Ashoka's regret now Kalinga war that took place 261 BC. Everybody aware of that. Okay. On the bank of river Daya. On the bank of river Daya. Next, Ashoka's concept of Dhamma Vijaya can be best description of what? This is very important. And he was the first person. He was the first one of the greatest ruler of all time who used to talk with the subjects or with the peasants or I would say subject, better to say the subject by written, मतलब direct बात करते थे, right? हाँ, that is Dhamma Vijaya means what? Whether this is victory through the conquest, is a victory through diplomacy, is a victory through war, is a victory through Dhamma. Dhamma means what? Instruction. Dhamma means what? Instruction. What instruction? Yes, everyone, Afrin is there. Through the victory of Dhamma. Morals, Surya is there, B, Devasmita, Muduli, Bapu, everybody is going for Rajendra, Brajesh, everybody is going for the B, is the right answer also B, yes, that victory through the Dhamma means what? Moral conquest. So these are the some moral guidelines which were spreaded across the what? The Dhamma, and Dhamma was the moral principles, they are the moral guidelines for the what good society, for the benevolent society. Now this Dhamma you can write in the ethics paper, you can write in ethics paper, right? How Ashoka changed himself, how Ashoka used to talk to its subject, मतलब जो हमें कई बार लोकमान को सहित कथा होती so it's a what answer B. Instead of military triumph, Ashoka emphasized on the moral consciousness conquest via the Dhamma, but alternative Digvijaya refer to conquest by the force. Next question. Ashoka conveyed which Buddhist council to strengthen the Sangha and clarify doctrine? and clarify doctrine. Right, चलो फिर चलो चलो Ashoka conveyed which Buddhist council to everybody is going for okay. चलो फिर देखिए Third Devasmita, Surya is second, third, so majority going for third. बहुत बड़े देखो normal question. Buddhist council is very important, right? This council is very important. Okay, now see this councils up to fourth council, up to what? The first four council is important and you have to remember because Brajesh is saying third. So yes, so answer is what? The third one, and the fourth one Kanishk, and the fourth one Kanishk, the fourth one what? During the Kanishk, and that would be what? Maurya, that is what? Chandragupta, so that would be Maurya. So the Maurya ruler, it was the first words Mauryan. So the third Buddhist council held around 240 BC at Patliputra under the what? That is the Megaliputa Tisa's guidance, and that is Ashoka. That is what? Ashoka. So fourth one, the division of the Sangha, or the division of the that is what? Mahayana and Hinayana form of Buddhism will develop from the fourth council. Next one, which Harappa site is divided into three parts: citadel, middle town, lower town. Whether it's Lothal, whether it is Surkota, Kalibanga, Dholavira. This one is important one. Citadel means upper part, middle part and the lower town, right? Which Harappan site? That means thoda matlab this would be pretty large one. ये तो large ही होगा. This would be large one. Go through that one. Yes, try all these try. Lothal in where? Gujarat, you know. Kalibanga somewhere in Rajasthan and Punjab, all these region. Dholavira, everybody aware of that. The largest one is, but and the overall the largest is Dholavira. The largest is what? Dholavira. So let's see what is the answer. Rajendra C, Pihu C, matlab Dholavira, Afrin Dholavira, Surya Dholavira, Sasmita, everybody is going for the C. So yes, what? The C is the answer. The largest, the what? The tripartite, Dholavira's tripartite layout reflects advanced urban planning. So this Dholavira, that is why frequently they have been asking these questions. Dholavira. Okay, so Dholavira. Lothal is the modern port. That means that was we are having port, the evidence of boat, the evidence of rice house, the evidence of a dock, all this found in the Lothal region. Kalibanga, the evidences of cosmetic things the girls were using like the powder, makeup, hair, ये सब जहाँ सब हमको कालीबंगा रो मिले. And the Dholavira, the one of the largest site जो थे हमको model towns planning and all these things will be there, right? ये सब हमको सेठी देखा जिवो ड्रेनेज पैटर्न है गला ये पूरा धोलावीरा तुमको देखा जिवो. एंड धोलावीरा होची इंडिया रो लार्जेस्ट साइट. जदि तुमको पचारे इंडिया रो को साइट होची लार्जेस्ट तो धोलावीरा इज द लार्जेस्ट. चलो फिर नेक्स्ट वन. एटा बहुत इजी क्वेश्चन देखि दियो तुम माने ट्राई करो. बहुत इजी वन. This class is Pramila. This class is for the OPSC aspirant. मतलब anyone, right? This is not like that. Right? देखो कोई भी मतलब anyone can. This is not means that this is only for the OPSC. कोई SCC दे रहा है उसके लिए भी हो जाएगा. UPSC any exams you are appearing for that would be fine. It's in what? Kutch region. लुनी रिवर नॉट सरस्वती रिवर राइट करेक्टली ताकू टिके करेक्ट करिवो मतलब ताकू जदी तमन को के लागुची so which one as I said so that Dholavira one of the largest site in India right in Gujarat on the bank of Luni river okay now this one is what three jewels right knowledge right view okay चलो फिर देखो कोठा होची तमरो Jainism, that means right view, right knowledge, right conduct. So this would be answer. जेतेबेले Jainism आसीबो the word right को pick करिवो the word right को pick करो देखो तो मैंने आंसर कौन देइछो तो आंसर देइछो B राजेंद्र देइछे B Surya is B that means everybody is going for the B so majority B so right answer is also B. Yes, the Samyaks Darshana faith, the Samyak Jana knowledge and the Samyak Charitrya conduct forms the three jewels or the of jewels of what Jainism. बाकी Jainism जानिछे दिगंबर सितंबर स्थूलभद्र ये सब कथा तुम माने जानिछो राइट. नाउ बुद्धा's teaching of middle path याकू इथिक्स रे बहुत यूज करंती यूपीएससी पिला को इथिक्स रे बहुत यूज करंती. बुद्धा's teaching of middle path you can use in ethics paper. इथिक्स पेपर में मतलब बहुत यूज हो पाएगा. थ्री ज्वेल्स ऑफ बुद्धिज्म बुद्धा संघ एंड धामा बहुत बढ़िया ग्रेट श्रिया. ओके नेक्स्ट यस चलो फिर so it's C everybody is going for the C avoidance of the extremes. हाँ चलो तो मेजोरिटी C जाऊ छे तमन को भितरे majority is going for the C that what P who is C Jaidev also C Brajesh तो समझते C okay चले फिर yes the right answer is C. The right answer is C. The balance between what that is aestheticism and sensualism. We need to have the middle path is always madhyam mark. Right? What we call it madhyam mark. The middle path or madhyam mark. Right? Genetically, for examples, in the war like let's say Palestine, there is a Palestine war or the Gaza war. There is a Iran and Israel war. There is Ukraine and Russian war. So what would be the solution? Solution would be madhyam mark. If you are writing, right, simple you have to do is that the solution is madhyam mark. If you are writing the answer, okay, what would be solution? Next questions. The terms dhamma in the Buddhism refers to what? Whether it's ritual, whether it's scriptures, whether it's righteous path or doctrine or enlightenment. Or enlightenment. Then we will have some current affair question as well, right? Then we will comes to current affair part as well. So comes to here. Yes. Afrin C, Sriya C, Brajesh is C. Everybody is going for C. Ajay is Brajesh, Rajendra, Ram, Joydev, everybody is going for the C. Yes. Good going. Pretty good. बहुत बढ़िया चल ची को. Next, बहुत बढ़िया. Yes, its right answer is C. The right answer is C. Righteous path of the doctrine, the Dhamma Vijaya. We saw it earlier. Dhamma Vijaya is the what? I'd say the policy, moral policy. What? The moral policy. It was not to generate the fear. The concept of Buddhist stuff is the central to which school? ये आगुरु मु कहि दैछि ऑलरेडी बुद्धिस्ट stuff कथा मु कहिछि जेमते कि तुमको इन द केव ऑफ महाराष्ट्र जदि हमें कार्ला केव रे तुमको बुद्धिस्ट stuff देखा जिवो कार्ला केव द फेमस कार्ला केव फॉर द बुद्धिस्ट stuff कथा समझते जानिछो लाइक व्हाट वज्रपाणी एंड पद्मपाणी द लोटस एंड द वज्र होल्डिंग बाय बुद्धा ये तो हमें देखिछे दैट mural painting in what? Kerala, the largest Chaita cave of India said here. So Buddhist have central to whether it's a Theravada, whether it's Mahayana, Hinayana, Vajrayana. Vajrayana, Theravada, they are found in where? Tibet रे देखा जानती. चलो 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 आंसर देखिबा आंसर एटा मिक्स आंसर आसुची तमन को भीतर किछि जण कोच हिनायना किछि कोच महायाना तो कंफ्यूज अछि एटी टिके कंफ्यूजन रहिछि मु कहितली महा अर्थात महान हिना अर्थात एच फॉर ह्यूमन महान बुद्धा महान मतलब भगवान पूजा करो उसको पर व्हाट पूजा करो ह्यूमन मींस व्हाट ह्यूमन को तो हम पूजा नहीं करेंगे सो दैट हिनायना स्कूल सेज बुद्धा इज अ सुपर ह्यूमन दैट मीन्स वो ह्यूमन है उसको पूजा नहीं करेंगे देयर वुड बी नो आइडल प्रैक्टिसेस देयर वुड बी नो बुद्धिस्ट स्टफ बट इन महायाना स्कूल देयर वुड बी बुद्धिस्ट स्टफ right there would be buddhist stuff so right answer would be your B so your right answer would be B that means buddha is what mahan bhagwan hai to usko idol banao right there would be images to worship and the Vajrayana Theravada okay if I ask a simple question from here which school is dominated Sri Lanka is a what Buddhist nation whether it's a Mahayana or Hinayana श्रीलंका रे को स्कूल डोमिनेट करके रखी किए कहबो श्रीलंका रे को स्कूल डोमिनेट करके रखी श्रीलंका रे स्कूल डोमिनेट करके रखी इट्स एस बी महायाना से व्हाट महायाना फॉर्म महायाना और हिनायाना नो it's a Hinayana. The answer is what? C. So Sri Lanka in the Sri Lanka it's a C. But China is B. But the purest form of Buddhism is still preserved in the island country that is what Sri Lanka. The Hinayana form of Buddhism prevails in Sri Lanka. But when it comes to Mahayana, that would be your Cambodia, Laos, China, Vietnam, all these countries will have Mahayana form. राइट सो हिनायना विल बी इन श्रीलंका मन अच्छी अशोका ता पुओ को पठेइथिला राइट तांग झियो को पठेइथिले तो एमान को कुआडे पठौथिले कि जा बुद्धिज्म को स्प्रेड करो श्रीलंका साउथ ईस्ट एशिया ए सब मन रखिथिबो चलो फिर नेक्स्ट द गुप्ता एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कैन बी बेस्ट डिस्क्राइब्स एज व्हाट whether it's a centralized bureaucracy it's a decentralized with feudatories clan based or tribal federation the Gupta administration and always remember you have to pick the moderate answer you have to pick not the extreme one moderate with positive tone मिक्स देखो नेपाल रे साधारणतः आमे कहबा एमिति नाही कि टोटल मना तो करी होबनी बट ज्यादातर जदि नेपाल रे आमे कहबा दैट वुड बी महायाना फॉर्म in Nepal that would be Mahayana form. Now comes to this one the Gupta administration can be best described as what मु कहिछि सबोले you have to go for the moderate and positive tone को जिबार अछि कोन positive tone को जिबार अछि आंसर देखिबा कोनटा कहिलो नेपाल मु कहली बा आंसर नेपाल रे आंसर कहली इट्स ए महायाना फॉर्म नेपाल इज व्हाट महायाना फॉर्म चले so it's a what right answer is decentralized with feudatories the right answer is what decentralized with feudatories and the feudatories कहा टाइम रे थिला ड्यूरिंग द मुगल टाइम आल्सो ड्यूरिंग द ब्रिटिश टाइम्स मध्ये हम देखिबा दैट्स ए व्हाट बी आंसर इज बी चलो फिर नेक्स्ट अच्छा मते सिंपल गोटे क्वेश्चन ताहले तमने आंसर दियो कि ओडिसा रे जो बुद्धिज्म हमरो ओडिसा को भी बुद्धिज्म आसी थिला ना ओडिशा रे को दीटा रिवर अछि फेमस रिवर जो दीटा रिवर मझिरे बुद्धिज्म बढ़िछि बा बुद्धिज्म what patronized buddhism grew it was conserved in between which two rivers area in Odisha, and that Bhomokara dynasty is also famous for that, and hope you are getting the hints the man ko already mu dei dechi. Anjali also there. Kuo dekhiba answer kuo dita river Odisha re dita river, and that is also called as what, the diamond triangle of Odisha. ताले सेटा किए से दीटा रिवर किए से दीटा होची ब्राह्मणी एंड बैतरणी मझिरे जाजपुर मन पकाओ ललितगिरी उदयगिरी रत्नगिरी. So this is what the diamond triangle of Odisha, and the golden triangle किए Puri, Konark and here Lingaraj, that is the golden triangle. ଆଉ ସେଟା होची diamond triangle हैला किए ललितगिरी रत्नगिरी उदयगिरी and Puri, Konark, Lingaraj होची golden triangle. चले दया रिवर नुह, इट्स ए ब्राह्मणी एंड बैतरणी, इट्स ए व्हाट ब्राह्मणी बैतरणी जाजपुर भौमकर डायनेस्टी during the time of what भौमकर dynasty. Now चलो फिर next, which environment goal did the COP30 CEO describe as the biggest war? As a biggest war, nothing that fewer than the 30 nations had updated their national climate plans ahead of the summits in Belem. The answer तमने समझते जई सारी छ, whether it's a protecting forest, whether it's a reducing plastic waste, whether it's a climate change mitigation or biodiversity conservation, the answer is C. Majority तमने ठीक आंसर देछ, answer is C. ना मोते को इथरे ये जो national जोटा की प्लान अर्थात कोन NDC national determined contribution, NDC कोठु आसीथला किए मते कहइबो ए जो national जो प्लान टा में एठी कहिले अपडेटेड करछन्ते national climatic plan बा क्लाइमेट प्लान, दैट इज एनडीसी ताको कोन कहै छै एनडीसी नेशनल डिटरमाइंड कंट्रीब्यूशन. नेशनल डिटरमाइंड कंट्रीब्यूशन कोठु आसीथला ए कांसेप्ट किए कहइबो नेशनल डिटरमाइंड कंट्रीब्यूशन कांसेप्ट कोठु आसीथला जो कांसेप्ट हम एठी देखुचे जोटा तमर कहला. अच्छा कॉप 30 कोठी हेथला एनीवन कॉप 30 ब्राजील, बहुत बढ़िया कॉप 30 ब्राजील. तो ये जो नेशनल आमे कहले जोटा कि कॉप 30 तो ब्राजील हम देखिले ये जो नेशनल डिटरमाइंड कंट्रीब्यूशन जोटा मु कहली ये को कॉप रु आस्थला पेरिस, बहुत बढ़िया बापू कहची बहुत बढ़िया. इट्स व्हाट पेरिस कोठु आस्थला 21st कॉप 21st पेरिस रु आस्थला, बहुत बढ़िया. द राइट आंसर इज व्हाट, यस राइट आंसर तो एटा जानि गेलो, दैट वुड बी कॉप 21st, दैट वुड बी व्हाट कॉप 21st. तो ये देखि दियो एनाटोनी, व्हाट एनाटोनी कॉप 30 CEO emphasized on urgent climate crisis and lamented that the only a minority of the nationals had submitted updated national determined contribution. बहुत सारा कंट्री अच्छी जे कि national determined contribution को प्रेजेंट ही करू नाहंती. Like we are having a strong national determined contribution in terms of energy transition, in terms of green energy, in terms of wind energy, in terms of solar energy, we are having strong policy. Next one, which government body launched the national-wide digital census plan to conclude by March 1st, 2027, which of the first time will conclude OBC caste data? Acha, which government body launched a national-wide digital census plan to conclude by the March 1st, 2027, which for the first time will include OBC caste data? This is very important, and the answer would be whether election commission. भाई election commission सहित किछि नवा दवा नाही. नीति आयोग तो जानचो पॉलिसी पई, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर तारो काम हैला कोन सेफ्टी वगैरह बुझिबा. तो आंसर would be what, the registrar generals and the census commission of India. The answer would be what, right answer is been given by B. Everybody. Sriya is going for the B. Rock is Bapu is going for B. Sasmita is B. Joydev, Afreen, yes, you guys have done pretty good job. Answer is what, B. Answer is B. The Registrar General Census Commissions to set the conduct India for the first time digital census caste and the OBC data after 16 years of gap. चलो फिर नेक्स्ट वन, नेक्स्ट हाँ, which event promoted India's largest civil defense mock operation Abhyas across 224 districts? आंसर तो ऑलरेडी अच्छी, so the what पालगांव टेरर अटैक, ये जानिछ समस्ते जेमती कि हमरो खोर्धारे हितला मेजॉरिटी मतलब डिस्ट्रिक्ट जोटा कि अर्बन एरियाज मान करे करा जायथला बिकॉज ऑफ पहलगांव दैट अटैक ऑन द टूरिस्ट ऑन द what I would say armless peoples जो मन को ऊपर अटैक हितला, more than 29 peoples died. So because it was in response to the Pahalgaon terror attack and Operation Sindoor, what Operation Sindoor we did it against the what, not against Pakistan, it was against terrorists who hide themselves in the Pak and the some parts of Pakistan रे करा जायथिला. This was not flood disasters किंबा cyber security नुहो or stimulated earthquake नुहो, so it was answer B. With some अच्छा ये कौन आंसर सब आसी जाउची यार, ये तो आंसर आसी जाउची, हो ठीक अछि देखिबा सब केतेटा बधे शायद टिके एपट सेपट हे जाइची. Which summit adopted the place for the member nation to increase the defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035? तो ये जदियो मतलब आंसर आसी जाइची फिर भी तुम देखि दियो whether it's a BRICS summit. देख ना ताले देख ये गोटे जिनस तुमको क्लू मिल कौन मुझे कहबी, से कही विच समिट अडप्टेड और प्लीज मतलब से मैंने कहले कि भाई हमको डिफेन्स एक्सपेंडिचर बढ़ाइर अच्छी. देख यूएन जनरल असेंबली केबे कहब नहीं कहीं ये तो चाहे सब शांति. ब्रिक्स समिट इज नॉट ए सिक्योरिटी, ये सिक्योरिटी पाई नुह, दिस इज फॉर द इकोनॉमिक एंड कोऑपरेशन. G7 this is also for the economic interest, this is economic interest, this one is overall global. So NATO is a what, security council, NATO is a security council. तो जदि हमें फिर भी सपोज ये आंसर आसी जाइए से तो अलग कथा, जदि तुम देखी था तो NATO is for the security purposes, collective security purposes, that article 5 and 6 of the what NATO. जदि तुम काउंसिल ऑफ एक्ट जीव नाटो रो तो जो आर्टिकल 5 एंड आर्टिकल 6 ऑफ नाटो सेज कि नाटो रो जदि कौन सी मेंबर को कहीं अटैक करे से माने क्यूमुलेटिवली बा कलेक्टिवली दे विल अटैक. से यूक्रेन चाहूँगी नाटोर मेंबर होगापी क्या वांस जदि से नाटोर मेंबर हो रशिया जदि अटैक कर समस्त मिसी रशिया को अटैक करेंगे से आर्टिकल 5 एंड आर्टिकल 6 कहे. तो दैट इज वाई नाटो समिट आम कह जोटा कि हेक रही था. तो सी कहले कि नाटोर जिते मेंबर अच्छी से मैंने डिफेन्स एक्सपेंडिचर को बढ़ेबे, राइट. तो ये आंसर को टिके देखीदेव. अरे यार ये कौन सब आसीगलानी, ये कौन सब पड़े जाऊँगी. हौ चलो देखिए केते जाए चलची, चलो है ना देखिए केते जाए चलची. चलो फिर which new system launched by the Ministry of Earth Science provide the high resolution weather forecasting on the 6 kilometer grid. तो ये आंसर तो आसी जाइए ताको हम पर आंसर तो देखी देइछ समस्त आसी जाइए छाड़ मु ताको पूराटा चेक करिनी जे केमिति माने एमती हेछि कि नाही. मु अधा देखिली कि हां मु देखितली इनिशियली कला बेले जेतल मु क्वेश्चन बनौथली ठीक ठाक थिला. तो पता नहीं लास्ट आड़ को टिके शायद एपट सेपट हेछि बनैला भितरे मु लास्ट आड़ को मु एते चेक कलिन ठीक मत टाइम भी ही असला जो जल्दी जल्दी क्वेश्चन बनैर थिला, राइट. तो which new system launched by the Ministry of Earth Science provides the high resolution for the weather forecasting a 6 kilometer grid, and that would be what? The answer is D, the Bharat forecasting system. Bharat forecasting system. एथरे देखो क्वेश्चन जमती तमरो लेट्स से इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन कथा नहीं जाओ, आजियोम 4 मिशन कथा नहीं जाओ, एंड दैट शुक्ला कथा नहीं जाओ. एबे तो से स्पेस स्टेशन रे अछंती 14 दिन रहिबे दिन वापस आसीबे, राइट. ये सब जो न्यूज़ गुडा अछि ना ताकू टिके देखुथिबो. बाकी मु देखुछि नेक्स्ट कोन अछि. हां एबे ठीक आसिला, एबे तमरो ठीक आसी जीवो ना. 21 AI and satellite tech in India are being used to map what specific heat risk vulnerability. हाँ एग्जाम हॉल रे एमती हेले तो बहुत भल कथा हुआ समस्ते पास हो आ कौन हम है ना समस्ते पास हो यू कहूँ कि काश ऐसे मतलब एग्जाम में हो जाता तो मतलब बहुत बढ़िया होता सीट KI and satellites, artificial intelligence and the satellite takes in India are being used for map of what? Is industrial heat, farmland microclimates, urban building and the level heat vulnerability, power plant emission. So answer दियो. Rajendra is C, Pihu is C, Jaydev is C, Balram B, Afrin C. चलो बाकी मैंने ट्राई करो हो गला समस्त दे दिला आंसर ओके so answer is what C the building the high building that is what the urban heat urban buildings and level heat vulnerability ये आकु मध्य ध्यान से सुनिबो ये जहाँ तुम MCQ करूछ राइट आकु आमे मन रखिबा कोथि पई लेट्स से AI and satellite would be used to map the level of heat vulnerability ता द्वारा आमे कोन करबा we can do the prediction of the heat waves in the urban areas heat waves को predict करि परिबा power cut and the energy crisis को भी हमें predict करि परिबा and we can also write in the mains answer मध्ये ये सब जहाँ हमें पढुचे mains answer लेखिबो एमती भाबनी कि एटा prelims पे पढुचे mains पे अलगा because if you are writing let's say how to manage the heat waves in the city then you can write the AI and satellite images thermal images that would be used the heat prediction will be done and by that we can manage the heat waves school को छुट्टी कर दो एटा करबा सेटा करबा जहाँ भी हमको कर परिबो all these things will be done so these things you have to remember for the what for the mains purposes as well this is not for the prelims चले next को जीवा which major infrastructure project did the Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated Jammu and Kashmir on 6th of June 2025? Yes. This one is very important and the easy one. This one is important and easy. Right. This one is important and easy. Everybody knows this. चलो फिर हाँ चलो चलो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट अच्छा ताले आंसर कौन है सी तो समस्ते जानिछ बट मते कही जने कहि दियो दिस सेना ब्रिज व्हाई दिस इज आर्क शेप ये आर्क शेप काहे की लेट्स से मुझे जदि तमन को गोटे क्वेश्चन एठु पछरिबी कि व्हाई दिस वन इज आर्क शेप व्हाई दिस वन इज आर्क शेप काहे की एमती जो आर्क शेप रो रही काहे की सेमती शेप रही कम पई why that is having arc shape geography question will come soon बस आसी जो दी तीनटा क्वेश्चन geography पर आस ए दी तीनटा पर geography क्वेश्चन आसीबो काहे की कहले बिकॉज़ आर्क बीस बहुत सारा लोड नहीं परिबो और ध्यान से मन को एथरे तुमको क्वेश्चन पचारि परे के ए जो सतलुज रिवर ऊपर क्वेश्चन पचारि परे इंडस ट्रीटी 1960 ऊपर क्वेश्चन हे परे ये इंडस जोटा मु कहतली साबेरे साबेरे चाचा जी तुमको जो क्लास रे पढ़ाई थली साबेरे साबेरे चाचा जी मतलब स अर्थात सतलुज स बे अर्थात बीज रे अर्थात रवि चाचा अर्थात चेनाब जी अर्थात झेलम ये जो कहतली हाउ टू रिमेंबर द रिवर जोटा मु तुमको हला बेसिक क्लासेस रे कहितली मन रखिया पे रिवर को केमती एंड 1960 रे जो इंडस वाटर ट्रीटी साइन हेतला आयुब खान एंड के हमरो जे अछंती जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी थिले तो सही समय रे कथा मु तुमको कहितली प्लस मु एक कथा मध्ये कहितली के चेनाब जो तमरो रिवर रहिची चेनाब कोठी चेनाब रिवर का बारालाचाला चेनाब चेनाब आम जदि कहबा चेनाब कौन रही दीटा रिवर कही चंद्र एंड भागा को मिसिक कही बारालाचाला पास हिमाचल प्रदेश ओरिजिन हम ताकू देखीदेव है। अच्छा मत आउ गोटे जिनस कह कौन नरेंद्र मोदी जी प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी गोटे रिवर ब्रिज कर दीटा कर चेनाब उपरे से दिन से केतेटा रिवर ब्रिज इनागुरेट कर देयर लोड रेजिस्टेंट बहुत बढ़िया। अच्छा मत कह जो से इनागुरेट कले केतेटा ब्रिज करते दीटा रिवर मन रखा दीटा ब्रिज। नाउ नेक्स्ट वी विल ज्योग्राफी क्वेश्चन स्टार्ट हुआ पर what name has been given to the Indian rescue operation launched in Myanmar following the earthquake 2025? Whether it was Operation Maitri, Nepal रे हिथला, Operation Brahma, Operation Maitri, Operation Surya. Yes, चलो फिर बाकी बहुत सारा ऑपरेशन चली जमती ऑपरेशन मदद कथा नहीं जाओ, देन ऑपरेशन राहत कथा नहीं जाओ, देन ऑपरेशन गंगा कथा नहीं जाओ, यूक्रेन रो ऑपरेशन गंगा करथले, देन आमे राहत करथले द इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड देयर, देन वी डिड रिसेंटली ऑपरेशन सिंधु नॉट सिंदूर सिंधु फ्रॉम द ईरान एंड ऑपरेशन सिंदूर वाज आल्सो देयर। एते सारा ऑपरेशन हेलानी जे complicated hejo and jumble hejo, things will be getting jumble, so you have to be very precise. That would be Operation Brahma. It's a what? Operation Brahma. The right answer is what? The Operation Brahma. The right answer is what? Operation Brahma. It's a what? Operation Brahma. This one is done in Nepal, this one is done in Uttarakhand, and Maitri is also same. It was I think in Sri Lanka or somewhere else. In Maitri it was also there. Maitri it's not there. It was in Nepal, it was in Uttarakhand, this was in Myanmar. इसको थोड़ा देख लेना। ऑपरेशन मैत्री ये कहाँ पे हुआ था, ये इसको थोड़ा बांग्लादेश साइड, दिस इज बांग्लादेश साइड, देख लेना। नेक्स्ट, अरे यार इसका तो क्वेश्चन आंसर फिर आ गया, चलो फिर इसका आंसर चलो छुपा देते हैं, देख लो। चलो नेक्स्ट, विच कंट्री highlighted India's role in bridging the north-south divides at the recent G27? तो देख ही लिया, राइट। चलो फिर, it's a what? Canada. It's a what? Canada. That G7 recently held in Canada, and that is why इसको याद रख लेना। That which country highlighted India's role in bridging the north-south divides recently? That is Canada. इसको थोड़ा देख लेते, हाँ ठीक है, बीच बीच में आंसर आ जा रहे, बहुत बढ़िया। चलो फिर नेक्स्ट, तापर ज्योग्राफी आपर ज्योग्राफी स्टार्ट हबो, नेपाल। ओके, आपर ज्योग्राफी स्टार्ट हो तुमरो। व्हाट पॉलिसी फोकस डिड द ब्राजिल एम्फासाइज्ड फॉर द COP30 एज होस्ट नेशन? का ऊपर फोकस करूथिला? हाँ, व्हिच पॉलिसी focus did Brazil emphasize for the COP30 as the host nation? काबरे फोकस करथला को? What policy focus did Brazil emphasize for the COP30 as host nation? Shift from policy to of implementation, बहुत बढ़िया। The shift from policy to implementation, because we need to implement pragmatic, right? Pragmatic हबार अच्छी आउ implement करिवार अच्छी, rather than खाली policy, right? Carbon sequestration, carbon policy एते हेलानी, climate change पे हमें मतलब we have done so much of policy, so much of scheme, so much of initiative, so much of collaboration for what? For the restraining of the impact of climate change. But still, despite all this effort, that has not done, or the result is not there. So that is why. Now the geography question starts from here. Current affair is done. Now comes to geography. comes to geography. Now comes to geography. The pressure gradient force acts what? ये तो बेसिक तम माने पढ़ी थिबो. Now geography starts. Answer C. Pihu answer C. Sasmita answer C. Devasmita. Everybody is going for C. Easy answer देइछि. Easy question टाइटा. The pressure gradient force. Along the isobar, no. Isobar is what? Equal pressure. Equal pressure. Coriolis force always. Now Coriolis force is what? It will deflect the object into the what? Right hand in the northern hemisphere and left hand in the southern hemisphere. It would be perpendicular S. Let's say matlab pressure gradient is like this, so Coriolis force will act like this. So Coriolis force is always perpendicular, right? Let's say pressure gradient is like this and the Coriolis force will be like this because of the rotation of, and this Coriolis force is produced due to the rotation of earth, due to the what? Rotation of earth. And this is also very important for the formation of your tropical cyclones and the shaping of wind pattern, and also shaping of what? Wind pattern. ये पूरा तमन को basic classes रे पढ़ाई छी, right? And the pressure gradient is always what? Pressure gradient always from the high to low, always from high to low. जेते pressure difference बढ़िबो सेते कोन gradient, steeper gradient. More the steeper gradient, more the deflection. More the deflection, more the what? Wind pattern would be different. So that is how आपको जदि तमने टिके देखि थिबो, right? So answer is what? C. So that would be answer will be C. ये बुझा पड़िबो समस्त को ना बुझा पड़ोनी कहा को एथरे. प्रेशर ग्रेडियंट कहले बुझी परिबो समस्त हेबे, राइट? मु कोन कहली के प्रेशर ग्रेडियंट सपोज गोटे जगह हाई प्रेशर लो प्रेशर छी, इट विल फ्लो लाइक दिस एंड द Coriolis force would be perpendicular, so that due to the Coriolis, actually eta Coriolis force no, eta Coriolis कोन इफेक्ट, इट्स a what? इफेक्ट जे विंड्स को बा में कहबा एयर मास को कोन करबो? राइट को डिफ्लेक्ट करो नॉर्दर्न हेमिस्फीयर, लेफ्ट को डिफ्लेक्ट करबो साउदर्न हेमिस्फीयर. चलो फिर the Madden-Julian oscillation MJO relates to monsoon how? Madden-Julian oscillation ये न्यूज रे थिला. This year the monsoon onset became very early. Monsoon जल्दी आसी जाइछि. This year what? Monsoon came fast. Monsoon जल्दी आसी जाइछि. What was the reason for that? Why monsoon came fast? बहुत बढ़िया. Pihu says that I am +2 student. अच्छा, बहुत बढ़िया. The Madden-Julian oscillation relates to what? Whether it strengthens the subtropical jet stream, it modulates monsoon rainfalls on 20 to 40 days time scales, it reverses easterly jet, it reverses the easterly jets, it controls El Nino arrivals. ऐसे कुछ होता है क्या? मतलब देख लो इसको. देखो Madden-Julian oscillation this year it was in news. ये न्यूज रे थिला काहे कि ए वर्ष मानसून जल्दी आसी जाइछि, तो कहा जाउछि कि बिकॉज ऑफ द एक्टिव Madden-Julian oscillation जोगु मानसून जल्दी आसी जाइछि. ताली ये Madden-Julian oscillation कोन? It's a simple, it's a air mass, it's a low pressure which moves from west to east. जेतले से west to east को जीवो ताली इंडिया ऊपर देई कि जीवो, it will cross over India because ये ITC Z को फॉलो करी कि जाए. As it will cross over India, so that will cause rain or that will bring air mass, humid air mass or the humidity to the Indian subcontinent and will cause the rainfall. Will cause the rainfall, right? And the reason is that, as I said, the Madden-Julian, it would be the Madden-Julian oscillation relates to monsoon because it modulates the monsoon rainfall. ये 20 to 40 days like है, that would be 50 days भी ही परे सेमती किसी नहीं, right? 50 days भी ही परे. तो ये से low pressure, simple मन रखो, it's a low pressure. This Madden-Julian oscillation, it's a low pressure. ये गोटे air mass जोटे साधारणतः आमे कहबा केते कहला तमरो इक्वेटर नै कि 10 डिग्री भितर मूव करते इक्वेटर टू नै कि 10 डिग्री लैटिट्यूड भितर मूव करथे वेस्ट टू ईस्ट को मूव करि थाए सो इट वुड बी व्हाट सो आंसर वुड बी बी सो आंसर वुड बी व्हाट बी ओके चले फिर नेक्स्ट which upper air circulation change which upper air circulation change triggers the monsoon burst over India. This is very important. ये सब basic class रे पढ़ा ही छी try करो try it. चलो which upper air circulation, this is very important, whether the southward shift of the subtropical jet stream, strengthening of polar jet stream, withdrawal of the westerly jet from the north of Himalaya, onset of Somalian low level jet. बहुत गुड़ा जेट स्ट्रीम कथा कही मुझे जियोग्राफी पढ़ाई तम मानू आई टॉक्ड अबाउट ऑलमोस्ट जेते जेट स्ट्रीम अच्छी समस्त कथा कही पोलार जेट स्ट्रीम कथा कही सब ट्रॉपिकल जेट स्ट्रीम कथा कही देन मु तुमको ईस्टर्ली जेट स्ट्रीम कथा कही पोलार नाइट जेट स्ट्रीम कथा कही सोमालियन जेट स्ट्रीम कथा कही सो 5 जेट स्ट्रीम आई टॉक्ड अबाउट इवन आई आल्सो टॉक्ड अबाउट रॉसबी वेव्स कथा भी मु कही द इंडेक्सेस हाउ दैट इंडेक्सेस पासेस थ्रू द रॉसबी वेव्स ताकू मध्ये तुमको पढ़ाई थिला मॉनसून ऑनसेट रो मु रीजन मध्ये तुमको कही that would be what the answer would be देखियो आंसर कोन दैछ तुम माने कोन दैछ आंसर कहीं हिमालय दैछ तुम माने सी आंसर इज मेजॉरिटी सी ओके बहुत बढ़िया तले आंसर सी दैछ तो पाओ तले आंसर इज सी चलो फिर आंसर इज व्हाट सी कारण अच्छा जदि मते को जदि सी जदि आंसर तुम माने जानी छ कि सी इज द राइट आंसर देन व्हाई मो कहा कथा देन कहीं की जदि ये नॉर्थ साउथ को ही गला नॉर्थ को जदि न गला जदि ये नॉर्थ को जाउची ताले मॉनसून आउटब्रस्ट हबो और दैट आउटब्रस्ट विल हैपेंस इन द केरला कोस्ट देन हाउ दैट रिलेट टू द मॉनसून मते खाली को रिलेशन कोन ये जेतरो से कुछ विड्रॉल ऑफ वेस्टर्ली जेट नॉर्थ ऑफ हिमालय दैट मींस योर आईटीसी जेट विल मूव टुवर्ड्स द नॉर्थ ताले जदि ये नॉर्थ ऑफ हिमालय जाउची कौन एमिति गोटे क्लाइमेटिक चेंजेस आसुची नॉट क्लाइमेटिक चेंज आई विल नॉट से क्लाइमेटिक चेंज व्हाट फेनोमेनन हैपेंस दैट अट्रैक्ट्स और दैट कॉज द ट्रिगर द मॉनसून burst anyone this is not opinion long opinion आसुनी अच्छा the reason is that के जेतेबेले जेट स्ट्रीम टा मन रखिबो हिमालय रो जदी सदर्न साइड रे जेट स्ट्रीम रहिछि कि सब ट्रॉपिकल जेट स्ट्रीम that will create what that will create I would say ground high pressure that will create ground high pressure and if the high pressure will be there in the northwestern frontier part of India that monsoon would not onset so we need a what low pressure when the jet stream will withdraw beyond the Himalaya that northwestern frontier part of India that means as a Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan including Gangetic Plain and Tibet will turn into low pressure. When Tibet and all this but North India will turn into low pressure suddenly the easterly jet stream will comes to act because of the what Tibet easterly jet which will descend on Africa then that will Somalian jet stream also comes to play that low level तो ये गोटे पूरा complete आमे कहबा व्हाट मेकानिज्म जोटा को सिस्टम मॉनसून फंक्शन एज ए यूनिट फंक्शन एज ए सिस्टम मॉनसून इंडिपेंडेंटली काम करे नाही इट्स ए बट आई वुड से द सिस्टम relation between subtropical jet stream the system relation between easterly jet stream the system relation between all these Somalian jet stream as well okay chalo फिर the thermohaline circulation is driven by what? Thermohaline. That thermohaline. चलो 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 thermohaline. Yes, yes, yes. Great going, great going. So ame history part, we have done the history part, we have done the current affair part, we are going through the geography. Yes, sea water, Bapu, sea water, Sasmita, B, everybody is going for B. चलो फिर देखते हैं what will be the answer. Thermohaline means what? Thermohaline, halocline, haline, what? Simple, I would say. Thermo means what? Temperature. Thermo means temperature. Haline means what? Salinity. Haline means what? Salinity. So that means the difference in temperature and salinity, that would be thermohaline. Thermo means temperature, haline means salinity, and that is why the difference in temperature and salinity is the answer, right? So that will be the answer, right? चले फिर अच्छा ये जदि थर्मो एंड हालाइन जदि मु कहिबी जदि तुम माने एतिकी बुझी सालो आंसर देले ताल तुम तो कांसेप्ट जानिचो ताल तुम माने कांसेप्ट जानिचो थर्मो हालाइन ताल मते खाली कहि दियो थर्मो हालाइन केते डेप्थ रे देखा जाए ओशन रे थर्मो हालाइन केते डेप्थ रे देखा जाए केते डेप्थ रे देखा जाए हाँ वो ओशन रे केते डेप्थ रे देखा जाए 1K ना 200 to 500 meter कितने 200 to 500 meter answer is what 200 to 500 meter 200 to what 500 meter answer would be 200 to 500 meter. Now comes to next, the warm ocean current flowing along the east coast of North America mapping कालिना परदन पढ़ाई थी just in this week I was going through the North America mapping रे कथा पढ़ाई थला इवन क्लासेस रे मध्य तमरो पढ़ाई छी सेइथरे आंसर थिला को आंसर कोन चलो फिर चलो स्टार्ट यस ग्रेट गोइंग the warm ocean current flowing along the east coast of North America. Whether this is California current, this is Gulf Stream, this is Canary, this is Labrador current, where Canary current Africa पाखरे देखा जाए, California current California west coast. So answer would be B. Sasmita answer would be B is not Canary. Canary Africa पाखरे देखा जाए. Canary कोठी देखा जीवो सस्मिता सी देइछि ना इट्स ए व्हाट बी बाकी समझते व्हाट द राइट आंसर इज व्हाट इट वुड बी बी बिकॉज आज आई सेड कैलिफोर्निया ऑन द वेस्ट कोस्ट रे तुमको कैलिफोर्निया देखा जीवो गल्फ स्ट्रीम ईस्ट रे देखा जीवो कैनरी अफ्रीका रो वेस्ट रे देखा जीवो लैब्राडोर तुमको कोठी देखा जीवो नॉर्थ ईस्ट अर्थात ग्रीनलैंड पाखरे देखा जीवो किए लैब्राडोर ग्रीनलैंड पाखरे देखा जीवो लैब्राडोर बुझा पड़ुची समस्त को चलो फिर ये आंसर देखी बी आंसर इज व्हाट बी ये सब तुमको मैपिंग रे पढ़ाई नॉर्थ अमेरिका पढ़ाई मु बिल्कुल पढ़ा जाइए। नेक्स्ट, ओशन वाटर डेंसेस्ट एट व्हाट? ये भी मु ओशनोग्राफी रे पढ़ाई थी। चलो फिर ओशन वाटर कोठी सबुठ डेंसिटी अधिक रहिबो? whether high temperature and low salinity, low temperature and high salinity, high latitude and low salinity equator? बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन। देखिए कॉन्सेप्ट क्लैरिटी का अधिक। देखिए ये बहुत ट्रिकी क्वेश्चन अच्छी। हरिमोहन धल बी, सस्मिता बी, पिहू ए, ब्रजेश बी। चलो चलो बढ़िया क्वेश्चन, ये बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन। देख सालिनिटी फैक्टर्स कौन? सालिनिटी जदि तुम मैंने जानथो जदि हाई टेम्परेचर अच्छी, अच्छा मु आउ गोटे कंडीशन जदि एठी चेंज कर देबी कहना सालिनिटी पई, एक मिनट so it's a what? Low temperature high salinity, this is the right answer. Low temperature high salinity, लो टेम्परेचर हेले एवापोरेशन कमी जिवो, हाई सालिनिटी, सालिनिटी बढ़िले डेंसिटी बढ़े। देख सालिनिटी बढ़िले डेंसिटी बढ़िबो, आउ जदि वाटर टेम्परेचर कमिबो भी डेंसिटी बढ़िबो। कोनोसी जिंसर जदि टेम्परेचर बढ़िबो ताले एक्सपांड हबो, डेंसिटी कमिबो। जदि जिंसर ऑब्जेक्ट रो टेम्परेचर कमिले ताले कोन हबो? डेंसिटी बढ़िबो। दैट मींस हम कहिबा ताले टेम्परेचर एठी कमुची, सालिनिटी बढ़ुची, सो दैट इज व्हाई दिस इज द राइट आंसर। नहले एमिति कहि परिबो, अदरवाइज जदि तमे कहि परिबो हाई टेम्परेचर हाई प्रेशर नहले ऐड कर दियो, सेटा भी आंसर हे जिवो। नहले एठी जदि मु को कैंसिल करकी हाई टेम्परेचर हाई प्रेशर कर देबी, देन दैट वुड बी आल्सो आंसर। हाई टेम्परेचर हाई प्रेशर जदि ऐड कर देबी से भी आंसर हे जिवो। राइट, हाई टेम्परेचर हाई प्रेशर कर देले सेटा भी आंसर तमरो हे जिवो। राइट, तो ये बुझा पड़ जिवो, आंसर इज बी। Next question, the features found at the edge of continental plate and formed by subduction is what? The feature found at the edge of continental plate, the feature found at the edge of continental plate and formed by that is what? Subduction is called what? हाँ, ऐसे व्हाट? ओशन ट्रेंच। देखिबा डाउट अच्छे कहीं डाउट से कहूँ द फीचर फाउंड एट द एज ऑफ कॉन्टिनेंट, कॉन्टिनेंट रो एज बा, कॉन्टिनेंट रो एज अर्थात कौन? दैट मीन मिड ओशनिक रीज तो से कहनी, से तो सी ओशन कथा कहनी, ताले इट वुड बी व्हाट? ओशियनिक ट्रेंच। जेमती जाभा सुमात्रा तार पाखरे की अछि जाभा सुमात्रा ट्रेंच, जापान पाखरे की अछि जापान ट्रेंच, साउथ अमेरिका पाखरे कोन अछि? पेरू चिले ट्रेंच। So these are what? Ocean trench. So right answer is what? Afrin given right answer is ocean trench. So they are what? Ocean trench. कारण तुम मैंने जानी थो मुझे प्लेट टेक्टोनिक पढ़ाई थी मु कौन कही जेमती साउथ अमेरिका साउथ अमेरिकार जो पाखरे अच्छी लंगेस्ट ट्रेंच कोटा पेरू चिले ट्रेंच इज द लंगेस्ट ट्रेंच आम कहवा तो ताकू पूरा लागिकी रही कि नहीं ताकू पूरा लागिकी रही बस सेटा हो गला तुम दैट इज आम कहवा ठीक अच्छे एबे ही पारिबो राइट जीवा ताले अच्छा ये जो सबडक्शन टा होउची ताले एठी जो हमें लिखिचे सबडक्शन ताले सबडक्शन हबो सबडक्शन द्वारा कौन हुए सबडक्शन द्वारा सबले ट्रेंच फॉर्मेशन हबो ना सबडक्शन अर्थात कौन को अच्छा ये जो सबडक्शन को कहूचे को प्रकार बाउंड्री हबो ये तमरो डिस्ट्रक्टिव ना कंस्ट्रक्टिव ना ट्रांसफॉर्म कोड हबो इसे अच्छा मते को whether it's a destructive constructive or transform कौन हबो बा कंजर्वेटिव आमर गोटे थाए व्हाट कंस्ट्रक्टिव जोन destructive जोन एंड गोटे हला आमर कंजर्वेटिव जोन ये कोटा नहले ताकू तमे कहि परिबो कोन कन्वर्जेंस डाइवर्जेंस एमती भी कहि परिबो स्लीपिंग पास इच अदर सेटा भी कहि परिबो तले एटा कोन हिजबो इट्स अ डिस्ट्रक्टिव इट्स नॉट कंस्ट्रक्टिव इट्स अ डिस्ट्रक्टिव इट्स नॉट कंस्ट्रक्टिव it's about destructive again I repeat it's a destructive the plate is subducting and destruction is happening it's not spreading when it spreads that what volcanic eruption take place it's not the spreading part it's a convergence boundary it's a what convergence boundary so because of convergence boundary the deeper plate I would say the denser plate will move down and it will destroy it will melt down a melt heijibo बट जदि डाइवर्जेंस होता वोल्केनिक इरप्शन होगी रॉक नुआ रॉक फॉर्मेशन होता मिड ओशनिक रीच होता दैट वुड हैव कौन आम कह डाइवर्जेंस बा कंस्ट्रक्टिव जोन्स कन्वर्जेंस बा डिस्ट्रक्टिव जोन्स देन आम कहे स्लीपिंग पास इच अदर जहाँ को आम कहे कौन कंजर्वेटिव बाउंड्री बा आम कहे कौन ट्रांसफॉर्म बाउंड्री आम कंजर्वेटिव जोन बा ट्रांसफॉर्म बाउंड्री चलो फिर नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन सरगासो सी ये सब पढ़ाई ये तुम मन को सब पढ़ाई सरगासो सी इज अ यूनिक बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट सरगासो सी इज यूनिक बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट एटा कही मु क्लास रे बिल्कुल पढ़ाई निजर नोट देखीदेव बिल्कुल पूरा पढ़ाई तुमको कार एग्जांपल देवी कह कहार एग्जांपल कहूच रॉक कहार एग्जांपल देवी Sargasso Sea is a unique because of it has what no ocean current cold water no land boundaries and the floating seaweeds or tidal floods चलो फिर सरगासो सी को कौन कह जाए द सी विदिन सी कही द सी विदिन सी कह जाए अटलांटिक ओशन रे देखा जाए इंडियन ओशन रे देखा जाए पैसिफिक ओशन रे obviously the number of sargasso sea will be more in Pacific ocean than the Atlantic ocean but in Atlantic ocean it is more pronounced मु कही ना ये sargasso sea the sea without border आपको कौन borderless sea बोली कह जाए but will have more highly polluted कही एक कथा मध्य आंसर देखीदेल नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन व्हिच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग अफेक्ट्स वेव हाइट याकू मध्य पढ़ा जाइछि वेव्स रो हाइट को की अफेक्ट्स करे whether it's wind speed duration of wind distance of water pitch चलो 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 देखियो बहुत बढ़िया चलो बहुत बढ़िया ग्रेट ग्रेट C is going for C किए देलो चलो 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 all okay ताले height of the waves is depend on the depth of the ocean, wind speed, the wave length ये सब ऊपर डिपेंड करे कहाँ पर डिपेंड करे ये सब ऊपर so that is why wave length जेते friction हबो wave रो कोन height बढ़िबो that means I would say that length टा कमी कमी जिवो wave रो जेतरो length कमुची height टा बढ़िबो height टा कोन हबो बढ़िबो and that is why wind speed, duration of wind, distance over water ये सब को हमें मिसई देबा the all is the answer right so it would be done हे जो बे एक मिनट हाँ corals need which of the condition to thrive last questions corals needs which condition to thrive corals भी तमन को पढ़ाई छी corals रो डिटेल्स पढ़ी छी मु पूरा चलो लास्ट वन 35 शैलो वाटर दरकार हाई न्यूट्रिएंट दरकार क्लीन वाटर ये सब ही दरकार हाई न्यूट्रिएंट एक मिनट हाई न्यूट्रिएंट शैलो वाटर एंड क्लीन वाटर यस C1 and 3 हाई न्यूट्रिएंट कोठी ना कोठी प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करी पारे जेमते कि सीवेज वाटर ये प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करी पारे हाई न्यूट्रिएंट चलो फिर लेट्स सी द आंसर आंसर कोन होची तम मन कर देखिबा एस आंसर इज व्हाट सी देखो तुरंत मु देखिली कि यार हाई न्यूट्रिएंट लिखाई छी हाई न्यूट्रिएंट अर्थात कोन जदि सीवेज वाटर आसी गेला किछि गेला त न्यूट्रिएंट बढ़ी जिवो ना तो सही केस रे यूट्रोफिकेशन एसु वगैरह हे पारे डिजीज वगैरह हे पारे राइट तन करी हम सेटा कैंसिल कर देले सो इट वुड बी व्हाट शैलो वाटर एंड क्लीन वाटर दरकार इट वुड बी मोबाइल वाटर दरकार शैलो वाटर दरकार डेप्थ हमें देखिथिले 150 मीटर अधिक हबनी देन इट विल सो क्लियर वाटर हेथवा दरकार राइट एंड ट्रॉपिकल वाटर हेथवा दरकार एटा मध्ये मु तुमको कहिथिली इट शुड हैव मतलब कना ये बेस लाइन हबा दरकार बा गोटे ये सब एरिया मु तुमको कहिथिली कोरल्स रो पॉलिप्स कथा कहिथिली डिफरेंट टाइप्स कथा कहिथिली कोरल्स ब्लीचिंग कथा कहिथिली कोरल्स कंजर्वेशन कोरल्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशंस warm temperature and the temperature maximum temperature what the good temperature is what 21 temperature so jodi hum dekhiba 25 to 32 degree 32 35 so I would say best temperature for the corals is from 25 degree to 33 degree or 34 degree so that would be very good temperature maximum they can tolerate up to 35 degree 35 degree jaye se mane tolerate kari paribo hela चले सो विथ दिस आई विल एंड द सेशन तो सेशन को एंड करिबा परिपूर्ण बैच हमर चलीची फाउंडेशन बैच जोटा चलची बैच फाउंड 5 सॉरी बैच 5 इज गोइंग ऑन यू कैन यूज माय कोड SSLIB टू गेट द मैक्सिमम डिस्काउंट जोटा कि 9900 बा 9999 रही जबो जून 30 हमें कहिबा के जून 30 जोटा रहिची सेल एंडिंग्स ऑन जून 30 2025 तो सेथरे एंड होची हला तो एटा को हमें देखि देबा राइट डन चलो तो ये थिला हमरो राइट तो ये थिला हमरो पूरा देखि देले हमरो आज रो जो मैराथन सेशन थिला द मैराथन विल एंड हियर राइट एठी हमर मैराथन एंड हबो and pura back to back, starting from Jatadhari sir, then Sudipta madam and me, we three guys have covered काफी क्वेश्चन आज कवर होइछि एंड डिफरेंट डायमेंशन हमें कवर करिछे. And thank you everyone, right, for your cooperations. Thank you to all. Have a good day to all. Okay, thank you all.